Chapter 51. I let the crowd of hunters go into the dungeon first. I'll take my time and venture a bit deeper today to find some harder opponents. I'm probably not ready for the boss yet, it'll take a few days before I can handle that solo. There's a large sense of tension from the other parties. This whole dungeon surge thing is a pretty big deal. Once it was my turn to enter, I pulled out my sword and jumped through the glowing blue portal. I wandered around the Minotaur dungeon without any problems. The monsters became stronger and stronger as the day went on. In 6 hours I faced off against 7 groups in total. There were a few other teams in the dungeon, so whenever I got nearby, I turned the other way to keep my distance. It was a little annoying at first, but overall it didn't really matter. The first 3 groups I fought were pretty easy. They were all level 155 to 165. It was just mana drops, no level gains at all. The next 2 groups were a bit harder. They were both led by a boss with a pretty high level. One was LVU 188, the other was LVU 191. The LVU 188 dropped an axe, the other 5 Minotaurs dropped only mana. I gained 4 levels from these battles. It's much easier to level grind now that I can use my opponent's MP. I'm getting hit while blocking occasionally, but with every increasing level the damage is becoming less and less. The next group I fought had a surprising twist. It consisted of 4 total Minotaurs. Their levels were 176, 177, 180, and 182. At first the monsters actually gave me a run for my money. They attacked in charges of 2 and had similar strength to my own. My only advantage was speed. I dragged the battle out for a long time while hardening for defense and absorbing their MPs, simultaneously landing cheap shots whenever I could. After this battle I had to drink an HP potion to recover fully. The more I fight in this dungeon, the more I understand why guilds love to come here. These beasts are good fighters, but they don't have any mind-blowing moves. As long as a team has proper gear and teamwork, power leveling is a breeze. After this battle I gained 3 more levels and collected 4 huge mana crystals. My final group was even more of a challenge. It was a group of 2 Minotaur. One was a level 161 and the other stood at a staggering level 202. The lower level monster was defeated very quickly at the beginning of the fight. The level 202 was definitely a challenge though. It was very strong and very fast. My small frame and agility were my only upside when it came to basic stats. I had to play it very safe and slowly chip away at the beast while blocking its attacks with a hardened left arm. It chipped me down to about half of my HP before the battle was over. Both of these monsters just dropped mana crystals, no extra loot. I gained 3 levels from this battle. After this fight I took a small break to sit by a tree and check my status. Status open, name, J Soju, level, 182, HP, 465/915, MP, 880/915, strength, 437, 125, speed, 521, agility, 544, defense, 389, 156, mental strength, 437, 87, skills, absorption, swordsmanship, combat magic, fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection, body hardening, special grade, self-regeneration, spatial magic, item storage, plunderer, items equipped, golden wolf ring, 20% mental strength, cyclops eye pendant, 40% defense, stainless steel sword, 125 strength. After a quick rest I got up with a grin on my face and started heading back to the dungeon entrance. I need to stock up on HP portions. I didn't realize how tough some of these higher level Minotaurs are. Plus, a bite to eat wouldn't hurt. I'll come back right after and continue this level grinding. It took about an hour, but I made it back to the floating blue portal and left the dungeon. I heard one team fighting a nearby group of monsters on the way back but didn't encounter any myself. I exited the dungeon and took the train back to the main hub. When I made it up to the surface I could see a pretty big commotion going on by the E-class escalator. There were 2 extra guards in front preventing people from passing. One of them was speaking to a group. I couldn't help but listen in. We're sorry to delay all of your hunting. There's been 2 large E-class breaks. It shouldn't be much of a problem. The bosses will be cleared soon. We have temporarily raised the entrance standard to a D-class minimum for 1 hour. Please bear with us, this is for your safety. I raised an eyebrow. A couple E-class dungeon breaks, huh? Maybe it wouldn't hurt if I checked it out. I took out my ID and showed the guard while asking him a question. Hey, which dungeons were the ones that had a break? He nodded to let me pass. There's a pretty bad goblin dungeon break, it's lower level and should be cleared within the hour. The other seems to be a rat dungeon, it should be cleared much sooner. We just got news to shut off the area to newbies just in case, alright. Understood. I headed down to the E-class platform to check things out. They have a goblin dungeon here too? I wonder what it's like. The rat dungeon sounds disgusting, I don't mind missing out on that. The only break I've ever seen was that previous Cyclops dungeon break, and I was very underprepared. This one should be fairly easy, some rare loot may drop if I have enough time to farm. It looks like there's a lot of people with the same idea as me. As I got down to the platform, it was pretty chaotic. I read the info board and sure enough the train with all the parties surrounding it was the Goblin Dungeon. I could see about 20 other hunters in 6 separate groups ranging from 2 to 5 members. It looks like I'm the only solo hunter here. We all boarded the train and were off shortly after. It was a quick ride, no more than 3 minutes. Everyone on the train was getting anxious. They were either scared of what was in that dungeon or were just itching to fight. I, for one, was itching to fight. Once the stop arrived, we all piled out and went up the escalator to be met with a floating red portal. I could feel the dense magic in the air. This is definitely a dungeon break. I let a few people jump through first, but I followed soon after. We all dispersed once entering. It's actually pretty similar to the old goblin dungeon I used to hunt at. That brings back memories. There's thick tall grass everywhere and occasional trees. It's basically an open plain dungeon, no more than 2 minutes and I already encountered a monster. It was just a goblin. I used inspect, LV13, I chuckled a little and cut it in half with a lazy swing of my sword. It is definitely stronger than your average goblin, but at this level I can't tell the difference. I walked further into the dungeon. A few more goblins ran at me, but they were defeated in seconds. I didn't even bother to collect the mana. After 10 minutes or so I was starting to get a bit discouraged. Did I really come down here for this? I was about to turn back, but then I heard a familiar roar. I used enemy detection and inspect, LV of 41, something bigger is here. I'm intrigued. I ran towards it with my sword ready. To my surprise, it was a mutant hobgoblin. This is a pretty bad break. I didn't even know these guys could spawn outside the boss room. The monster charged towards me with its sword pointed straight ahead while grunting and hissing. It was an easy kill, I defeated it in seconds. This gave me hope though, there might be more unusual spawns around here. The air started getting denser and denser. This is a good sign, the magic is getting more concentrated. I kept using enemy detection and inspect with a very wide range to look for mutants, LV of 14, LV of 31, LV 11, LV of 42, LV of 38. There were a variety of goblins and hobgoblins all over the place the further I went inside. I ran into a few other hunters, but it was nothing more than a short head nod and us running off in opposite directions. LV of 17, LV of 44, LV 19, LV of 46, LV of 51, the levels were slowly increasing more and more. I kept walking further in towards the dense pocket of magic, LV of 124, it's 100 MOA, now this is what I was looking for. The air is heavy and my sword is drawn. There's a calm silence as I walk slowly towards my future opponent, 50 I'm getting closer. Soon it'll be within range. There's a small patch of trees up ahead, it must be in there, 20 My face lit up when I saw the creature pop out of the tree line. It's an old-looking goblin dressed in a dark cloak and a leather hat. The monster is carrying a long wooden staff and has a large brown satchel that looks full to the brim. It let off a faint gray glow. It must be a magic user. This is my first time coming face to face with a shaman. I can barely hold in my excitement as I tighten the grip on my sword and get ready to fight. Chapter 52. The shaman looked me up and down with bloodshot eyes. There's a peculiar magic aura surrounding it. I stared it down as well with my sword pointed straight ahead. I'm sure I could defeat this monster in seconds if I went all out, but I want to see what it can do. I've only read about shamans in comics. This is the first one I've actually seen out in a dungeon. The monster raised its staff and let out a grunt. Its leather pouch opened up and an assortment of silver orbs came flying out. They were all moving in a circle around the monster. I couldn't quite make out what they were. If I had to guess, they looked like small balls of metal, rocks, or maybe crystals. Again, I've never seen anything like this. The shaman hissed and pointed its staff right at me. Two of the floating orbs moved out of formation and came rocketing my way. Clank, I blocked them with my sword without much of a problem. The objects were quick. The two that hit my sword were circular metal balls. If I was closer to this shaman's level, these orbs would be deadly. I could feel the power behind each of its attacks. It's very strong for a level 124. The monster stared at me while backing up and raised its staff again. Four of the orbs came hurtling towards me. Clang, I easy blocked all of the projectiles again. The shaman shrieked and turned. Oh, you're not getting away that easy. It was running away from me. What a joke. Some monster this is. I ignited my sword into flames and followed it into the small cluster of trees. THUDDD, AGHSHWAT As I followed the monster, I was struck in the center of my back with one of those metal orbs. It didn't do any serious damage, but it definitely didn't feel good. I turned to see half a dozen orbs floating behind me while I chased the shaman into the woods. It's a crafty little monster. It knows it can't beat me straight on, so it's going to do what it can to survive. I fought off most of the metal orbs, but they kept coming back no matter how many times I hit them. My back is getting bruised up. I wonder what kind of magic this shaman is using. Whatever it is, this would be a good skill to have. I could see the monster right in front of me less than 10 m away, but it keeps diving behind trees and scurrying around while I defend myself from its floating orbs. I'm getting a bit frustrated. It keeps twisting and turning through this small patch of forest because it knows the layout like the back of its hand. Unlike me, this is the first time I've seen any of this scenery. The monster is hissing and making sounds similar to laughter. I think it's enjoying this. I can see the end of the tree patch in sight. It looks like the shaman is heading out soon. Finally, a fight in a wide open field will be much easier for me. As we neared the edge of the trees, I came within 3 m of the slimy little creature. I was seconds away from slicing it to pieces. Then, I felt my footing give out, my vision went blurry and I felt weightless for a moment. Thudded. I hit the ground moments later and heard faint footsteps and hissing moving away from me. It's dark in here. Did I really fall for the oldest trick in the book? This shaman led me straight into a pitfall and I fell for it. There are a few large wooden spikes at the bottom, but they were poorly constructed. I broke most of them with the impact of my fall. I'm bleeding a little, but it's nothing serious. I looked up to see the bright blue sky, and proceeded to use the wooden spikes to climb out of the trap like a makeshift ladder. No more playing around. Come on out. I used my enemy detection and located it 100 m ahead of me. This coward really put me in a hole and made a run for it. I sprinted out of the trees with my blade on fire and a smirk across my face. It's wide open in the field and running quickly even deeper into the dungeon. I followed the monster in a straight line, closing the distance as fast as I could. Its metal orbs were nowhere in sight. I could focus on running at full speed. Less than 30 seconds later we were face to face again. The monster hissed and summoned its orbs from the pouch. Without hesitation I went in for a strike. I'm not letting this opportunity pass again. I swung my fiery blade at the shaman's neck while being pelted by its orbs. I could feel a few make contact, breaking a few of my ribs, but I had my eye on the prize. Shink, THUDDD. I sliced through the shaman's neck like butter and the battle was over just like that. I looked down to see my favorite floating blue letters. Use absorption, skill, telekinesis, yes, and oh, with a grid I chose, yes, and use self-regeneration to heal my minor injuries. The body of the shaman started to disappear pretty quickly, and to my surprise it didn't only drop mana. There was a small silver key next to the crystal on the ground. I picked the loot up and examined the key for a moment before throwing them both in my item storage. I guess I'll have to ask around. I've never seen anything like this for an item drop before. I think I've had enough fun here. It's about time I head back. Somebody is bound to beat the boss soon anyways. I headed back towards the dungeon start point, but sure enough a team beat the boss before I could make it back. I came just in time. 10 more minutes and I would have missed my chance to find that shaman. A white light appeared. It felt odd not being in a boss room and seeing this light. Everyone in the dungeon was transported back into that small room at the top of the escalator. It was very crowded. There were easily 40 people crammed into this tight space. They all seemed to be beginner D-class hunters and some E-class that managed to get in before they closed off the platform. I didn't talk to anyone. I just minded my own business and tried to sift through the crowd towards the escalator. Hey! It's Jay, right? I turned my head. Who knows my name in this city? Who are you? Standing in front of me was a short red-haired girl with a black combat suit on, similar to the ones I saw at the Hunters Association, but definitely not exactly same. she smiled and reached out her hand. The name's Nessa. I saw you taking with my Captain Hunson yesterday. Nice to formally meet you. Really? I just saw him this morning. Yeah, it's my day off. Hunson trains a lot of us D-class at the Terra Guild. I'm pretty new to the city, they let me join the day I asked. I took a closer look at Nessa. She was on the shorter side, maybe 160 centimeters, bright orange/red hair, and bright blue eyes with light freckles on her cheeks. If I had to guess, she was no more than 19 years old. A D-class and new to the city, huh? She must be a pretty good fighter, and have some kind of unique or useful combat skill. I boarded the escalator and continued the small talk as she followed. What are you doing at an E-class break? She smiled. Well, it's my first time hearing about one of these so-called surges. I wanted to see what they were all about for myself. I nodded. Yup, me too. Disappointing, huh? I guess. It was interesting. It was actually not disappointing at all. It couldn't have gone any better for me. I decided not to say anything about the rare monster I faced though. It's just becoming a habit to keep my experiences to myself. There's no point in keeping secrets, it's just more simple if I do. Well, I'm going out on a raid with my team tomorrow to the Minotaur dungeon again. Maybe I'll see you there, maybe. I'll be farming there tomorrow as well, but I really only hunt solo. She pouted a bit, but I don't think she was actually upset. I can't help but to stare a bit. She's such a pretty girl. It's literally been one day since the last girl I trusted tried to kill me. Am I really going to fall for these charms again? The train came and we rode it back to the main hub. When we walked upstairs, there seemed to be a big commotion going on by the D-class escalator. There was a guard speaking up. Only parties of 3 and above or C-class hunters are allowed down to the D-class dungeon platform for the next hour. There's been a large break in the Kobold dungeon. This is for your own safety. Looks like there's another large break. Think I'll pack it in for today though. I've had a good day of hunting. I turned to Nessa. I'm done for the day. It was a pleasure meeting you. Maybe I'll see you out hunting again one of these days. She smiled at me. Like I said before, I'm in the morning slot tomorrow. The whole team will be here right when the sun comes up. I waved as I turned to leave. Alright. Maybe I'll see ya. I'm just trying to be polite. I hope I didn't come off as rude. Yes, I wouldn't mind seeing her again, but meeting a whole new team of hunters isn't on my immediate to-do list. I walked off into the city as the sun set, heading towards the market to sell my loot. Chapter 53. I arrived to the market less than 20 minutes later and waved to the old merchant. Hey kid, how are you today? Great. I took my axe and mana out of my item storage to place them on counter between us. You know, that's a neat skill. I don't think you were using it when we first met, but I gotta say item storage must be useful. I froze in place. How could I be so careless? I've been using my item storage skill in front of the merchant this whole time like it's not a big deal. Anyone could have seen me using it here. I looked around cautiously, not that it would matter. The damage is already done, thanks, yeah. It's a good thing to have. Just could you keep it between us? I don't use this skill often. The merchant could sense the tension in my voice and nodded slowly. Sure. I won't pry. He took my mana and placed them on the measuring scale. The big black numbers read out 3976. 43 MU. He took a look at the axe and smirked. This is a 175 strength boost axe. Nice. I can do 80 silver for the whole haul. I thought to myself for a moment, how about 40 silver, an item box, and 2 D-class HP potions? The old man eyed me for a moment, then started shuffling through a cabinet. Sure, work for me. He started counting out my silver and placed a small magic pouch with 2 HP potions on the counter. Oh, one other thing. I pulled out the silver key and handed it to the merchant. His eyes lit up. Where'd you get this? I've only seen a handful of shaman keys in my lifetime. I got it from a dungeon break today. How much is it worth? Oh, good find. I'm sure you could get a few gold at auction for a key like this. Really? So, what's it do? I'm not too sure. I've heard rumors about certain keys being used in the capital labyrinth, but I've never been there myself. If you're looking to sell it, I can give you an address for a good auction house. Here, the old man scribbled something down on a small piece of paper and handed it to me. I took it and threw it in my item storage along with the key. It sounds enticing, but I'm not really interested in an auction right now. I'd rather capitalize on these increased dungeon breaks while I still can. Thanks. Appreciate it. Hey, how long do these surges tend to last anyways? I remembered the innkeeper telling me about them, but I wasn't paying much attention to him when he was explaining. The last one we had lasted just a few days. I'm sure it'll be over by the end of this weekend. I nodded and took the rest of my new items and silver off the table. The silver and potions were placed in my item storage, but I tied the item box around my waist. The old man made a great observation. If I'm going to be using my item storage skill, I should at least be a bit stealthier about it. I'll keep some items in this magic pouch for when I'm out in public. Got it. Thanks again, pleasure doing business with you. Of course, stay safe, kid. With a wave I left the market and grabbed a quick meal before heading back to the inn. I was greeted by the attendant and quickly made my way upstairs. After my signature hot shower, I fell asleep in bed almost immediately. The next morning I woke up full of energy. Once I hopped out of bed and got dressed, I made sure to put my sword and a handful of coins and potions into the new item box I purchased yesterday. Just in case I see anyone out hunting today, it's better that I use this as cover for my item storage skill. After making my way downstairs, I was greeted by the innkeeper in the lobby. Another day of hunting? I nodded and smiled. Yup, it seems like today will be the peak of the surge. There were 2 C-class breaks last night. Be careful out there, young man. Of course, thanks for looking out for me. I'll be okay. I walked out the door with a grin across my face and grabbed a bite to eat before making my way towards the dungeon hub. There's a huge crowd today, especially around the E-class line. The 2 guards in front of it are talking to the groups of passing hunters. Now that I get a closer look, there's at least 2 guards at every station entrance now. Is the surge that bad today? Looks like they are tightening security. I got in line for the D-class dungeons and crossed my arms waiting patiently. Time passed and the line moved along slowly until I came face to face with the 2 guards. One of them spoke up, "Hunter's license." I handed the man my ID and he started shaking his head. "Can't let you in today, sorry." I looked at him with confusion. "Why? What do you mean? All dungeons are only open to parties of 3 or more. The only exception is if you're 1 rank above the dungeon minimum. In this case, you'll need to be C-class minimum to enter the D-class platform if you're hunting solo today. It's for your safety. I assure you, it will be back to normal within a day or 2. I'm going to have to ask you to step out of line. The E-class dungeons are open for you today if you'd like. Okay, I'll just wait for my team then. Sounds good. Come back with them and I'll let you in then. Please step out of line." I stepped out of line while looking at the floor. That was disappointing. I just blurted out that nonsense about a team so I could get back in line later and it wouldn't look weird. I started walking back towards the E-class line while scanning the area. Maybe I can hitch a ride in someone else's party. I won't actually fight with them, I'll just get down to the platform with them. That'll work. I grinned. I walked around for a few minutes but no one looked approachable. Usually other people do the approaching to me. I'm still a bit socially awkward. I haven't thought about it much lately. Even though everyone around me seems to be out to get me in my own mind, is that really a good excuse to never try and make a new friends? Then I remembered. Nessa and Hudson's group. They're hunting this morning. I could get in with them. I wasn't planning on it initially, but if I have to go with anyone, I'd rather go with them than some randoms. I started wandering around a bit more confidently because now I'm looking for a party that I've already met before. This shouldn't be too hard, unless they've already entered the dungeon. The sun did just recently rise. I waited around watching groups of hunters funnel into the dungeons for about 20 minutes. Most people swarmed around the E and D class dungeons. There were a few that entered the C class, and not one person entered the B class dungeons. I did see a few parties go to the escalator in the back that went upwards. I completely forgot about that one. The gear those hunters had on were very expensive looking. It must be some kind of guild-run entrance. I'll check it out later if I have the time. It was kind of calming to watch the crowds of people go by, but at the same time I was getting a bit anxious in the back of my mind, wondering if they'd ever show up. Then finally I saw a familiar face. My eyes lit up as a party emerged from the crowd getting in line at the D-class escalator. It's Hudson and Nessa. I couldn't forget that red hair. What a relief. I walked over with a wide smile on my face. Hudson was the first to notice me. He looked up and waved. Then Nessa looked up and noticed me as well as I came within talking range. "So you decided to actually come and see me?" Jay, yeah, I did. Are you hunting solo in the D-class dungeons today? I heard it may be really dangerous with the recent surge reports. I scratched the back of my head nervously and nodded slowly. Yeah, I was going to, but I kind of need to be in a party to enter. It's a temporary rule apparently. Hudson leaned in and winked at me. Come on in with us. No problem, I smiled. He knows exactly what I need, perfect. No explanation needed, thanks. You're the best, Nessa chimed in again. She could clearly sense what was going on. Come on, fight with us for a little. I want to see what you've got, Yeah sure, I can't say no to her, Hudson interjected. So you'll be joining us today? I looked at him. It won't be the full time if you had special training planned. I don't want to disrupt your session. He grinned. Of course you can fight a few monsters with us today. I'd love to see what you can do. I've been trying to recruit you since the moment we met. It's no problem at all. We both chuckled a bit and I got in line between Nessa and Hudson. There were 3 other team members close behind. I didn't get a good look at them yet. The line started moving forward before I could introduce myself. Looks like I'm on another team, so much for my vow of solitude. At least I'll get to farm for another day in the D-class dungeons. Chapter 54, we all moved forward in line and approached the 2 guards. One of them recognized me. Hey, welcome back. Looks like you do have a party. I nodded. Yep, we all handed our IDs over and made it down the escalator to the D-class platform. It's a mess down here today. There are very large groups waiting by the train platforms but not boarding. Some of them have up to 10 hunters in a single party. I don't even know how that would be profitable. I guess everyone just wants a crack at some potential rare loot from dungeon breaks. They are all camping out waiting for an announcement of a new break. We walked through the crowd to the train platform that would bring us to the Minotaur dungeon. Less than 5 minutes later our train arrived and we boarded. Hudson spoke up. Another day in the dungeons, what a life, huh? The Minotaur dungeon should still be fairly safe today. There is a guild order to clear the boss room if we get close. Plus to do maintenance where we see fit, I replied. Maintenance? What do you mean by that? He grinned. It just means we will have to defeat any mutants we come across to relieve some magic pressure. A routine check of the boss room wouldn't be a bad idea either. Can't let too much energy build up. Especially on the peak day of the surge, okay. Good to know. I didn't know dungeons worked exactly like that. I haven't seen a mutant in this dungeon yet though. Only a few abnormally high levels. Have you? Yeah, there's an occasional mutant. Should be no problem, our team can handle it. We're all high enough level and have some good skills to combat tough opponents. I'm hoping to submit 1 or 2 guild members for the C-class exams coming up in 2 weekends from now. They're holding them here in the city. Nessa's eyes lit up. Oh, you're talking about the C-class exams? Hopefully I'll be able to apply. I'm less than 50 levels away. I raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah? Hopefully I can make it in too, she smiled. Hudson spoke up. These will be your last easy levels. Trust me, I've only been in a few C-class dungeons. I don't level up much anymore. I'd much rather train recruits than face off against those monstrosities. I can only imagine the type of monsters in the higher level dungeons. It's making me excited thinking about it. I spoke up. Hey, if the dungeon doesn't show any signs of irregularities, I'd rather go off and hunt on my own. No offense, I just would like to have the levels and loot to myself. Hudson nodded slowly. Makes sense. Sure. Nessa looked at me with a disappointed look on her face. I met her eyes and replied, hey, don't look at me like that. I'll stick around for a little while. We'll fight together for the first few monster sighting. Her face lit up again. Screech, the train stopped by our platform and we all got off to make our way up the escalator. Soon after we all jumped through the floating blue portal. There are 6 members to our team. I used inspect on everyone. There's me. I'm level 182, but clearly that's not a perfect representation of my strength. Hudson is level 265. Other than his physical strength and long sword, I don't know anything about him yet. He's definitely strong though. Nessa is LV 206. She seems quick, but doesn't carry any weapons. There could be something in her item box, or maybe she has some kind of interesting skill that doesn't require a weapon. There are 2 other girls on the team. One of them has long black hair, pale white skin, wears a black raid suit, and carries 2 daggers. She is level 178. The other girl is dark-skinned and very tall. She's slim with curly brown hair and carries a thin silver longsword. She is level 184. The two of them seem to stick together. There's one last team member, he seems to be a tank. He's short, but very thick. When we entered the dungeon I saw him pull out a massive shield, nothing else. Maybe he focuses on only defense? I'm not sure yet. He's level 198, we all walked together into the dungeon. Hudson led the party while Nessa and I walked closely. The other three members walked right behind us. The dungeon didn't feel much different at all today. Dungeon breaks usually have dense magic concentration in the air. At least we don't have to worry about that. After about 20 minutes of walking we came across our first pair of monsters. I used Inspect, LV 158, LV 161, two minotaurs were standing around in an empty field. They didn't notice us yet. Hudson spoke up, "You're the guest, why don't you take the first hit?" Nessa, be his backup, we both nodded. I pointed my sword at the monsters and made my way towards them. Nessa followed close behind. She didn't take out a weapon or activate any skills. As we drew closer to the minotaurs I decided to ignite my blade. This is the only skill I'll be using in front of this party today. I might as well give them a little show before I go off and hunt solo. As my blade erupted into flames the closest monster turned its head to look at me. We were about 20 m away and the one up front started to charge with its axe held high. Clang, sparks flew as our weapons collided and I pushed the beast backwards. My recent level UPS have upgraded my strength considerably. In the monster's confusion I darted underneath it and swung at its abdomen with a fiery uppercut. The monster let out a roar as I ran behind it and finished the job with a final attack to the back of its neck. I let out a burst of flames to make sure the deed was done and looked at my work with a satisfied grin. That was easy. Nessa was watching from about 10 m back. She looked at me with a grin on her face ear to ear. "Fire, huh?" I nodded while pointing at the other minotaur with my blade. "Yeah. One down, one to go." "I'll leave it to you." She nodded and reached into her item box to pull out a long sword. My eyes widened a bit. A sword? Why didn't she pull that out earlier? The other minotaur realized its partner had been slain and didn't look happy about it. Nessa started running towards the beast, and it locked its eyes on her. Then something unexpected happened. Right in front of my eyes I watched Nessa's blade turn dark red and become covered in a blanket of flames. It's definitely fire magic. I couldn't mistake it for anything else. Clang, sparks flew and flames shot up in the air as Nessa overpowered the monster in front of me. She left huge gashes in the minotaur and left fire reside identical to mine after every hit. I stood there in awe as she brought the monster to its knees, then to a pile of ash beside the one I defeated. She walked over to me with a smile on her face while putting out the flames on her blade. She placed it back into the item box on her waist and spoke up, "That's a pretty good skill, thanks for letting me borrow it." Nessa winked and walked right past me with a smile. I stood there facing the two identical flaming corpses with a blank stare across my face. What did she just do? Chapter 55, Hey. What do you mean you're borrowing my skill? She giggled and turned back towards me. It's my skill called Mimic. I squinted at her with a confused look on my face. Okay? What exactly does it do? How's it work? Well, I can mimic any skill I see. I chose to mimic your fire magic, so it's now my skill as well. I froze for a moment. This could be even more powerful than my skill. She can just copy any skill she sees. Why, you can do this as much as you want? How many skills do you have? Nessa shook her head. No. It's not like that. If I choose to mimic another skill, I'll lose the ability to use my previously obtained skills. I can only hold one at a time. I need to see a specific skill again to switch it back. Okay. So you can just keep this fire magic skill until you decide to change it, kind of. If I sleep or lose consciousness, my saved skill disappears. I have to find something new to mimic every day. It's a blessing and a curse. Does that make sense? Well, yeah, it does. That's interesting. I've never seen a skill like that. Nessa nodded at me with a satisfied look on her face. I haven't gotten to use fire magic in a while. I think I'll keep it for today. Hudson walked over to us. Nice work. These were low levels, but it's good to see you in action. Neat ability. We waited for the monsters to disappear and took one mana crystal each. It would be entertaining to tag along with this party today. But is it really a good use of my time? I'll get a fraction of the EXP. And barely any loot. I decided to speak up. Hey. Thanks for getting me into the dungeon today. I think it would be more efficient if we split up though. I am more of a solo hunter after all. Hudson nodded slowly. Sure. Like I said before, we'll be doing a maintenance run of the boss room in about 4 hours. If you'd like to meet us there, I'd love to have you on the raid team and see you fight seriously. I smirked and thought about it for a moment. The boss room, huh? I was going to wait a few days to challenge it, but with a full team of 6 I'm sure we could defeat it easily. I'd get some good levels and insight on the boss room for when I fight it alone too. I replied, sure, that would be a pleasure. I'll do my daily farming and meet you all at the boss room in exactly 4 hours. Hudson grinned and put out his hand. I shook it. Great. Nessa bobbed her head a bit and smiled at me as she spoke. See you soon, Jay. I smiled and waved as I turned and made a quick departure deeper into the dungeon. See ya. I'm always awkward at goodbyes. At least we'll see each other in a few hours. The dungeon is calm today. There's no sense of any excess magic in the air. One thing did keep coming up in the back of my mind though. Nessa's skill is really similar to mine. No wonder she's leveled up so fast. Is it a unique? I'll ask her more about it later today. Over the next 3 hours or so I roamed around getting deeper and deeper in the dungeon, closing in on the boss room portal. There were 6 major battles that took place during this time. The first 3 groups of Minotaur were all between level 155 and 165. Some of them were defeated in one hit. They dropped 9 large mana in total and a single axe. No levels were gained during these matches. The fourth group consisted of a level 167 and 188. This is a good sign that I was getting deeper into the dungeon. They both dropped mana, but no extra loot. I gained 1 level during this battle. The 5th matchup was 3 monsters in total. Their levels were 172, 177, and 192. The 2 lower levels charged in first and the leader used them as a decoy. Every group like this always uses the same strategy. It gets easier each time. They all dropped mana, and one of the lower level beasts dropped an axe. I gained 2 levels during this battle. I could tell I was nearing the end of the dungeon as my 6th battle started. There was a slight feeling of magic in the air as I approached this group. It consisted of a level 175, 199, and a 203. The lower level was easy, and the 2 higher levels seemed to be fighting for a chance to attack me the whole time. I weaved, dodged, and blocked with body hardening over and over until I wore them down to piles of ash. It's a good thing I'm still faster and more agile than these monsters. They dropped 3 mana, and surprisingly another axe. I gained 4 levels from this fight. It's pretty easy to navigate most dungeons. The general landscape is the same for all of them. Once you spawn in through the start point, all you have to do is trek 3 to 7 kilometers max straight forward to find the boss room. Some terrains are just harder to navigate than others. I've been doing a bit of a zigzag pattern to farm monsters, but I'm definitely less than a kilometer away now. The air is kind of dense, but it's nothing new. Whenever a mutant or strong monster is nearby, it feels like this. It may just be what getting close to a strong D-class boss room feel like. I walked forward for another 10 minutes or so and finally got to the large hill at the back of the dungeon. It should be right around here somewhere. Looks like you made it here early too. How'd your farming go? I saw Hudson stand up and wave to me as the rest of the team sat under a tree eating lunch. I waved back and replied, not bad, the loot drops are pretty good today. Hudson nodded, same for us. Nessa threw me a bottle of water, drink up. We're fighting the boss today. Hudson says it's no joke. I grinned with excitement and drank a good amount before putting it in my item box. Thanks. When are we heading in? Hudson interrupted. It's right around this hill. About a 5-minute walk at most. We just finished fighting a pair of mutants. We're definitely close to the boss room. I turned to him with my eyes wide. Mutants? I didn't even see one today. Yeah, we ran into 2 groups so far. They seem to be staying close by the boss room. You feel that magic in the air? I nodded. I do. I didn't want to mention it. You think there's going to be a break? Hudson smirked. Nah, there isn't nearly enough for a break. Maybe a mutant boss if we're lucky. That'll be some good levels for all of you. Once we beat it, the dungeon will calm down a bit. Nothing out of the ordinary, alright? You know best. Hudson turned to the rest of the team, ready to fight the boss? I think we've rested for long enough. They all got up and readied their combat gear. Nessa shouted, "Okay, let's go." I drew my sword and we were off. The closer we got to the back of the dungeon, the more and more eerie it felt. Hudson seemed to be calm about the situation, so I didn't worry much about it either. After 5 minutes of walking, there were still no monsters in sight. Hudson is about 10 m ahead of us, leading the way up a small section of hill. He yelled down to us, "I see it, looks like we have a mutant to deal with." I ran up to see what he was talking about with my sword ready and a grin across my face, but it turned into more shock than excitement when I took in the view. Right in front of us on a small patch of flat ground stood a dark black portal. I spoke up as the other team members climbed the hill behind me. "This is no ordinary mutant, boss. You've dealt with a portal like this before, right?" Hudson turned to all of us. "Anyone that would like to leave is free to go. This will not be an easy fight." We all started looking at each other with a bit of confusion. Nessa chimed in, "I'm in." "I trust you as my captain," Hudson replied. "I can't guarantee your safety with a portal like this. Black portal mutants can be very unpredictable." Nessa didn't bat an eye. "But your skill. We can all do this together." "Yes, my skill will aid us in this battle. I'd just like to give you all the option to leave. There will be a borderline C-class monster in there. You all signed up for basic training, not this." Nessa nodded. "I know the risks." "I'm in." The other 3 team members talked quietly with each other. Then the tank stepped forward. "We're in. The levels will be worth it." Then they all turned to me. I couldn't hold back my excitement. This is exactly the type of situation I was secretly hoping for. Finally, another strong opponent. "I'm in." Hudson smirked as he turned to all of us. "Well, everyone ready? I'll stay up front. Nessa and Jay will lead the main attack. You 3 stay back for support. There's usually a wave of monsters before the boss. Take care of those for us." Everyone nodded in agreement and faced the spinning black portal. Without much hesitation, we all jumped through. Chapter 56. Once transferred into the boss room, I looked around in awe. This is much different than I expected it to be. We all stood in a wide open plain with short grass and no trees. There were tall rocky hills blocking off the area, acting as walls in all directions around us. It was about 500 m long and 500 m wide if I had to guess. The sky is a light gray color, similar to when it's about to rain. The air visibility is fine up close, but it is a little misty when looking far off into the boss room. There are no monsters in sight, but I hear a rumbling in the distance. I used inspect and enemy detection, LV-224, LV-227, LV-228, LV-230, LV-231, LV-231, LV-256. My jaw dropped. I yelled, "Incoming!" There's 7 of them. 7 bosses, Hudson yelled back to all us, Nessa and Jay. "Follow me. You 3, take on the stampede." "Those aren't bosses, we're going to be dealing with a real boss soon though." The team of 3, including the tank and 2 women, nodded and charged towards the monsters. Hudson led us away from the soon-to-be battlefield. I followed close behind but yelled at him, "They can't handle it. Those monsters are much stronger than anything I faced out in the dungeon. Are you trying to kill your team?" He grinned at me. One moment, we stopped running and turned around to face the action. Nessa and Hudson both stood there smiling, watching their team members charge towards impending doom. They're all barely level 200, I don't know how they could possibly win. "Are these people crazy?" Hudson clasped his hands together and started squatting down slowly while closing his eyes. A warm yellow light started to glow all around him and spread out rapidly. As the light hit me, I could feel an immense amount of warm energy fill my body. It shot up through my legs into my back and all throughout my arms. I felt energized and ready for battle. Even stronger maybe. I watched the team of 3 run towards the group of monsters as they came into view. The yellow light reached them seconds after it hit me. The moment it did, they all began running significantly faster than before. The 7 minotaur that appeared were very intimidating. The monsters in the normal dungeon were nothing in comparison. These ones are all about 5 m tall, and they're packed head to toe with muscle mass. Every step crushes the ground. I can feel the rumble from hundreds of meters away. Their skin is a very dark red color with some black fur spots in certain areas. They all carry massive silver axes and look as angry as can be. The highest level monster is up front, and the other 6 are in 2 lines of 3 behind it. The tank was up front facing them off. After the wave of energy from Hudson, I'm feeling much more confident in them despite the obvious level disadvantage. Moments later the battle really began. The tank charged onward with his heavy shield facing forward and used some type of body hardening magic. His entire body turned a silver color that matched his gear and took on the Minotaur's axe. Clang, he blocked it. The tank even managed to push the level 256 monster backwards as the rogue and sword wielder attacked the beast from both sides. They both landed a clean hit, and actually did a little of damage. It's almost like they're fighting opponents of similar level. How could this be? I spoke to myself out loud. How did they get so much stronger? Hudson grinned at me with a look of satisfaction. It's my skill. I can buff the surrounding hunter's stats for about 1 minute. It'll use up all my MP, but that's what we're here for. To train you guys, not me. He smiled. I replied, that's a useful skill. How much is the buff? Well, right now it'll raise every stat by about 25%. Comes in handy for boss rooms like this. Unfortunately, I can only buff my team members, it doesn't work on myself. Makes sense. That's really good. I nodded and looked back at the battle at hand while thinking to myself, so if a hunter is around level 200, that means with this buff in place their stats are equivalent to a level 250. It may only last for a minute, but that may be all the time we need. You could grind some serious levels with a skill like that. No wonder he trains D-class hunters for his guild. The rogue and sword wielder were incredibly fast compared to the 6 Minotaur in the back. The one up front could track their movements and block attacks pretty easily though. Its overall defense is also incredibly high. At this rate they need to land 30 to 50 more of those hits to take it down. The tank kept the level 256 busy by letting it hit him over and over again while he used his hardening skill. The other 2 weaved in and out of the other 6 Minotaurs, slowly chipping away at their HP. About a minute later, half of them were on the ground. Hudson drank an MP potion and let out another surge of energy. It began to flow through my body again and I felt all my stats increase simultaneously. The second time was still just as cool as the first. As the 2 women finished off the other 3 weaker opponents, I watched the beast bash away at the tank's shield. He is definitely getting tired, but his teammates are now on the way to help. The team of 3 faced off against their final opponent. I watched with jealous eyes. They must be having such a good time with that beast. They'll need to chip away at it slowly and be very careful with every move they take. I watched in awe for a few more seconds, wishing I could also be out on the battlefield. Then I felt an ominous presence. Like it answered my thoughts, the air felt dense and everyone turned to the back of the cave. Even the remaining Minotaur paused its attacks for a moment. Something evil is lurking at the back of this dungeon. The real boss is finally here. I could almost visibly see a dark fog coming from the distance. But I think it's just my imagination. The heavy magic in the air and light mist are playing tricks on me. I used inspect and enemy detection. My heart skipped a beat. LV 312, it's over level 300. How is this possible? Even with Hudson's buff, no one here even gets close to its level. The 3 occupied team members continued their battle. I could see Nessa was visibly concerned. She could also tell whatever just appeared is incredibly strong. Hudson looked confident still. I guess he has a plan. That made me feel a bit better. I'm shaking. With some nerves, but mostly excitement. I can't control it. I stared out into the distance as a large shadowy figure emerged from the horizon, coming at us with unbelievable speed. Hudson shouted, I have 2 more full MP potions. Nessa and Jay, take it from here. You have just under 3 minutes to take this thing out. I looked at Nessa and she looked back at me. We both ignited our swords and sprinted forward towards the creature in the distance. As we got closer it came into view and let out a mighty roar. I couldn't believe my eyes at first. This is truly a demon. The monster's skin is jet black and it stands over 7 m tall. The beast's muscles and veins are somehow even more impressive than its underlings, with very visible striations and oversized limbs. The horns coming off of its head are a different color than any other minotaur I've seen before as well. They seem to be black, but they shine a deep crimson color when light hits them from an angle. It wears huge silver wrist guards and wields a massive battle axe to match them. The energy emanating off it gets stronger and stronger with every step closer I get. This is definitely going to be my hardest battle yet, and I can't wait. Chapter 57. Nessa and I continued charging forward with flaming blades straight at the mutant boss. The closer we get, the denser the air fills up with magic. The beast is cracking the ground with every step and letting out large amounts of air from its nose while grunting. The speed of the Minotaur is astounding. I've never seen anything move this fast. Even with my stat buff from Hudson, this beast still has me beat on speed. It's clearly much stronger, and from prior experience with its kind I can assume its defense is much better than mine too. That just leaves agility. Hopefully I have it beat there. We're less than 50m away now. 40m, 30m, 20m, it's time to fight. Nessa and I nodded at each other and broke off to opposite sides of the monster to launch a dual attack. I ran right, she ran left. The Minotaur reacted instantly by swinging its axe towards Nessa and its massive silver-plated arm at me. I attacked it with a blade full of fire. It's giving me a free shot to the arm right above the wrist guards. I might as well take it while I have the chance. As I made contact, my eyes went wide and my whole demeanor changed. I swung with all my might and used a lot of fire magic, but my attack barely pierced its skin. The Minotaur followed through with its swing and smacked me like an annoying bug at point blank. This sent me flying in the air 15m backwards. I blocked some of the impact with my sword, but I could feel a few bones break from its overwhelming strength. Out of the corner of my eye I saw a streak of fire fly off in the other direction. Nessa's attack was futile as well. The boss overpowered both of us like it was swatting flies. I used my sword to bring myself back up to my feet. I used regenerate to heal a few broken ribs from the impact and check my status. It read out 595/950 HP and 865/950 MP. I looked around to get a feel for the entire situation. The team of 3 are still fighting their Minotaur. It seems like they're doing alright. That battle will just take time. I trust them to finish it off. Hudson is about 100m behind us. He's still sending out a stat buff signal. At this rate, we only have 2 minutes left at most. I watched Nessa stand to her feet chugging an HP potion while dripping blood. Looks like she's okay, but took a brutal hit from that axe. I'm going to have to use my other skills if I want to have any chance fighting this creature. It's the only way. I'll deal with the consequences after I make it out of this alive. We both charged back in at the beast with our swords ablaze. I went in aiming for its weak spots this time. I thought maybe with increased agility I could maneuver under its arms and get a slice in behind the knee. I was mistaken. Even with 2 sword-wielding hunters coming at it from both sides, the Minotaur managed to time its hits on both of us perfectly. This time I was the one on the side with its axe. As it came down I tried to dodge and maneuver around the blade and run under its body to take advantage of a blind spot. The beast's eyes tracked me with laser focus until I was out of sight, then it relied on instincts alone to cut me down instantly. It turned the axe blade mid-swing and landed a hit to my unguarded torso. The moment I registered what was happening I hardened my entire front side. It lightened the blow, but black crystals shattered everywhere as I was blown backwards, sliding across the ground a solid 10m. I watched Nessa land a small hit on its arm as she was thrown across the field opposite to me again. I stood up spitting out a mouthful of blood. That was a serious hit. I tried to regenerate my torn open chest the best I could and checked my status. It read out 40/950 HP and 765/950 MP. I grabbed an HP potion and chugged it as fast as I could. I need a new plan. This mindless charging is not going to work. I rely too much on my physical strength and speed sometimes. I need to use my brain if I want to beat this behemoth. I shook my head back and forth for a few seconds trying to think of anything worth trying. Then something really dumb, or maybe genius, came to mind. Either way, it'll look cool. It's all I can think of right now. It's worth a shot. I yelled to Nessa, "Hey, listen. Do you have any loot from today's raids?" She turned to me with a confused and half-horrified look. "What?" "Yes." "Why?" "This is not the time for that. Take it out of your item box." Trust me, she looked at me with bewilderment and decided to go along with my plan. Nessa pulled 3 large axes out of her item box and placed them on the ground in front of her. "That's all I have." "Where do you want them?" "Right there." "Perfect." I took the 3 axes from my own farming out of item storage and placed them on the ground in front of me as well. The Minotaur watched us curiously for a moment, but began to charge at us again. I dropped my sword and closed my eyes. Telekinesis. I repeated my new skill's name over and over in my head. I haven't used it before today. This better work. I focused on the 6 axes in front of me and they all lifted up into the air above my head in a circle formation. I tried to replicate the shaman's design as best I could. It seemed to work well for it. The monster shifted directions and charged at me. It paid no attention to Nessa. I ignited each axe into flames and prepared my attack. I ran forward at the beast and motioned my arms at the monster's head. The axes flew through the air, leaving trails of fire behind them like shooting stars. I sent the 6 flaming projectiles rocketing towards the Minotaur's face. The monster let out a mighty roar as it tried to block them with its own axe. I twisted my hands around in the air and changed the axe's trajectory mid-flight. They all narrowly swerved around the monster's axe and continued towards its face. Clank! I watched 3 of the axes shatter instantly as they collided with the Minotaur's dark crimson horns. The other 3 axes actually made it through for a few direct hits. 2 struck its nose and 1 landed very close to its left eye. The fire burned bright, and the Minotaur let out a roar of pain. Not a total failure after all. That actually did some damage, but not nearly enough to slow this beast down. Enough to buy me some time to think of something else though. I concentrated and pulled the remaining 3 axes from the Minotaur's flesh while leaving small amounts of flame residue behind. Its face seems to be a bit weaker than the rest of its body. The problem is those horns. I brought the axes back towards me and let them hover above my head. Nessa stared at me with a serious look on her face. I'll leave the questioning for later, that can buy us some time. Have anything else up your sleeve? Land as many hits. Clang! 2 of the axes shattered into pieces as they made contact with the beast's horns. The remaining axe made it through and landed right next to its left eye again where I'd hit the monster previously. It let out a roar and managed to grab the axe with its other hand and pull it out before I could get a hold of it myself. The beast slammed the axe against its own horn and shattered it to pieces. During all of this confusion, Nessa had enough time to land a few clean fiery hits on the monster's legs and retreat back towards me without taking any damage. The Minotaur hardly seemed to notice it at all. Its defenses are insane. I heard Hudson shout something from behind us as he chugged an MP potion. This is the last one. You all have about a minute left. Make it count. I gritted my teeth and grinned at the monstrosity in front of me. With all odds stacked against me, I'm really starting to enjoy this battle. I'll find a way to win. I have to. At chapter 58, I look around to see all my new team members fighting for their lives in battle. The team of 3 has done some pretty good work on their Minotaur. With a little more time they'll be able to finish it off. Nessa is visibly exhausted, but she's landed a few good hits on the boss with me so far. If I had to guess, I'd say it still has 90% of its HP left. There's no way we'll be able to beat it with the strategy we're working with now. I'm out of axes to throw. I left my sword on the ground about 20 m away, and we're running out of time. Hudson has 30 seconds left of his stat buff at best. The boss begins to sprint towards me, grunting and cracking the earth beneath its massive legs. I have to think. This is the moment in every battle where I feel the most alive. I'm calm, but on the edge of my breaking point as well. My brain is working on overdrive, flashing every past battle experience over and over in my head, trying to use instinctive pattern recognition to solve my current predicament. It's the most stressful, yet best feeling in the world. The boss is less than 10 m away from me now. It's seconds away from a brutal attack. At this moment, an idea finally popped into my head. I yelled to Nessa and positioned my arm backward in the direction of my fallen sword. Hey! How many MP potions do you have on you? She yelled back. Just 1 left. I smirked as I used telekinesis to make my sword fly back into my right hand. Clank! The moment I gripped my sword, the Minotaur's axe came down. I created a thick wall of crystal hardening on the front side of my body and took on the majority of the blow with my sword. Crack! I watched my sword begin to splinter in front of my eyes as the axe pushed me backward. This beast overpowered me again. It followed through with its strike and broke my sword in 2. The axe slammed into my torso and shattered my black crystal armor, throwing me backward, sliding a solid 15 m across the rocky ground. While coughing up blood, I checked my status. It read out 275/950 HP and 540/950 MP. I have to put my final plan into action now if we want to have any chance of surviving this. I chugged my last HP potion and watched the boss quickly turn towards Nessa. I stood out in the open with half a sword and a malicious grin across my face while igniting into flames. I threw my broken sword at the Minotaur's head and used telekinesis to ensure a direct hit. Hey! You're fighting me, big guy. The dull piece of metal hit the back of its head and the beast shifted its focus back to me. I yelled to Nessa, take that MP potion to Hudson right now. I'll distract it. Use Mimic on Hudson's skill and give me a double buff. This is our only chance. Her eyes went wide and nodded. Nessa ran towards Hudson while the boss stared me down it's less than 10 m away from me, but I don't dare look back. 5 more seconds go by, my lungs are burning and my legs have never moved this fast. I feel the ground cracking under every step I take. The beast's breath is hitting my back. I've run out of time. Clank! I hear the swing of the axe behind me and harden my back the best I can while bracing for impact. Black crystal fragments fly everywhere as my defenses are shattered along with a few bones in my lower spine and I'm thrown 20 m forward in the air even further from the battlefield. I immediately regenerate my broken back and climb to my feet with a groan. I check my status to see 135/950 HP and 410/950 MP. The monster is charging towards me for its final fatal blow. I ignite my entire body into flames and prepare for whatever it'll throw at me next, then I see a ripple of yellow light coming my way across the ground. She made it just in time. Nessa really pulled through. I run forward to match the charge of the boss and concentrate my fire magic into the palms of my hands. We're less than 10 m apart as I plunge into the fast approaching yellow light. I feel even more energy surge into my body. My steps speed up, my magic feels stronger, and I looked at the monster with a very new perspective. As we were about to collide, I narrowly dodged the axe flying towards me and swerved around its right side. The monster is still very quick and definitely much stronger than me. But the battle I'm fighting in now seems like a slow-motion version of before. With the element of surprise, I dodged its blade and managed to get behind it. I planted my right leg and turned, carrying a fist full of fire. I shaped the fire magic into a sword and plunged it deep into the Minotaur's back while letting out a yell. I released as much of my fire as I could into the monster while absorbing MP at the same time. This may be the only time I can catch it off guard. I'll take advantage of this situation as much as I can. The monster let out a vicious roar and twisted its body to shake me off for a full 4 seconds. I managed to do some serious damage. It was not happy about it. The beast jumped in the air and leaned back. At this moment I knew I overstayed my welcome and darted off as fast as I could. THUDDD, the boss fell on its back attempting to crush me, but also succeeding in putting out some of the flames. It got to its feet immediately and stared me down. I made the first move and started running at it. I need to keep the pressure hot while the advantage is mine. The double buff will wear out in less than a minute. I'll have to get it done just like every other battle of this nature. Dodge, weave, and only take guaranteed hits. It's still stronger than me, but I finally have a speed and agility advantage. This is what I'm used to. I sprinted forward and spun around its axe. The boss learned from its last failure and turned its body when the axe swing missed. I wasn't able to get behind it this time. I assumed this would be the case. Mid-turn I focused a large amount of fire magic into my palms and created a dense orb of flames. I let the orb fly out of my hands and used telekinesis to direct its path. The monster's axe was down on the ground, and its attention was focused on not letting me behind it. The orb of fire flew towards the monster's face and made an impact right in the center of its forehead. It exploded, letting out a massive amount of energy and flames. The boss let out a roar and put its arms in the air, flailing in pain. I took this opportunity to summon my fire sword and jumped up to make a deep gash across its chest. On the way down I sliced open its right leg deep to the bone, letting my fire burn bright and absorbing MP in the process. It shrieked and flailed but soon set its focus on me again. The monster was getting tired. It began moving slower, but its deadly stare never changed. This beast will not give up until the end. The boss initiated a charge this time and I matched it. I easily dodged its axe swing and ran around its backside. The beast attempted to turn with me, but it has become too slow to keep up with me. That gash on the right leg must have really done a number on it. I concentrated every last bit of MP I had into a final blow. My sword of fire burned bright as I jumped up and sunk it deep into the back of its neck. I let out a yell while releasing a blast of energy that brought the beast to its knees. A well-fought battle. Without my team members, I couldn't have won this one. I absorbed as much of the dying monster's MP as I could while continuously releasing fire magic into its body. The boss let out a final grunt. Then I heard a ringing in my head that confirmed my victory. Level up, 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 Underscore 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 name J Soju level 211 HP 280/1060 MP 205/1060 strength 512 128 128 speed 606 152 152 agility 630 156 156 defense 451, 180, 113, 113, mental strength, 512, 102, 128, 128, skills, absorption, swordsmanship, combat magic, fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection, body hardening, special grade, self-regeneration, spatial magic, item storage, plunderer, telekinesis, items equipped, golden wolfring, 20% mental strength, Cyclops Eye Pendant, 40% defense, buffs, 25% all base. Stats, 25% all base stats, I gained 22 levels, even while sharing the EXP with 5 other team members, that is some serious level gains. My stats are significantly buffed temporarily too. I feel great, the body of the Minotaur disappeared in front of me and 2 large items fell from the corpse. A massive mana crystal rolled to my feet, but beside it lay an item that made me grin ear to ear. The massive dark horn of the Minotaur glimmered a deep dark crimson color in the faint light of the dungeon. It was left as a reward for my battle. I could feel the boss emitting a strange aura of dominance even after its death. With a smirk, I placed it in my item storage. Moments later I looked up to see a few members of the team running towards me in the distance. Then, after a few seconds, the rest of them followed close behind. It looks like we all made it out of here alive. What a relief! This could have totally gone another way. Chapter 59. I lifted the large mana crystal up in the air to show them the boss's loot, but the white transfer light already started. We were all sent back to the dungeon's starting point. I heard Hudson's voice a moment later. That was much harder than I predicted it would be. Usually, 1 buff is more than enough. I'm glad we all made it out unharmed. I looked at him with mixed emotions. I'm a bit frustrated with him for letting us all go into this potential death trap with him. On the other hand, he did warn us beforehand, and I'm really glad I got to fight an opponent of this magnitude. It'll prepare me for when I have to fight C-class monsters like this without aid from teammates in the future. I replied, and tossed the mana crystal up and down in my hand. It's fine, I had fun. Nessa jumped in. Hey. It's kind of not fine. We almost all died. I nodded and shrugged. Yeah, but we didn't. This post-fight adrenaline makes up for everything. I don't really care much about anything but riding this high as long as I can. Nessa was visibly annoyed but in a half-playful way. Hudson laughed a little. Well, I think that's more than enough for today. Jay, would you like to come back to the guild with us? Nessa nodded at me. Yeah, you should come and check the guild out. I'd say we have a few things to talk about. She winked. You're right. I'll come. Nessa definitely saw me use a few skills at once. I don't think it matters though, as long as she doesn't go telling everyone in town about it. You can tell a lot about someone when you're in a life or death situation with them. Even with my past issues, and the fact that we just recently met. I'm going to put my trust in Nessa, just like she put her trust in me during our battle with the boss. We all stepped out of the dungeon and took the train back to the main dungeon hub. The area is packed with hunters. Apparently, there's been a record high amount of breaks and mutants today. I overheard the guards speaking to a crowd on our way out. All platform clearance ranks have been raised by 1 full class. It does not matter if you're in a party. You must be a C-class hunter to enter any of the D-class dungeons until further notice. Please bear with us, this is for your own safety. That makes sense. This really must be the peak of the surge. Hudson spoke up. Follow me. He leads us through the crowd and out into the open street. We walked for less than 10 minutes and came across a tall silver building. It looked like every other office building in the city. We walked through the front door and were greeted by 2 men in formal wear. One of them spoke to Hudson. Welcome back so soon. How'd the raid go today? He replied. We had some issues, but everyone made it out unharmed. I brought in a new potential recruit. I'd like to talk to the guild master if he's free. Glad to hear it. I'll put in a request for you. Heal up in the training rooms. Someone will come to get you once you've all fully recovered. Hudson nodded and shook the man's hand while motioning us to follow. We took the elevator up a few floors and made it to a long symmetrical hallway that looked just like the training rooms at the Hunters Association. There were just fewer doors in this hallway. Hudson opened the first door on the left and we all walked in. It is a white-walled room with the low hum of mana shields. There are a few racks full of armor, weapons, and potions on the back wall. Everyone walks over and starts healing up. Hudson spoke, "Go ahead, take what you need to heal yourself." I nodded and walked over to drink an HP and an MP potion to restore myself completely. Then I heard Hudson's voice again, "Nessa and Jay, stay with me here. Could the rest of you bring the leftover loot to the trade-in center, then take the rest of the day off? We've been through enough." Nessa and Hudson dropped handfuls of mana onto the ground. The tank and two women took them all and left the room. Hudson turned to me, "Now let's address the elephant in the room. You're a multi-skill user. I saw you use at least 3, Nessa did as well. Is this known by anyone else? Are you affiliated with any guilds?" I took a deep breath in and out before replying. This feels more like an interrogation than a conversation now, but at least he asked the team members who didn't see my other skills to leave the room. Yes. I have one non-exclusive contract with a small guild in my hometown. I do have a few very promising skills. I appreciate the privacy. It seems you already understand my situation. I only used them to save our lives. I wouldn't have shown off if I didn't have to. They both nodded. Hudson spoke up, "Would you like to join our guild with a non-exclusive as well? What benefits would I gain? There are already tons of dungeons in the city. Are there any private ones? What's in it for me?" "Well, the only benefit at your current class we could offer would be a salary and access to gear to train with." Okay. If I were to join, I'd like non-disclosure contracts made. Anyone I party with cannot leak information about my skills. You two included. I'd rather not party with anyone new, or honestly with anyone at all if that's possible. Understood. That could be arranged. What about special dungeons not available to the public? That's what I'm interested in. I don't care much about a salary. We don't have access to any unique dungeons yet. The only thing I can think of that could benefit you would be to access the labyrinth when you reach C-class. I raised an eyebrow. The labyrinth? Hudson looked a bit puzzled at my response. The labyrinth? You've never heard of it? I shook my head. No, tell me. What is this place? He grinned. It's a multistage dungeon at the center of the capital. It's been there since the Great War. The strongest hunters flocked to it from all over the Vice region to raid for riches and experience. I scratched my head. A multi-stage dungeon? What do you mean by that? Well, it's easier to explain it in terms of floors. When you enter, you'll be on the level known as Floor 1. In the Vice Labyrinth, it's just a goblin dungeon. You have to defeat the boss of each floor to advance to the next. Floor 10 is a dungeon similar in strength to the one we just raided. Every floor increases in difficulty. It is rumored that the Vice Labyrinth is over 50 floors. The more hunters that enter, the bigger the labyrinth grows. The magic energy from hunters that enter is taken in and used to spawn more floors. The one in the city's center has been growing for around 50 years. No one has made it to the last floor yet. I stared at him with my eyes wide. So? What happens if someone defeats the boss on the last floor? Hudson smiled. Well, the labyrinth disappears. Every once in a while smaller labyrinths spawn in towns or even out in the mountains where there is excess magic build-up. Smaller ones are defeated quickly around here. They can be as small as 10 to 20 floors. The loot is usually very rare and drops a much higher percentage of the time in labyrinths. Wow. I need to try one of those. They aren't too well known out in the countryside. It's mostly government run, and occasionally elite guild members enter. If you're not from around here, I guess it would make sense for you not to know much about it. I personally have never entered the capital labyrinth. I nodded. Well. In that case, I think I'll pass on joining the guild for the time being. Maybe when there are some good benefits for me. Knock knock knock. A woman with long blonde hair, black glasses, and carrying a large notepad walked in. Sorry to interrupt. Hudson, your request to see the guild master has been delayed. He's out of town for a few days. Hudson nodded slowly and motioned her to leave. It's okay. Thank you for letting me know. The woman left and we all stood in silence for a few seconds. Nessa chimed in. Well, that went completely off topic. We didn't agree on anything final, but I'm glad we cleared a few things up. I just wanted to thank you for today, Jay. Just know, the fact that you're a multi-skill user is safe with me. I won't say a word if you don't want me to, she smiled at me. Hudson spoke up too, same with me, I don't think it's that big a deal though. This is a big world, you know. Eventually, word will have to get out if you want to keep climbing the ranks as a hunter. I nodded, you're right. I appreciate it. I think it's about time I get going. So soon? I could show you around the training facility if you'd like. I'll have to pass for now. I'd like to head out before it gets too late in the day. I have a few things to do. I will come by again soon though. Sure, come by anytime you want. We can get some good training in. Nessa, could you show him out to the lobby? I shook Hudson's hand and followed Nessa out the door and into the elevator. She looked at me curiously. We reached the bottom floor pretty quickly. Nessa smiled and waved. I hope we can party up again. I'd like to get to know you more, you know. I smiled back and waved back. I agree. Maybe I'll see you in the D-class dungeons later this week. I'll be back, she nodded, and the sliding doors closed behind me as I walked away. Moments later I made it out into the busy street. Labyrinths, huh? I vaguely remember reading about them but had no idea there was one here in the city. That's something to look forward to. I started walking towards the market to sell my mana and get this Minotaur horn checked out. After that, I need to get another new sword. It'll have to be a lot stronger this time around. I can't believe I broke another one. Chapter 60. I made my way back to the market with a smile on my face. The guild took the 7 mana from those other monsters, so I think it's fair that I get to keep the big mana from the boss. It ended up being a pretty even split. The Minotaur horn, on the other hand, I'll just take it as compensation for dealing the final blow to the boss. They didn't even see me place it in my item storage, so it's fair game in my mind. About 15 minutes later I walked into the square and waved to the old merchant. Hey kid. How's it going? What do you have for me today? I dumped my mana out onto the silver scale. It read out 3104.53 MU. I have one more thing for you as well. I looked over my shoulder to make sure no one was looking and reached into my item storage to pull out the large Minotaur horn. THUDDD. I set the huge item on the table and looked at the merchant with a satisfied smile on my face. What can you give me for this? I need to buy a new sword today too, so give me your best price. The merchant raised an eyebrow and his eyes went wide as he examined the horn. I watched him scratch his head and feel every inch of it for a solid 30 seconds straight. He finally looked up. This is some rare C-grade material we're working with here. I'm sure people would pay 5 gold. No, even 10 gold if you found the right buyer for this, I smirked. What is it even used for? Well, if you can find a good blacksmith, horns like these can be turned into incredible blades. I personally have never seen one of this size. You could make an incredible sword out of it. I grinned while thinking back to my battle with the Minotaur. It shattered 6 axes and my main sword like they were made of glass. Where can I find a blacksmith? If you go to the main shopping center, there's a pretty good sword shop on the 8th floor. It's called Apollo's Sword Shop. I can give you an adder dash. Oh. I've been there before. They do custom work. The merchant nodded. That's great. Yeah, bring that horn in. I'm sure they'll have a blacksmith available, thanks. Oh, and for the mana. How about 30 silver? The old man nodded once. Works for me. As always, pleasure doing business. I shook the merchant's hand and placed the silver coins along with the Minotaur's horn into my item box. You too. Thanks again, old man. With a wave goodbye, I turned and headed off to the shopping center. When I arrived, I walked into the building to look up and see the sky. This building has some beautiful architecture. The glass walls and open view ceilings still amaze me. I came here with Ray and Maria not too long ago to buy weapons and test out the sim training rooms. The sun is starting to set. The orange light is shining through the building's open roof as I started to go upstairs. Moments later, I made it to the 8th floor and walked over to the familiar shop. A woman wearing a suit greeted me with a small bow. Welcome to Apollo's Sword Shop. Will it just be you today? Yes, just me. Are you buying, selling, or crafting? Please show me your hunter's license. I handed her my ID. I guess I'll be crafting. I'd like to see a blacksmith if that's possible. She nodded and gave me back my ID. Alright, follow me. She motioned for me to follow her inside. Once we entered the store, she spoke to a man wearing an identical suit to her own. I need a blacksmith for a D-class hunter. The man nodded and looked me in the eyes. please come with me, sir." I followed him to the back of the room and we went through a red curtain on the wall with a sign above it reading VIP in black letters and a gold frame. "Please enter the third room on your left. Your blacksmith is ready for you." I opened the door after walking down the empty hallway. A short bald man sat at the end of a long brown table in a well-lit room with black walls. "Welcome, welcome. The name's Frederick. What can I do for you today? Nice to meet you. I'm Jay. I'd like to have a sword made." I took the minotaur horn out of my item box and set it down on the table. The bald man's eyes lit up and he started examining the item. "This is no ordinary item. You're looking to make yourself a one-of-a-kind C-class weapon today, aren't you?" "Well, yes. I was hoping you could craft something worth my while." He continued examining the item and began writing a few things down on a notepad. Then looked up at me. "You know, we may get some C-grade element stones after this surge is over. It would be a shame to craft such a fine piece of material without bringing out its full potential." I looked at him in confusion. "Element stones? What are those?" "Sometimes rare drops trickle down into the public market from higher-ranking dungeons. The only dungeon I know of that produces element stones in the Vice region is the C-class Advanced Ogre dungeon. The only other possible place would be the Labyrinth, and no one is crazy enough to go in there these days." I nodded and let him babble on. This is the type of guy that just loves the sound of his own voice. He's a talker. Every once in a while we get a shipment of element stones sent in from the Hunters Association on special order. I've seen a few dozen of them come through here in the last couple of years. They are definitely becoming a bit less rare with the recent surges, but still pretty hard to get your hands on. "Okay. That's nice, but what are they?" "They're stones that give off the energy of a certain element. If you defeat a very strong magic user, there's a small chance they'll drop a stone that correlates with the type of magic they possessed. It will give off massive amounts of magic energy and slowly dissipate into the air unless stored correctly or fused with another magic item that can contain it. I've seen a few water, fire, and earth stones in my day. Those are the most common in my personal experience." I raised an eyebrow. "If that's what he's describing. I have an element stone. A fire stone to be exact. Say I brought in an element stone. Could you fuse it with this horn to make me a sword?" The man shook his head. "Unfortunately no, I can't. We're only permitted to fuse stones authorized by the association. Secondly, I'm not high enough level to fuse stones of that magnitude." I used inspect, LV at 134, my eyes went dull and I sighed a bit. Of course, they paired me with this guy. I'm a D-class solo hunter, they wouldn't expect me to come in here with C-class materials. "Do you think there's any place in town that could fuse an element stone without an authorization?" He scratched his head and thought for a moment. "I can't help you there. I'm sure there's a black market for this kind of thing, but I don't recommend you get involved in that kind of thing. People go missing all the time in those parts of the city." I nodded and placed the minotaur horn back into my item box. "Hey, thanks for the help and the information. I think I'm going to wait a little while before crafting this sword." "You're right, an element stone would be a great addition." He nodded and smiled. The man didn't seem too disappointed that he'd just lost a customer by running his mouth. "This must happen often, it's okay. Come back in after the surge finishes up. There's a chance we may have what you're looking for in stock." I thanked the man again and walked out the door to make my way down to the ground level. That wasn't a total waste of time. I did learn some pretty good info. Gurgly, my stomach curled up into a ball and threatened to come up my throat. I haven't eaten all day, I need something now. I walked all the way back toward the food market and found a busy local bar. I sat next to an older-looking man and gave him a head nod as I got the bartender's attention. "Could I get your special, and whatever beer you have on draft?" "Sure thing. Coming right up." I nodded and sat back with a sigh and looked at the sky. The old man turned to me. I took a good look at him. He wore a very sturdy leather jacket, worn-out jeans, and big black heavy boots. His hands were rough and covered in a substance that looks like it's been caked on for decades. A true working man. "I wonder what he does here in the city. Hey, what do you do for work, old man?" He chuckled. "Oh, you don't want to know, kid," then gulped down the rest of his beer while motioning for the bartender to get him another glass. I used inspect out of curiosity. LV 368. My eyes went wide. "Are you a hunter?" He laughed at me again. The bartender came back with my food and 2 drinks. One for me, and one for the old man. He looked at me with his tired eyes and raised his glass. I raised mine as well. Clink. We both took a long swig, then he replied, "I used to be a hunter." The association banned me from dungeons long ago though. I could tell by the tone of his voice that it'd be better if I don't ask too many more questions about his past. At the same time, this encounter couldn't have gone any better. Who better to ask for a black market smith? Enough said, he nodded. I began to eat my food. After a few minutes, the old man finished his new drink, and I was nearing the end of my own. He waved the bartender over and asked for another. I interrupted and threw a silver coin on the counter. Drinks on me tonight, old man, he grinned. Now you're speaking my language. The bartender brought over a few more rounds and we drank as the sun set. Eventually, the old man spoke up. All right, kid, I've been around the block a few more times than days you've been alive. I appreciate the drinks, but what is it? What do you want? I raised an eyebrow and gulped down the last of my drink to calm my nerves. I'm new to town. I need an introduction to a good blacksmith. Someone off the books. He smirked and finished his own drink. Ah, that's it? I thought this was going to be a lot more serious. Kids these days crack me up. He took a pen off the bar's register and scribbled something down on a napkin. Here. Show up early in the morning and ask for Brianna. She can make whatever you need, just be ready to pay the price. I took the paper with a wide grin across my face. Thanks a lot. Maybe I'll see you around. Drinks on you next time. He laughed. Yeah right, kid. With a smile and a wave, I left the bar and started walking towards the inn. What a successful day. I can't wait to get this sword crafted tomorrow. Chapter 61. I made it back to the inn and nodded to the man sitting behind the front desk before riding the elevator up to my room. After my usual hot shower, I fell into bed and stared at the ceiling thinking about my day. Maybe the folks at the Terra Guild are a group of good people after all. I wouldn't mind seeing Nessa and Hudson again. I really enjoyed that boss fight and gained a lot more levels, but I think I'll try to take tomorrow off from fighting. It'd be better to focus on crafting my new sword and take a day to relax. The drinks from earlier allowed my mind to wander aimlessly as I fell into a deep sleep. The next morning my mind and body were rejuvenated entirely as I jumped out of bed. After taking the elevator down to the lobby, I saw the innkeeper smile and wave at me as I walked towards the front door. Another day of hunting? Now, today's my day off. Probably a good plan. There weren't any major breaks last night. It seems the surge hit its peak yesterday. There may be some minor activity for another day or two, but we made it through another one. Oh yeah? That's good to hear, he nodded. Well, have a nice relaxing day, sir. I walked out the door and replied, you too, have a great day. The sun just came up over the horizon as I walked following the directions of the old man's sloppily written address. My stomach still feels kind of full from last night, but it's probably a better idea to eat now and not worry about it later. I stopped by a small family-run diner to grab a breakfast sandwich before making my way toward the opposite side of town. The further I walked, the more off-putting the environment felt. The buildings became shorter and more run down. Everyone around wore less well-kept clothing and the general feel for the town was a bit more rugged. I expected this though. I am trying to find a black market after all. All of the tall silver buildings were glimmering in the distance. There's a completely different way of life out here. Most of the buildings were made of red bricks, others were old school and made of wood. About a third of the buildings are definitely abandoned because the windows are cracked and some doors are completely smashed in. There's no way anyone lives in those. This part of town is where all the outcasts from the city reside. There's a bar on every corner and they're mostly filled with guys in dark rugged clothing, tattoos, and dirty hands. Just like the old man at the bar last night, these people have had long and tough lives. Some of them look really intimidating and mean, but the majority of people here are laughing and having a good time. It's just a crowd I'm not used to. There's no point in thinking poorly of them. We're all living life with the hand we were dealt day by day. After about 30 minutes of walking in total, I finally found the building that belonged to the address. It's about 3 stories high and made of old bricks. There are 2 big-looking men in black leather jackets standing outside. The structure has no open windows where anyone could see clearly inside. I walked straight up to the front door and talked to the men. Hey. I'm looking for Brianna. The man on the right raised an eyebrow while smirking and stepping forward. Oh yeah? What for? You don't seem to be from around here. I gulped and used inspect, LV 144, LV 151. I let out a sigh of relief and stood my ground confidently. These guys may be high level to the usual thugs around here, but they don't scare me. I need a smith. I was told Brianna can craft what I need. They both laughed and turned to mutter a few things to each other before nodding and opening the door. You seem serious enough, just no funny business, kid. Mess around and you're dead. Understood. I walked through the front door and was pretty surprised at what I saw. There were almost a dozen people working at desks reading books and writing things down on papers. Every desk had piles of swords, potions, rings, bracelets, and magic gear I'd never seen before. It looked like they were filing and keeping stock of large quantities of magic items. The man who let me in spoke up. Go up to the third floor, I'm sure she knows you're coming. Thanks. I walked through the working men and women while eyeing the gear they were sifting through. Some of it looks like some pretty good quality stuff. At the end of the room, there's a spiral staircase that goes both up and down. I walked up it. The second floor wasn't anything like I expected either. There were 2 women on either side of the room working at desks. They seemed to be filing more items and doing paperwork as well, but these workers were in less of a rush than the ones downstairs. At the end of the room, there's an empty desk. A tall, thin man with short black hair stood next to it while reading a book. He looked up at me through his wire-framed glass and gave me a nod of approval as I continued upstairs. Once I finally made it to the top floor of the building, I immediately felt an ominous presence in the room. It feels like I just walked into the lair of a beast. What's wrong with this place? The room's walls are lined from floor to ceiling with books. It's pretty dimly lit. So can't even see the back of the room completely. Hello? Sorry for the intrusion, it's just welcome, I've been expecting you. I heard a woman's voice from the back of the room and slow footsteps followed. I'm Jay. Nice to meet you. I used inspect and enemy detection to try and get a better idea of who's in the room with me. LV of 488, my eyes went wide. She's level 488. Who is this woman? Nice to meet you, Jay. Call me Bree. No need to be too formal. She finally walked into the light. I couldn't help but stare. Bree wore tight black latex pants and a fishnet shirt that showed her tight matching latex bra underneath. The black clothing contrasted her smooth olive skin incredibly well. She stood around 190 centimeters tall, that's including her black leather lifted boots. Her eyes were such a deep brown color that they looked completely black. To top it all off, her silky jet black hair fell down and wrapped around the front of her thin waist. I don't know exactly what I was expecting. But it wasn't this, and nice to meet you too, Bree. She smiled and pointed one finger in the air. A white light glowed around her hand, then expanded to illuminate the entire room. There's a wooden desk at the back of the room. A black chair stood behind it with red velvet padding and gold edges to make it look like a throne. In front of the desk, there's a large matching red and gold couch as well. It must be for guests like myself. At closer examination in the light, the walls aren't just covered in books. There are all kinds of potions, stones, and weapons up on racks. I've never seen most of these magic items before. Please, once you're done admiring my collection, have a seat. I believe we have some business to discuss. Bree smiled and looked me directly in the eyes as she turned to walk back to her desk. I shook myself from my daydream and followed her. She sat in her throne with both arms on her desk, looking straight ahead as I made myself comfortable on the couch. It's time to get straight to the point. I would like to have a sword crafted. Apparently you're the woman for the job. Yes, it seems I am. Let me see what materials you've brought in. I paused for a moment. My items are in my storage system. She sensed my hesitation and spoke up. Anything you show me during our meeting will never leave this room, I promise. Our word is all we have in this line of business, trust me. I nodded and stood up to take out the Minotaur horn from my item storage. She didn't bat an eye as I placed it on the desk. I have an element stone too. How can I transfer that to you safely? Bree took out a clear crystal tray about the size of my hand from a drawer in her desk. It began to hum and glow white. I gulped and took out the stone from my storage system. It burned my hand horribly as I transferred it to the tray. Flames flew everywhere. I've never taken this thing out in a small room like this before. It felt horribly dangerous, but Bree just grinned a little. I used self-regenerate to heal my hand behind my back. The second I placed the stone on the tray, it stopped producing flames. It just sat there. The stone looked like a red mana crystal. I stared at it curiously and Bree spoke up. These are some high-grade items, not bad. I can only imagine where you got them. She felt the Minotaur's horn all over and began examining the element stone closely as well. About 30 seconds later, she looked up at me. Okay. I'll make you a sword, it'll take me a few hours at most. I grinned ear to ear. Then Bree spoke up again. Now let's talk about cost. Sure, how much will this blade run me? She looked at me with a serious stare. To get started, I'll need 8 ounces of your blood and 10 gold coins. That smile left my face immediately and I got up to my feet. Hey! Wait a minute. Since when is blood a payment type? What? She rolled her eyes and chuckled. Sit down. The blood isn't part of the payment, I need to pair the element stone with the sword user. Without a blood bond, the stone will always burn you when you use it. I sat down and nodded slowly. A blood bond? Okay. That makes more sense, I didn't know you had to do that. About that 10 gold. I don't have enough on me. Just give me a few days I can no worries, you don't have to pay in gold. I looked at her curiously. We stared at each other in silence for a moment until she spoke up again. I have another way for you to pay me. Bree looked me up and down and a grin slowly formed across her face. What's that? What do you mean? She pointed to the spiral staircase at the back of the room, then looked me in the eyes and pointed down. Survive one fight in the Rumble Dome. I raised an eyebrow. The what? Her grin grew even bigger. It's an underground cage fighting league. If you win one fight, the sword is yours free of charge. This isn't exactly what I expected I'd be getting myself into on my day off. I smirked and began to tingle with excitement. Deal. Chapter 62. Bree pointed at the floor and that same white light started to glow all around her hand. With a swift motion, she threw the orb of light at the floor. It sank right through and disappeared out of sight. She looked up at me and spoke. My assistant will come up here shortly. Shall we begin? Begin now? I thought I had to win a match for you to make the sword. She grinned. Well, you need a sword to fight with, don't you? I scratched my head awkwardly. I do, you're right, you'll fight when I finish the blade. I don't see element stones of this grade very often. If I'm going to make a sword of this caliber, I'd at least like to have some advertising done for my services. You better put on a good show, I thought to myself for a moment. That's why she offered me this option. She wants everyone watching the fight to know she made this sword. Ugh, business people are ya, always scheming up something. Makes sense. I Jew dash. Knock knock knock. The tall pale man in glasses from the second floor knocked politely at the top of the spiral staircase. Ms. Brianna, I am at your service. He bowed and Bree spoke up. One moment, Bernard. He nodded and Bree turned back to me. Put out your arm, I need to extract a little blood. She pulled out a small glass jar with a cork in the top from her desk along with a shiny dagger. My eyes opened wide. Hey! There has to be a safer way to do this. You don't have a needle or something? She smirked. What? You scared? No, it's just dash. Good. Don't worry about it. I'll heal you up before you leave. I gulped and put my left arm out in front of her. Bree ripped the cork out of the bottle with her teeth and looked me in the eyes before sizing up my arm. Without hesitation, she sliced open a vein in my forearm and placed the jar directly on the open area. Thick red liquid spurted out instantly. Her expression didn't change one bit as the bottle filled up to the brim. She screwed the cork back on and threw the jar of fresh blood up and down in her hand with a slight grin. I just watched her mutilate me in disbelief. Hey, I'm still bleeding here. My blood is flowing much slower than it started, but it was still coming out and making a mess all over the floor. Bree's hand lit up with a green light and she placed it over my sliced up arm. I felt a warm sensation as the skin grew back together and the gash completely disappeared. Fixed. It'd probably be better to not ask any stupid questions right now. But that's 2 skills she's used so far. Just making a mental note, I nodded. She spoke up again. Give me a little while. I'll have your sword ready for the fight scheduled around noon. Let me see your status. We have to make sure you're paired up in the right level class. I froze. I am level 211, there's no need to show my status. She shook her head. It's either you show it to me, or the fight commissioner. I know you have something going on. You come here with a mutant minotaur horn and an element stone that's nearly B-class in purity grade. You're not an ordinary hunter, I know that for sure. I gulped and scanned the room. Just show me. What can I do? Run to the association and tell them your secret? I'm the last person you should be worried about showing. As I said before, this is a confidential meeting. Nothing leaves this room, you have my word. I took a death breath in and out. She has a good point. Who would she even tell? It could only ruin her confidentiality reputation. I opened my status and turned it towards her. Bree's eyes lit up. She stared for over 10 seconds straight before I got anxious and closed my window. Those aren't purchase skills, are they? Not even country leaders have enough money to get skills like that. I looked at her in confusion again. You can buy skills? She grinned and eyed me up and down. I like you. I hope you don't die in the ring today. Hey, that doesn't answer my question. Bree turned back to her desk and motioned for me to leave. Follow Bernard downstairs. He'll get you ready for your fight. Ask him whatever you'd like to know. I'm busy. She began writing a few things down on a notepad and the thin man walked over to me slowly. Nice to formally meet you, sir. I'll be taking care of you for the time being. Please follow me. Hey. Bree. Please follow me. Ms. Brianna is busy working at the moment. The light in the room started to fade back to darkness as Bernard escorted me to the spiral stairs. That meeting ended so abruptly, I don't even know what to think. I'm getting the sword made at least. I guess it went well. Hey. Bernard. What was she saying earlier? Do people buy skills? And are they really that expensive? He nodded as we made our way down the stairs. Of course, it's possible. Nobles have often used entire generational savings to purchase a skill for a prodigy in the family. I looked at him curiously. Why are they so much? Where can you get them? Well, the reason skills are valued so high is that most people are just stuck with the ones they're born with. The option to add on extra skills is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity even for the elite class. Every year or two a skill stone shows up in the capital auction. The amount of money people bid is preposterous, but when you have that kind of money and power it's the only thing worth buying. I understand why they all do it. Skill stones? I've never even heard of them. Where do they come from? As I said, every year or two one shows up in the capital auction. My guess is they're found deep in the labyrinth. There's never been a report of skill stones being found in normal dungeons. If there were, everyone would flock to it and hunt the dungeon dry. I nodded and thought to myself quietly as we continued to walk down the stairs. We made it to the street-level floor and began walking further down. After another 10 m or so of walking, I started to hear voices and people walking around. It sounds like there are a lot of them. We made it to level ground where I found myself with Bernard in a stone cellar consisting of a small wooden stool, a few large crates, and a heavy-looking metal door. He opened the door slowly and I couldn't believe my eyes. It's an open area about 30 m wide and 5 m of ceiling height that seems to go on forever. The floors and walls are made of old stone and the wide hall is lit up with torches and various magic items. Some lights are white, others are yellow, and some are orange. It isn't quite congruent, but it works well enough. There's a full underground marketplace beneath this town. It feels like the city market, but much dirtier and the people are much tougher looking. It's where all the outlaws buy and sell illegal or stolen goods. Makeshift merchant stands line the open hall selling swords, daggers, and shields. Others are cooking delicious-smelling food and pouring drinks. Mana crystals are being bought and sold along with potions and all kinds of common magic items. Bernard began to walk through the market. Come on, don't you want to purchase some extra equipment before your fight? I'm sure you'll find something you like here. I shook myself out of my daydream state. I've been staring at the crowds of people going about their day for a little too long. Yes. I'm coming, right away. I followed Bernard deeper into the underground market. At closer examination, most of the magic items were pretty poor quality. Mostly E-class mana crystals and small potions that I assume skill users are making by themselves down here. The food definitely smelled good though. It's pretty hard to mess that up. Bernard kept walking quickly down the center of the pathway. I spoke up. Hey. Are we going anywhere in particular? None of this gear looks any good. To be honest, I'd rather just go to the normal market, he replied without turning back to me. Just a little further. I know the perfect shop. After another 3 minutes or so of walking, Bernard finally stopped and turned to a small merchant stand. It looked like every other stand to me. Standard potions, a variety of E-class swords, and a few piles of mana crystals. Once we arrived, a middle-aged merchant looked up and smiled. Bernard. What brings you down here today? He smiled back. Morning, Henry. Ms. Brianna has a new toy she wants to see fight in the Rumble Dome. I'm here to make sure he doesn't break before she's had her fun. The sword is being crafted as we speak, but he has nothing else. Do you have anything new in stock that's worth looking at? Speed or defense items will suit him best right now, I think. I turned to him abruptly. HUI. Breeze toy? What are you talking about? Both the men laughed and ignored my comment. Henry spoke up. Sure, there were a few unregistered dungeon pop-ups yesterday at the peak of the surge. This is what we managed to salvage. He dug through an item box and pulled out a ton of shields, rings, and potions. I looked at all of it, but nothing really caught my eye. They're all just normal defense or magic boosting items. Not too special. Oh right, these just came in too. A pair of beauties. When's the last time you saw a 60% boost? He pulled out a pair of jet black combat boots. They looked like they were made of cloth, but looked very sturdy at the same time. I interjected, a 60% stat boost? In what? He grinned, speed. Rumor is these came from an unregistered elf dungeon about 20 kilometers south of the capital. The dungeon broke already. These may be a one-of-a-kind item around here. I eyed the boots curiously. They look really cool, but also have a 60% speed stat boost. That would be an incredible addition to my fighting ability. As far as I can remember, I've never seen speed boosting items before. I need this pair of boots. How much? 3 gold and they're yours, I laughed. It's not a horrible price. But I'd rather get them for much lower. It's time to haggle, yeah right? I'll give you 1 gold, you really want to do this, kid? 2 gold 75 silver final offer, nope, way too much. Not interested, I turned away with a smirk on my face. The merchant offered me another deal almost immediately, 2 gold, 50 silver. That's my real final offer. What do you say? Sorry, too much. Who carries around that kind of cash? 1 gold, that's all I can do. He turned to Bernard. Who is this kid anyways? Why'd you bring me a lowballer today of all days? He ginned. Looks like you're getting a taste of your own medicine, Henry. Bernard looked at both of us. Needed 2 gold. It's a good deal for both of you. Henry and I looked at each other for a moment, then nodded and shook hands. Deal, deal. I placed a gold coin on the table and counted out 100 silver before trying on the boots. The second I slipped them on, they magically tightened to fit my feet. I felt a burst of energy flow through my legs and up into my body. It felt just like handling a new sword with a strength boost, but even better somehow. Bernard looked me up and down, then turned to the merchant. They look good. Appreciate it, Henry. Have a good rest of your day, you too. He smiled at us both but gave me a side eye as we walked further away. I think my haggling earlier turned him off of me a bit. Bernard spoke up. All right, follow me. We have one more thing to do. I turned to follow him even deeper into the underground market. Chapter 63, the underground market seemed to go on forever. We walked for about 20 more minutes. Every new merchant stand looked the same to me. Every 100 m or so there were doors and hallways that lead off of the main path, but they all either lead up to the surface or were private property. Bernard finally stopped in front of another small merchant shop and smiled at an old bald man that was half asleep sitting on a small wooden crate. Morning, Tom. The old merchant shook his head and stood to his feet immediately in a startled fashion. Oh. It's you. Good morning to you too, Bernard. How can I help you? Have any extra lives in stock? The kid needs at least a D grade for his fight today in the Rumble Dome. The old man grinned. I just looked at them both in confusion for a few seconds and spoke up. An extra life? What do you mean by that? They both ignored my question. The old merchant started to dig through a box full of junk items for a bit longer than I had the patience for. I became antsy and started looking around his small shop, examining random items that I had no intention of buying. Most of the stuff in here is just oldie class potions and used gear. Honestly, every shop looks like this down here. I guess you really have to get to know your sellers to find the good stuff. Finally, Tom pulled a small cube-shaped piece of metal with a long black string tied around it from under his pile of scrap items. Here she is. It's probably got a day or two left on it, a mid-level D grade I reckon. You know I make 'em cheap, but it'll definitely save your life in a pinch. 3 silver and it's yours. Bernard nodded and turned to me. You heard him. 3 silver. I squinted my eyes and looked at the cube of metal on the end of a ragged string. 3 silver for what? A good luck charm? What am I even buying here? Bernard rolled his eyes. Just buy it. I'll explain on the way back. I'm really getting pushed around here. It's starting to get annoying. Fine. I handed the old merchant 3 silver coins and he took them while handing me the odd magic item. Pleasure doing business with ya. Try it on, kid. I let the metal cube sit in my hand for a few seconds. A very light hum came off the item. The only reason I even noticed is because of the slight vibrations it gave off in my hand. Without much thought, I tied the cube around my neck with the long black sting and let it hang next to my Cyclops pendant. I didn't feel any change in my abilities. Bernard nodded at me. Great, I think that'll be enough for now. You're not much of a shield user, are you? I looked at him in disgust. Sure, it might help me out a lot in close combat battles, but it would slow me down a lot. Speed is my #1 stat that I take advantage of. Plus, just picturing myself with a shield makes me laugh. None of the main heroes in comics use a shield. It may be a pretty childish thought, but I think going into battle without a shield looks so much cooler. Nope, you're right. Definitely not a shield user, he sighed. What a shame. Well, I hope luck favors you today. We're heading back. I followed him close behind while we walked back the way we came. Hey. So, what did I just buy anyways? You said you were going to explain. Bernard didn't turn around, but he replied, it's a pretty unique item actually. Tom has an interesting skill that lets him merge potions with certain magic metals. This one in particular, he coined as an extra life. He said it's around middle D grade. So it'll add an extra 500 or so HP to your stats temporarily. I raised an eyebrow. Really? He said it lasts a few days. Couldn't I just get a ton of these and wear them whenever the old one wears out? Yes and no. It's called an extra life because they're mostly used for life or death situations. Yes, it's a 500 HP stat boost, but that just means it'll absorb the next 500 HP worth of damage you take on. Once it has taken in all the damage it can, the necklace will break and you'll be on your own. In a Rumble Dome match, potions aren't allowed, so this will just give you an extra edge in HP. Does that make sense, okay? Yeah, it does. I guess for 3 silver, you can't really go wrong. Although I was a bit annoyed at Bernard earlier, this made up for it. A one-time use item like this could be the difference between life and death in a one-on-one fight. Wait a minute, that reminds me. Hey! Bernard! How do you win one of these cage fights? It's not a straight-up deathmatch, is it? He turned and grinned. The winner is decided when their opponent is either knocked out cold, falls asleep, admits defeat, or is killed. Okay. That's good to know. So, anything goes in these matches? Yep. Anything goes. There's no dirty trick in the book that can't be used. All magic items and gear are allowed except HP and MP potions, which would just make matches never-ending. The only other rule that's set in stone is the level class system. You'll be fighting in the U250, or better known as the Under 250 class. This ensures a more fair fight, okay. Good to know. Thanks for the help today, of course. If it's Bree's wish, then it's my command. We continued to walk back toward the building we came from. I watched the merchants and outcasts buy and sell their gear all around me. It really made me wonder what other treasures I might find down here if I search for long enough. Alright. Here we are. Bernard opened the heavy metal door and we started to make our way back upstairs. We've been underground for a little over an hour. I spoke up. Could the sword really be done already? He nodded while we approached the first floor. Probably yes, but we will not enter the office until I'm given the signal. Please follow me. I'll entertain you on the second floor while we wait. Oh, okay. Once we climbed the staircase to the second floor, I noticed the 2 women working on either side of the room again. I didn't get a close look at them before. They're both plugging away at some busy work in silence. Bernard stepped forward into the room, motioning for me to follow. These are my assistants. Please introduce yourself. They looked up from their seats and both stared me in the eyes. I couldn't tell them apart at first glance. They both wore light blue dresses, had matching blue eyes, tied up their bright blonde hair in a bun, and stood around 160 centimeters. Nice to meet you, I'm Jay. The 2 of them both got out of their seats and simultaneously bowed while replying. Nice to meet you, I'm Chloe. Nice to meet you, I'm Zoe. I blinked twice and rubbed my eyes, then looked at them both again. They smiled and bobbed their heads back and forth before going straight back to work in unison. Bernard walked over to his desk and offered me a seat in a flimsy-looking wooden chair he must use for guests. They're great, aren't they? I looked at him with a bit of concern. Yeah, I bet they are. Bernard sat down and pulled out a book from the small pile on his desk. It shouldn't be too long now. Please pick any book you'd like in the meantime. He crossed his legs and adjusted his glasses before opening the book to where he'd left off previously. I began to sift through the pile to see if there'd be anything worth reading. They're all old science and math books. These look like they were written before the dungeons even showed up over 80 years ago. I guess he enjoys the classic fundamentals. I, for one, get bored out of my mind reading books like this. I kept awkwardly shuffling through the books and reading the back covers for a solid 20 minutes. I couldn't find a single fantasy, or even a history book of some kind to cure my boredom for the time being. I just decided to give up and stare at the ceiling. After just 5 minutes of counting the specks of dirt, I saw an orb of white light sink through the solid floor above me. Looks like I've been saved by the bell. Bernard looked up from his reading. That's our cue. Ms. Brianna is ready for us. I grinned with excitement. Finally. I get to see my finished sword. Chapter 64. Bernard walked me up the stairway back to Bree's room, or better yet, her lair. How was your shopping trip? Find anything good? She walked towards us as I stepped into her office. Bernard stayed back and let me approach. Yeah, I got a few things. I lifted the new necklace off my chest while kicking up my right foot to show the new boots. Bree nodded and walked towards her desk. A large black rectangular box rested in the middle of it. She glanced over at me, then back to the box. Come open it, I think you're going to be happily surprised. A mischievous grin appeared on her face. I didn't care. I walked over to the case with a smirk of my own. I stood over the box with both hands hovering over either side. Bree stepped back and I gulped to calm my nerves. The box hummed quietly. It must be some sort of containment item. Click. I grabbed both sides of the box and opened it in one swift movement for a grand reveal. The room felt different the moment my eyes met the blade. It's almost like it has a mind of its own and it just found its new owner. I can't shake the feeling it's watching me. It's a long sword with a very similar shape that I'm used to, but it's jet black and glimmers blood red depending on how you look at it in the light. I can already tell it's a one-of-a-kind piece. I reach towards the handle and that feeling of being watched becomes stronger and stronger. I tighten my face and got into a sturdy stance. It only feels natural. I grabbed the sword and hold it high up in the air. It began to glow a dim crimson shade the moment I grasped it, but the color returned to black a few seconds later. The blade's handle feels warm to the touch. Initially, it felt like there was foreign energy flowing into my body, but now it feels very natural, like the energy belongs to me. There's a significant strength stat boost. I feel incredible. I looked the sword up and down as I brought it back down to my side. The feeling of being watched is totally gone now. I didn't just imagine it out of excitement, did I? Next, I checked my status. Its name, J Soju, level 211, HP 1060/1060, 500/500, MP 1060/1060, strength 512, 384, speed 606, 364, agility 630, defense 451, 180, mental strength 512, 102, 128, skills, absorption, swordsmanship, combat magic, fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection, body hardening, special grade, self-regeneration, spatial magic, item storage, plunderer, telekinesis, items equipped, golden wolf. Ring, 20% mental strength. Cyclops Eye Pendant, 40% defense, Dark Elf Boots, 60% speed, extra life, bonus 500 HP, the Flame Emperor's Sword, Fire Aspect, 75% strength, 25% mental strength, the Flame Emperor's Sword. I gripped the handle tighter and smirked. Bree walked towards me. I thought you'd like the name, I came up with it myself. I think you have great potential. I turned to face her and bowed politely. Thanks. When's the fight? Bree smirked. The next match is in a little under an hour. I put your name on the roster and registered you in the U250 League. I'm your sponsor, so don't die out there. It'll make me look bad. Hey! You know I wasn't planning on it. That's a special sword. I don't think I've made one quite like it. It'll definitely have a wild spirit in the heat battle. It'll what? She grinned and turned towards the door. I think it's better if you find out on your own. Let's head off to the Rumble Dome. I'd like to watch your match. Bernard, hold down the fort while I'm gone. Yes, Ms. Brianna. Leave it to me. With a nod he walked downstairs and left Bree and me standing alone in her office. Bree put her finger up in the air and the light in the room started to slowly disappear as she walked toward the stairs. I took one last good look at my sword and put it into my item box so it'd be accessible without using my storage skill. I followed her all the way down to the cellar and through the heavy metal door. This way, it shouldn't take too long. Again, I feel like I'm being dragged around. But I signed up for this. There's no backing out now. Plus, I'm itching to try out this new sword. Preferably on some monsters, but people will have to do for the time being. With my boosted stats and new items, there's no way anyone could be even close to my league. Right, we walked through the underground market in silence for a little under half an hour until finally Bree spoke up. This is it. She stopped and turned to a normal-looking metal door. It seemed like all the other ones, but a few people were standing outside it waiting in line. We did the same. After another 5 minutes the line got to us and we waited in front of the metal door. A small area near the keyhole opened up and a voice came out. What's the password? Bree rolled her eyes. It's Ms. Brianna, I don't need a password. I could hear the locks on the doors clicking and turning rapidly and the door swung open. Why yes ma'am, welcome back to the Rumble Dome. Please find a seat in any high rollers booth you'd like. Bree grinned and nodded at the short skinny man behind the door and she motioned for me to follow her in. My eyes opened wide as we walked forward into the underground room. It had high ceilings that went up about 20 m. This must be connected to a warehouse or something on the surface and they just hollowed the building leaving a frame above ground. The room itself is about 50 m by 50 m wide and long. There are poorly made metal bleachers that go up about 5 m and VIP-looking booths on top of each of them. Most of the crowd is on the ground. If I had to guess, there are about 150 people packed into this room screaming and shouting at the spectacle in the center of the room. I've never seen anything like it. Now I understand why it's called the Rumble Dome. There's a circular white flooring that is about 15 m in diameter in the center of the room. The entire floor is surrounded by a fence-like material that encapsulates the fight pit in a dome-looking structure. The metal is covered in wires and powered by magical items to protect the audience from what happens within. It's a makeshift mana shield, it's continuously shaking and forcing the ground rumble all around it. What a sight to see. This is the Rumble Dome. Bree spoke up, enough staring, let's get up close. We have enough time to watch one fight before yours. I nodded and walked forward with her. We weaved through the crowd of cheering fans drunk off the excitement of violence. Once we got close to the dome the rumbling was pretty intense. It's really loud, but people here don't seem to mind at all. In the arena right now there were 2 fighters in the middle of battle. There's a short blonde man with a scar across his eye holding 2 daggers and zipping around the circle attempting to land hits on his opponent. The opponent seems to be a tank of some sort. He's a heavier set man, so he can't match the speed of his opponent. All he's doing is positioning himself behind his shield and blocking every attack that comes his way. The crowd seems to love it. It's interesting, but these are clearly some lower-level D-class fighters, maybe even high E-class with decent gear. I can follow their movements very easily. Still, it'll be entertaining to watch. I stood there watching the match ensue with my arms crossed while Bree patiently watched as well. After 3 more minutes of pointless running around, the dagger user started slowing down. He must have used up a lot of his MP or just regular endurance. The tank made his move. With a loud yell, he jumped out from behind his shield while the dagger user attacked and faced him head-on. The tank raised his right hand and green vines sprouted out. He glowed bright green and let out a considerable amount of mana. It looks like this is his finishing move. He'd been conserving MP and waiting to use it. Moments later the vines wrapped tight around the exhausted dagger user and he yelled out in agony as they slowly squeezed the life out of him. That's it. I forfeit. I forfeit. You win. The tank dropped him to the ground and he gasped for a breath. The tank raised both hands in the air and celebrated. Half the crowd cheered and went wild. The other half booed and threw trash at the cage where the dagger user lay on the ground. As the tank pumped his hands in the air and retrieved his sword, I heard a loud voice echo from above. The crowd settled down. That's it for our U150 match today. Our winner by forfeit is Tanner Mason. Congratulations. 2 workers opened up the cage. Tanner bowed and kicked the kneeling dagger user on his way out. The crowd went wild again. They're ruthless. Our next match will start up in about 10 minutes. Get ready, folks. We have 2 new U250 fighters that will be competing to get a crack at our reigning champion for the main event. You're not going to want to miss this one. Please make sure to place your bets before the fight begins. I spun around to look at Bree. She just happily grinned at me. Come on, this way. She motioned for me to follow her. Hey. What's this about? I only need to win one fight, right? What's all this about a main event? Bree kept walking and didn't turn around. Correct, forfeit your second match if you wish. You have to win your first one before we can talk about that though. Fine. I followed her to the opening in the cage and watched an amateur medic carry the dagger user out of the cage. A worker approached us. Welcome, Ms. Brianna. We haven't seen you in a while, glad to see you back with a new fighter. You'd like to use the name listed here? He turned a paper to her and she nodded. I tried to get a look, but he folded it in half and faced me. Alright, please take out all the necessary items you'll need for this match. HP and MP potions are prohibited, anything else goes. I'm going to have to ask you to take that item box off your waist. Items concealing potential banned items are also prohibited. This is more of a common sense ruling. I nodded and took my sword out of my item box. It didn't glow red this time, the blade just felt normal. I scratched my head for a moment, then untied the pouch and handed it to Bree. Could you hold this for me? Sure, but I want you to wear this. Seemingly from out of nowhere, Bree handed me a dark black mask. There are red marks over the eyes that appear to be flames and small horns that come off the top. It's almost like a demon's face. I guess it looks cool. But, what is this? Why? She grinned. It's just a good luck charm. You might not want any more people to see your face down here, especially while you fight. Wouldn't you say so? I gulped and looked around. She's right. Not a bad idea. I took the mask and placed it on my face. It magically fit like a glove. There aren't any holes in it, but I can see and breathe fine. I didn't feel any different, and there's no change in my status, thanks. Appreciate it. No problem. Best of luck out there. Again. Remember to not die, I'll look bad. With a smile, Bree turned and made her way to the back of the room into one of the VIP high roller seats. I grinned and rolled my eyes. The worker spoke up and pointed inside the ring. All right, kid, get to the back corner. Your opponent should be here shortly. I nodded and walked to the back of the ring as he asked. The crowd began to chatter. I stood there in all black head to toe with a demon mask and holding a jet black sword. I hope I look cool. This isn't overdoing it, right? Less than a minute later, a tall man with long flowing white hair approached the cage door. He wore lightweight silver armor from his shoes up to his neck. His face carried a blank expression as he looked at me with crystal clear blue eyes. His skin is pale white and he glides gracefully as he walks. What kind of outcast is this? I was expecting a grunt with a club. Not some noble knight. He talked to the worker and pulled a long silver sword from an item box before nodding and entering the ring. The door shut behind him and we stared at each other as the metal cage rumbled the ground below. A loud voice echoed above us. Thank you all for waiting. Our first U250 fight of the day is about to get started. Please welcome our two brand new fighters. The crowd went wild. I looked around to see all eyes on me. It's nerve-wracking but also exhilarating. I'd like to introduce our first fighter, the proud 11th son of our very own Underground Trade Commissioner Mr. Solace. 21 years old. 186 centimeters tall, and 93 kilograms. His overall fight record in the Rumble Dome is 0 wins, 0 losses, and 0 ties. It's all going to change today. Let's hear it for Xavier Solace. He let out a thin smile and waved to the crowd as they clapped and cheered. Next, we have a new recruit being sponsored by the one and only Ms. Brianna. It feels like a lifetime ago since she dominated the Rumble Dome herself. We can't forget a legend. The crowd jumped and screamed, erupting into madness. I looked around in awe. I had no idea she was such a big deal. Could this new recruit continue her legacy? Only time will tell. Coming in at 20 years old, 181 centimeters, and weighing 84 kilograms. With an overall fight record in the Rumble Dome of 0 wins, 0 losses, and 0 ties. Please welcome, the Flame Emperor. I froze. She really submitted my name as the Flame Emperor. I guess I have to go with it now. I slowly raised my sword up into the air and let my MP flow through it. It glowed light red as I activated my fire magic. A massive eruption of flames ignited around the blade as I pointed it to the ceiling. The building shook and ear-piercing cheers came from the audience. The crowd went absolutely wild. Chapter 65. Xavier stared me down with a cold look as I continued to shoot flames high up into the air through my sword. The announcer's voice rang out again. I brought my sword down and let the flames go out slowly as I listened. Everybody knows the rules. There is no time limit in the ring. All tricks, magic items, and abilities are allowed. The winner will be decided by knockout, forfeit, or death. We will begin at the sound of the bell. I brought my sword forward and pointed it at Xavier. He did the same with his own. The cage around us rumbled and the crowd whispered and pointed. Ding! The sound of a bell rang and cheers came out from the crowd. The white-haired swordsman scanned the arena for movements, but I was doing exactly the same. Each of us was waiting patiently for the other to make the first move and show weakness. I used Inspect, LV 217. He sprinted to the left a split second after I activated my skill. Almost like he could sense it. I reacted by jumping backward and to the right, watching his movements. Xavier is pretty quick on his feet, but I definitely have him beat in that department with these new boots. It's his eyes I'm more worried about. Every time I take a step in any direction or move my sword the slightest bit, he tracks it like a hawk. We basically ran around in a full circle for a few seconds as we examined each other's body movements. This is getting boring. I gripped my blade tight and ignited it back into a fiery display. I plant my right foot and lunge in to begin an attack. Still expressionless, Xavier plants his foot and turns to face me with his sword by his side. I lift my blade high in the air and aim it directly at his wide-open body in front of me. Clang, scrapey thud. The moment I brought my blade down, Xavier gracefully lifted his own sword and used my momentum to block my attack, but also curving his blade around my own to add speed to the swing. I was sent flying forward into the cage behind him. As a defense mechanism, I erupted into flames to cover my full body the moment I lost balance. The exact moment I did, Xavier jumped backward to avoid being burned. I smashed into the side of the cage but didn't take on any real damage. I got to my feet and let my body's flames go out, but keeping them lit around my sword as I pointed it at the white-haired knight. He has an interesting fighting style. From what I see so far, Xavier isn't exceptionally fast or strong. He almost entirely relies on figuring out how to use his opponent's strengths against them. Probably. I'll have to do some more testing. The crowd is oohing and awing, trying to figure out which of us is their new favorite. I'm not too worried about pleasing the crowd. Winning the fight is my only concern. I ran back in with a very similar attack. It produced a very similar outcome though. Again, my attack was easily countered and the momentum of my brute-like swing was used against me. Great. Looks like I'll have to use my brain. A little bit at least. We squared up on opposite sides of the ring, getting ready for our third clash. I initiated the charge and sprinted forward with my flaming blade in hand. The moment we came within striking distance, I let go of my sword and activated telekinesis. The blade shot off the left as I sprinted to the right, cornering the swordsman on both sides. His eyes finally changed. Those dull, never-changing focused eyes opened wide, but it wasn't at the moment I expected. They opened moments before the sword left my hand, like he knew it was coming. Clang! With an elegant twist, he blocked my blade while keeping an eye on me. I motioned to bring my sword back and ran towards him. It flew in my direction and Xavier readied his own blade to counter. Moments before we collided, I caught my sword and began to swing it down at his head. He positioned to counter. At the last second, I twisted my own body to prevent our blades from colliding. There's just one issue. Xavier's blade is pointed straight at my stomach, and mine is pointed way off to the right side of his body. Clang! The white-haired knight's eyes opened even wider than before as a thick layer of black crystals covered my abdomen, blocking his sword's impact. I twisted my body again and landed a fiery slash on the side of Xavier's right leg through a gap in the lightweight armor. We both jumped backward after this exchange and I heard him let out a cry of pain. His stance and movements remained the same, but his eyes had changed. The cool and calculated stare from before is nothing like it used to be. Now there's fear in those eyes. I heard him speak up for the first time in a deep, yet young-sounding voice. How do you have so many skills? It's impossible. I pointed my sword at him and it began to glow light red for a few seconds, then returned back to black. I could feel it watching for a moment. Xavier seemed to notice it too. His eyes opened even wider as he held out his own sword. I grinned and ran forward, igniting my blade. It's now or never. The best time to attack a genius is when he isn't right in the head. I covered my full body in flames and ran in like a charging bull. Xavier went fully offensive and stabbed me in the chest. then again in the neck. I hardened the areas of impact milliseconds before every attack. He must have been professionally trained. These attacks would have definitely been fatal without my skill. Such precision, it's almost scary. In the swordsman's angry confusion, I managed to land a hit of my own deep into the left side of his upper abdomen through another small gap in his armor. We jumped backward after this exchange and he burst into flames. I left a good amount of excess fire residue behind. He burned bright red, the crowd roared and the arena shook even more. I grinned and pointed my sword toward him. He gritted his teeth and scowled while pointing his blade back at me. Again, my blade glowed a faint red color then faded back to black. Xavier ran straight at me. He's frustrated, injured, and tired. If I didn't have so many wildcards up my sleeve, he could easily beat an opponent much stronger than himself. Too bad he was paired with me today. We ran at each other with our swords held out in front of us. Mine began to pulse red again as we ran forward. I felt an incredible surge of energy flow through me and erupted into dark red flames. Xavier instinctively put his sword up to block my attack like all the others, but it did not go quite the same as it had before. I charged forward and his shining silver sword clashed against my fiery glowing crimson blade. Clang crack. Xavier attempted to maneuver my blade to the side like he always had. But there was much more force behind my blow this time. No matter the technique, not much could be done against this raw power. My blade collided with his, instantaneously shattering it into pieces. I followed through and cut his chest plate clean in half, throwing the white-haired knight flying back against the cage wall. The crowd erupted into even more cheers and some threw food and trash up into the air. They were eating up the savagery taking place before their eyes. Xavier sat against the cage covered in flame residue and a bloody gash across his chest, attempting to get up to his feet. He looked me in the eyes. I pointed my glowing sword directly at him with a serious look on my face. He yelled, "That's it. You win." I forfeit. I nodded slowly and started to turn away. Then, my sword glowed even brighter. I could feel a presence seeping out of it into myself, calling for me to finish the battle. It felt like a primal urge to hunt and kill the prey in front of me. I ignited into a dark ball of fire and drove the sword into his chest, letting out an explosion of flames. Level up, I crowd roared even louder. It was all over before I realized what happened. It was like I was in a trance. There you have it, folks. Never a dull moment in the Rumble Dome. Our U250 winner today is the one and only Flame Emperor. I shook myself out of an adrenaline-induced daze to look around and see the crowd making a horrible mess outside the cage and chanting in unison. "We want Theodore, we want Theodore, we want Theodore." They kept saying this over and over as I looked around the ring to understand what exactly just happened. I looked down at my feet and saw a blue light hovering over a few pieces of armor in a pile of ash. Use absorption, skill, appraisal, special grade, yes, no. I gulped and chose yes while looking around nervously. The announcer's voice rang out again. "It looks like the crowd is ready for another fight. We will give it to you shortly. Please take your seats and place your bets. Our new prospect, the Flame Emperor, will be facing off against our proud U250 defending champion Theodore the Destroyer. Please allow our fighters to rest and heal up. The main event will begin in half an hour. We will have a quick performance in the meantime." The lights began to dim and a few workers came into the area to escort me out. I nodded and followed them out. Another team of workers disposed of the remains in the ring. One of them spoke to me as we stepped out of the cage. "Hey, great show, but don't you think you overdid it a bit?" That was the trade commissioner's son, you know. I ignored what he said and scanned the crowd until I finally saw Bree slowly walking toward me through an ocean of screaming fans. She had a huge grin across her face. "Good fight, exactly as I hoped for. Come with me, let's get you healed up for the main event." She put her arm around my shoulder and we started walking up to the VIP booth. Dancers in provocative clothing piled into the dome and started entertaining the audience. I'm still in a bit of shock. The crowd parted all around us as we walked. I'm still holding the sword that killed a man moments ago with. I understand their concern. We walked up the bleachers and into a small private room with a window to view the show. I rested my sword up against the wall, sat down in a padded chair, and took off my mask. I took a long deep breath in and out, looked over at my sword, then at Bree, and finally grinned. "So, is there anything I should know about this Theodore guy? I'll be fighting him soon." Chapter 66. Bree smiled while looking straight ahead at the ongoing performance. "Theodore is strong. Much stronger than you." I gulped. "Really? Should I drop OU? No. You'll be fine. As long as you take control of that sword." "Take control?" Yes. If you let it push you around like that again, its violent nature may consume you. I felt my stomach churn as I looked over at my sword, as so that was real? I really killed him in cold blood. I paused and looked at the ground, then back up to Bree. Reality is slowly setting in. What did you do to me? What did you put in that sword? What's going on here? Bree grinned and finally turned to look me in the eyes. It was the element stone that you brought me. I didn't do anything. Whatever monster that stone came from has a wild spirit that remains even after death. If you want to continue using your blade, you'll have to tame the beast, or it will tame you. The sword glowed a faint red color in the corner of the room, then returned back to black. I stared forward at the beautiful women performing in the ring to try and calm my mind. By the way, you don't have to fight again, our agreement is complete. It's your choice to decide if you'd like to continue. Either way, take these. Bree handed me an HP and MP potion. I didn't really need them but chugged both just for the sake of it. She's right. Our agreement is complete. I could walk out of here right now and never see anyone in this underground hellhole again. I nervously looked back at my sword, then remembered the exact moment I killed that innocent man. My heart pounded and my stomach churned. The mixture of frustration, anger, and anxiety became overwhelming. I began to sweat and fidget, overthinking everything. There's only one thing that puts my mind at ease in situations like this: I'll fight. Bree grinned and turned back to the entertainment. Good. We watched the show in silence as my anxiety grew. It felt like there were eyes gazing at me from the back of the room where my sword lay. It wasn't even glowing or emanating any energy. I think it's just pure paranoia at this point. Finally, I heard the announcer's voice chime in as the dancers left the arena. I hope you all enjoyed the show. Now, it's almost time for our main event. Let's have our fighters come forward. The brawl will begin in under 5 minutes. I looked at Bree and she nodded slowly. Best of luck out there. I looked her in the eyes before putting on the black and red demon's mask. Then, turned around and grabbed my sword. I swung the door open and left without saying a word. Again, as I walked through the crowd, everyone parted all around me. No one wanted to get close. People grinned in awe, others scowled in disgust. It seems to be a mixed crowd. I made it to the cage and the same worker from before let me in. I stood alone in the middle of the ring with all eyes on me. I could hear the crowd's mixed reviews all around me. Boo. He's really fighting again already? Theodore will destroy him. I think the Flame Emperor could be our new champ. I like this guy's style. Kill or be killed, no questions asked. Murderer. How can you stand up there with such a lack of honor? Take off the mask. This will be the fight of the year. I'm betting on the new kid. My money's on Theo all the way. You're crazy. Get it started. I want to see this brawl already. Enough waiting. I had to just start blocking them all out. The more I try and listen, the more anxious I become. With a deep breath in and out, I raised my sword up in the air and ignited it into a burst of flames. I stared deep into the jet black flaming sword and yelled, "This is my fight, all right. I'm your wielder, you must obey me." The crowd went silent and the blade stayed black. There was not even a hint of a response from the sword, and I just looked like an idiot in front of the crowd. They all started to murmur again. Seconds later, the announcer spoke up while I still held my flaming blade high in the air. "Thank you for the intro. With that, our main event is about to begin. We'll get started with the man in the ring. You all know him well, the winner of our previous match, coming in at 20 years old, 181 centimeters, and weighing 84 kilograms. He holds an overall fight record in the Rumble Dome of 1 win, 0 losses, and 0 ties. Please welcome back, the Flame Emperor. About half of the crowd cheered and clapped, but it was nothing like my last introduction. I looked around and bowed while giving them another burst of flames before bringing the sword back to my side. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Coming in at 29 years old, 198 centimeters, and weighing 121 kilograms. With an overall fight record in the Rumble Dome of 47 wins, 0 losses, and 0 ties. Please welcome our U250 reigning champion, Theodore the Destroyer. THUDDD, 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 the door of the cage opened up and a massive man walked through. He wore a thick silver chest plate, an odd necklace with a large tooth hanging from it, wrist guards, high boots, and a gladiator-style helmet that only revealed his eyes and mouth. The champion carried a tall rectangular shield and a massive metal club almost as tall as me. He had tan skin that almost looked orange, and muscles bulged out from every possible place they could. His steps shook the ground as he towered over me. The crowd went crazy. As the cage door shut, the room exploded into cheers and yells. They threw their shirts and hats in the air as they chanted in unison, "Theodore! Theodore! 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 Theodore!" I gripped my sword and stared at the menacing beast of a man. I used inspect, LV 220, level 220, and he's the champ? How is this possible? I curiously looked him up and down, then remembered I picked up a new skill from my previous fight. I wonder what it'll show me. Appraisal, active items, steel helmet, 100 defense, steel chest plate, 100 defense, Minotaur's wrist guards, 175 defense, steel boots, 150 speed, dragon tooth pendant, 30% mental strength, large steel shield, 200 defense, steel club, 300 strength, active skills. I raised an eyebrow and grinned. This is a neat new skill I picked up. He's a level 220, and his gear seems pretty standard. Just by looking at him, his defense and strength are most likely the strong points. Compared to my own base stats and gear, I don't think we're that far off. How can he be the undefeated champion of this division with such average gear and not even a maxed level? I wonder what those question marks under the active skills section are. The announcer's voice began to ring in my ears. I shook myself out of deep thought and gritted my teeth to stare down at my new opponent across from me. Everybody knows the rules. There's no time limit in the ring. All tricks, magic items, and abilities are allowed. The winner will be decided by knockout, forfeit, or death. As seen in our last match, anything goes. A forfeit places you in your opponent's mercy. We will begin at the sound of the bell. Theodore stomped his feet and pointed the metal club at me. "You're dead meat." I grinned and pointed my sword back at him while letting the flames burn bright. "I could say the same thing about you." He smirked. Ding. Theodore charged forward at me with incredible speed. It's comparable to my own. I reacted on instinct and twisted my body to the right, barely dodging his massive club swing past me. I sprinted to the opposite side of the cage and watched the large man plant his leg and turn around to stare at me with bloodshot eyes. He's impressively nimble and quick for his size. He has almost no gear buffing his speed. Are these really just his natural stats? Before I could think, he sprinted at me again with a murderous aura around him. It took me all the strength in my body to dodge to the right side again. His club came centimeters from my head this time. I gulped and held my sword tight as the beast of a man turned to face me again. He smiled wide and his eyes looked even crazier this time around. They became more bloodshot and focused directly on me, this time. I'll find a way to counter. He came charging towards me with blinding speed. I challenged his attack with my own speed, channeling a large amount of MP into my sword and preparing to use body hardening to soften the blow of his attack. Shing. I swung my sword with all my might and twisted my body to curve around his club. I managed to land a small hit on his left shoulder where there was no armor. But it wasn't a deep gash. Is his defense really that high? The moment I landed my attack, he registered this and corrected the swing of his own club. Thud crack. Theodore landed a hit on me directly in the stomach. I had time to create a layer of crystal body hardening, but somehow it cracked and shattered instantly. The wind was knocked out of me and my eyes opened wide as I flew across the ring to hit the back cage wall. My world felt like it turned slow motion as the square necklace on my chest exploded into 1,000 pieces. That means his hit did 500 HP worth of damage minimum, and I even protected myself with body hardening. I checked my status. It read 1050/1065 HP and 990/1065 MP. My extra life is gone already. I got to my feet and burst into flames to see him running at me again. With no time to think, I sprint out of the way with all my might and narrowly missed the high incoming club. Bree was right. He is a lot stronger than me. Possibly faster too. And better defense. But how? Is it his skill? What's going on? Theo ran at me again with the same bloodshot eyes and a grin ear to ear. Come hurry. It's only a matter of time now. He swung his club and lunged forward. He isn't tiring one bit. All I can do is dodge. he came at me 4 more times and I swerved around his club, nearly getting hit with a fatal blow to the head every time. His precision is getting more and more dialed in with every attack. He may be right. It's only a matter of time. We stared each other down on opposite sides of the ring. I'm trying to stay focused as best I can, but the crowd is making a lot of noise. Come on. I came to see a fight. The Flame Emperor isn't so tough now. Theodore. Get him. He's almost tired out. What a wimp. Looks like the murderer has met his match. The whole crowd is turning against me, and all I can do is run. How did I get myself into this situation anyways? Thud did crack, I got distracted. Theodore had run towards me and launched his usual frontal attack. I noticed after it was much too late. While hardening my abdomen and bracing for the impact, he struck my left side and sent me flying through the air to the backside of the cage again. The black crystal fragments flew everywhere and I coughed up blood as I regenerated and stood to my feet as fast as I could. My status read out 535/1065 HP and 875/1065 MP. I gritted my teeth and glared at him. Theodore charged in again. I dodged, over and over. We played cat and mouse for another 40 seconds straight. The crowd booed me and chanted for Theodore as he tired me out. I attempted to use telekinesis at one point, but every time the blade got close he easily swatted it away with his club or shield. It contains less mana when I'm not directly in contact with it, so I found it was just draining MP unnecessarily and stopped trying this attack method. Theodore has had enough of me. I can tell he's getting frustrated. You annoy me, kid. I'm gonna end it right here and now. He ran at me with his shield held in front of him and the club behind his back. I got in a comfortable position to get ready for a dodge to either side. Once he got closer I decided to jump to the left. The moment I did, he awkwardly followed. With his shield up front, he swerved to the left. I continued to run, but he stayed close behind, zigzagging until we got closer and closer to the back of the cage. He pulled the club from behind his back and cornered me on the left and right side with his incredible wingspan. I gulped and scanned the area. His massive legs, shield, and club have me comply boxed in. Theodore raised his club in the air and yelled as he swung it down towards me. Clank. The only thing I can do is block. I swung my fiery black blade up to meet his club. All that's left is a battle of strength and will. Instantly, I could feel his strength overwhelm me. I erupted into flames and forced as much MP into my blade as possible. Simultaneously, I plundered Theodore's MP to get a steady source of mana. His club overpowered my sword, and I'm being pushed to the ground attempting to latch onto any bit of leverage I can manage. I yelled out to my only hope remaining, the sword in my hands, "It's time. Fight with me." Theodore smirked and pushed his club down with more force as I pushed every last drop of MP into my blade. "Come on." Sweat flowed down my face as the sword refused to answer. "Obey me." Still. "Nothing, fine. I'll do it myself." I stopped sending MP into the sword and sent it directly to my own body, erupting into a ball of fire 5 m in diameter and covering my body in black crystals. We both yelled as Theodore's club crushed me under its immense weight, and I attempted to burn him to a crisp. Theodore jumped back out from my ball of fire as he landed his brutal attack. I let my flames dissipate and regenerated my broken bones. I checked my status again. As I spit out a puddle of blood. It read 20/1065 HP and 545/1065 MP point. I stood to my feet and glared at the massive man in front of me as he patted out the flames covering his body. He was burned all over but didn't seem to be fazed by it. This is truly a monster. His eyes met mine and I raised my blade. It finally began to glow red. Chapter 67. My vision is blurry, and my clothing is soaked in blood. Even after regenerating, most of my body aches with fatigue. That doesn't matter now though. All I can think about is the man I have to defeat in front of my eyes. My blood is boiling and adrenaline is pumping through my veins. Even though I'm face to face with death, I feel like I can take on the entire world. It's exhilarating. This feeling is what I fight for. The sword in my hands is glowing brighter than I've ever seen it shine. There's a strong sense of bloodlust emanating from it. But I'm putting out a ferocious aura of my own. As our raw emotions clash, it seems the beast within the sword recognizes my intentions. Even in my moment of complete and utter defeat against a superior fighter, I still have the will to face my opponent head on. We've come to an understanding. Fight to survive. It seems I've gained my sword's respect. Theodore glares at me from across the ring and we lock eyes. He charges forward as I begin to feed MP into my continuously glowing blade. My opponent has dropped his shield behind him and sprints forward with his club raised to finish me off. One hit and I'm dead. I grit my teeth and continue feeding every last drop of mana in my body through my hands into the shining weapon clasped between my fingers. The light keeps growing brighter and brighter as our auras clash to become one. My vision almost goes black as I lift my sword to begin a mighty swing. Theodore charges towards me from over 5 meters away. All of the mana leaves my body and is released in one fiery slash. A massive dark red crescent moon of flames is released from deep within the sword and flies through the air, leaving thick trails of fire magic residue behind. Time slows down as I hear the crowd yell and scream about the heat. Some members in the front rows fall over and run away from the dome. Theodore's eyes open wide and his face becomes distorted as the fiery slash rockets toward him. It's all over in a fraction of a second. Shing, like a knife through butter, the dark flames slice through the entire right side of Theo's chestplate, cutting off his arm, shoulder, and part of his chest. His club clangs as it hits the floor and he drops to his knees screaming in agony. The dark crescent of flames slashes through the top of the dome's metal cage with an array of sparks and metal fragments. It continues upward over 20 m and smashes through the warehouse roof as well. I stumbled around and struggled to stay on my feet as I watched in awe. My vision wavered in and out and I questioned my own power. This is like nothing I've ever done before. The crowd became silent, then erupted in cheers moments later. I knew he had it in him. The Flame Emperor is our new champ. My money was on him this whole time. Who cares about his morals? We came for a good fight with Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor, I snarled and rolled my eyes as I struggled to stay conscious. This crowd is awful. There's no loyalty in degeneracy. That's what this fight club and gambling ring are all about, I guess. Doing whatever feels good and riding highs. At that same moment, Theodore attempts to stand to his feet. His club had rolled about 2 m away and now he's trying to inch his way closer to it. I walk towards him with my sword raised in front of me. The gaping hole in the dome above us is dropping shards of half-melted metal all around as the dark flames burn bright on his mangled body. I stand over Theodore and touch the tip of my blade to his neck. I plunder as much MP as I can to build strength for an attempt at a final attack. His eyes open wide and his face turns white as he desperately reaches for the club by my feet. I give up. I forfeit. My sword begins to glow, and I feel it edging me on to finish the prey in front of me. In my weakened state, it's an appetizing offer. The temptation is killing me. I grit my teeth and shake my head as I pull the blade away from Theodore's throat and raise it in the air while turning my back and walking away to face the crowd. I mutter under my breath, I'm in charge now, then smirk to myself as I take in the roaring applause of the audience. Seconds later, Theos yells out from behind me, I don't care anymore. Screw honor. You won't take everything away from me. I turned back around to see Theodore stumbling toward me with his club in his left hand. The crowd booed as he swung at my head. His movements are much slower because of his injuries. I was able to dodge the attack and position myself for a counter. I nodded and closed my eyes while channeling the remainder of his own stolen MP into my sword. With a swift lunge, I stabbed him on his unguarded right side and released my flames deep into the already open wound. We both yelled as I plundered every last bit of his MP and turned it against him. It felt like such overkill. But he has so much excess HP and mana. All I can do is continue to burn him to a crisp until he gives up. The crowd just couldn't get enough. It's a madhouse in here. The entire dome filled with flames and the audience roared with amusement. I didn't stop until I finally heard the ringing in my head that confirmed it was over. Level up, 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 13 levels. But how? That's impossible. I looked down at the pile of ash at my feet and saw the familiar floating blue text, use absorption, skill, conceal, yes, and oh. In a dazed state, I chose yes and fell to my knees as the flames around me began to dissipate. I heard the announcer's voice ring out above my head, what an incredible match. Who would have seen this coming? It looks like we have a new U250 champion. Everyone, let's hear it for the Flame Emperor. The crowd roared and I looked around the arena trying to stay conscious. 2 workers came into the ring and helped me to my feet. I stumbled out and muttered to one of the workers to take me to the VIP area while vaguely pointing in the direction of the booth I came from. My vision kept going in and out as the crowd parted all around me. Finally, I saw Bree walking toward me with a smile. I'll take him from here, boys. Why yes, Ms. Brianna. Again, she put her arm around my shoulder and walked me back to the VIP booth. Bree handed me an HP and MP potion. I chugged them both before we even walked inside. Once we did, she shut the door and I collapsed on the padded seats. Looks like you were able to control the beast in the end. Good job. I opened one eye to look up at her. Yeah. I'm going home, she laughed. Let me at least walk you out. I grabbed my sword and shoved it into my item storage. Take me to the surface, then I'm leaving. If I ever do business with you again, I'm bringing all the gold in this entire city. Never again will I accept a mindless condition instead of paying. Bree smirked. Pleasure doing business with you too. Chapter 68. We let the crowd die down and disperse before exiting the arena. I kept my mask on to avoid being identified. No one's going to know who I am, but it's just better for people to not associate my face with an illegal underground fight ring champ. Bree leads me into the main market. We walked no more than 500 m and made a hard left to a nearby heavy metal door. It's attached to a staircase upwards. We climbed the stairs and I found myself in the back of an old wooden tavern. I put my mask in item storage and Bree spoke up as we walked in. Table for one. It's Miss Brianna. An old short man hobbled over with both of his eyebrows raised high. Yes, ma'am, right this way. She smiled at him. Feed this young man and treat him well. I appreciate you. Franklin, he nodded and turned to me. Follow me, sir. Bree turned back towards the stairs and waved. I'll see you again, Jay. You know where to find me if you need anything. Like that. She was gone. I let out a sigh of relief and followed the old man to a table in the back. Once seated, I didn't even bother to look at the menu. Just bring me your special of the day. I'm not picky. I appreciate the kind gesture. Of course, coming right up, the tavern is pretty much completely empty. I took out my sword and placed it against the wall beside me. It glimmered jet black and didn't give off a scent of consciousness. I patiently waited and opened up my status out of curiosity. Status open. Name, J Soju. Level, 225. HP, 1130/1130. MP, 1130/1130. Strength, 545. 420. Speed, 646. 388. Agility, 672. Defense, 481. 192. Mental strength, 545. 109, 153. Skills, absorption, swordsmanship, combat magic, fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection, body hardening, special grade, self-regeneration, spatial magic, item storage, plunderer, telekinesis, appraisal, special grade, conceal, items equipped, golden wolf ring, 20% mental strength, cyclops. Eye pendant, 40% defense, dark elf boots, 60% speed, the Flame Emperor's sword, fire aspect, 77% strength, 28% mental strength. Interesting, as I studied my new stats I realized my sword's buffs increased slightly. The only reasonable explanation is that it's growing with me. I've seen enough improbable things today already, I guess this makes sense too. I'll have to ask someone I trust about this another time. My newest skill also intrigues me a bit. I whispered conceal under my breath and a blue box of text appeared next to my status. Use conceal, yes, I chose yes. Enter changes, level, HP, MP, strength, speed, agility, defense, mental strength, skills, items equipped, buffs, other, revert to original. I touch my right index finger to my status and a digital keyboard appears before my eyes. I'm able to edit my status. While mesmerized by my new ability, the old man finally came over to my table with a steaming plate of meats. Rice, and vegetables. Here you go, sir, enjoy. I smiled and nodded to him, then raised an eyebrow. Hey, 1 second. What do you see? What you look at this? I flipped my status window over to him and he took a look. Status open. Name, J Soju. Level, 250. HP, 1255/1255. MP, 1255/1255. Strength, 605. 200. Speed, 720. Agility, 650, defense, 505, mental strength, 605, skills, swordsmanship, items equipped, Minotaur's sword, 200 strength. Well, sir, it looks like you're a very strong swordsman. I didn't know Minotaur dropped swords. That must be a rare item you have there. Congratulations on hitting level 250 though, that's a big accomplishment. I grinned ear to ear, appreciate it. Thank you, the man bowed and walked away to let me enjoy my meal. I stared at my status and activated conceal again. Use conceal, yes, I chose yes. Enter changes, level, HP, MP, strength, speed, agility, defense, mental strength, skills, items equipped, buffs, revert to original. I chose revert to original and my status changed back to its true stats in front of my eyes. This solves so many problems. When I put my sword back into my item storage I realized I didn't have my item box on me. Bree really kept it. She just wants me to come back so she can torture me more. I rolled my eyes but grinned at the same time. It's kind of funny. I hope I see her again someday. I just need a lot more gold before I ever walk through her front door. I happily finished my meal and felt a lot better. The old man eventually took away my empty dishes and walked me out the front door, refusing to let a friend of Brianna's pay. I got outside and realized I'm still on the totally opposite side of town. There were shining silver buildings way off in the distance, so I decided to begin walking that way. It took almost an hour to get back to the familiar tourism-filled residential area of the city. While walking, I had a lot of time to think over my current situation and new goals. I'm going to tone it down for the next week or so. I just spent the majority of my money and have been getting myself into some really insane scenarios recently. It'd be best to slowly level up for a while and stack cash. With my new sword and stat increases, I'm sure grinding out the Minotaur dungeon will be a breeze. I walked through the front doors of the inn and was greeted by a friendly face. Back so soon? How was your day off? I laughed. He has no idea. Great. Great. By the way, any news on the surge today? Any big reports? He shook his head. Not much. I assume there's still a few mutants, but no major breaks. By tomorrow, the city will be back to normal. Great. I'd like to stay a few more nights if my room will still be available. Could I extend my stay until next Saturday? The innkeeper sifted through a few important documents and then looked up at me. Of course, I can arrange that. You still have a few nights that are already paid for ahead of you, but we can make an extension. Would you like to pay now or once our current agreement is over? I rummaged through my item storage and pulled out 3 silver to place on the table. How's that? He nodded and wrote something down on his papers. Great, you're booked until Saturday morning. Enjoy the rest of your stay. With a smile, I made my way back up to my room and straight into a hot shower. Afterward, I lay on my bed staring out the window, admiring the view while resting my eyes for no more than 20 minutes. I'm physically tired from my fights earlier today, but there's no way I can fall asleep for a full night just yet. I hopped out of bed, then stretched my arms and legs. Why not? I'll go raid a dungeon. Without thinking much more, I made my way downstairs and toward the dungeon hub. It wasn't very crowded, and all the raid restrictions had been lifted. The innkeeper was right, the surge has mostly passed. I checked in at the main hub and made my way down to the D-class platform. I took a look at the dungeon list. There are a lot of interesting options, but returning to the Minotaur dungeon seems like the safest bet for now. I boarded the train and entered the dungeon less than 10 minutes later. While wandering around the dungeon for about 2 hours, I encountered 5 groups of Minotaur. They all ranged from level 155 to 195. Some were in groups of 2, others were in groups of 3. Fighting them was too easy with my new sword, boots, and the general increase in stats from leveling. My sword hasn't even glowed red once, nor have I had to use much fire magic at all. They drop 13 mana crystals and 1 large axe in total. After these smaller battles, I decided to check out the boss room. When I arrived, it appeared to be completely normal. The portal is light gray, meaning there's no sign of a mutant boss. With a shrug, I jumped through. As I remembered, the boss room looks like an open plain. The initial wave is 7 Minotaurs. This time around, they were all normal spawns ranging from level 190 to 200. I easily defeated them before the boss even arrived. They dropped 7 mana crystals and no axes. The boss appeared moments later, and it actually looked rather menacing. Compared to the death matches I was in hours ago though, this feels like a walk in the park. I used Inspect and Appraisal. LV 234, active items, Steel Axe, 225 Strength, Steel Wrist Guards, 175 Defense, active skills, none. I completely outpaced the monster and lit it up with fiery gashes all over. It took about 6 swings. The beast was defeated without landing a single hit of its own. I've significantly improved. Level up, the boss only dropped a mana crystal. I wasn't lucky enough to get anything else. Once collected, the white light transported me back to the dungeon's start point. I turned right back around and decided to clear the whole dungeon again before it got too late in the day. 2.5 hours later, level up, I collected another 17 mana crystals and 1 large steel axe along with gaining 2 more levels. Once I left the dungeon, the sun had already pretty much set, so I headed to the market as quickly as possible to sell my loot to the old merchant. Hey, kid. How'd it go? Were they able to make you a sword out of that horn? Kinda. I ran into a few bumps along the way. But I have a sword to fight with now. Thanks for the help, I grinned and pulled out a massive pile of mana and 3 axes onto the table. The mana scale read out 6291.44 MU. How much do you want for it all? 1 gold, 20 silver, and a small item box. What happened to the last one? I rolled my eyes. Long story. The merchant chuckled to himself as he counted out my coins and placed them on the counter along with a brown pouch. With a nod and a handshake, I was off. I decided to take it pretty easy over the next few days. I enjoyed good food, slept well, and farmed in the Minotaur dungeon for about 6 to 8 hours a day. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Level up, level up, level up. I leveled up 8 more times, collected 436 mana crystals, and a total of 27 axes. In total, I profited roughly 15 gold. The only problem now is my own boredom. It's Friday morning and I'm standing at the D-Class Dungeon Hub platform staring at the list. I didn't level up at all yesterday from defeating the boss 4 times and my sword hasn't glowed once since my arena fights. I'll be taking the train back to my hometown tomorrow. The question is, do I play it safe for one more day or check out one of the other high-ranked D-Class dungeons? Chapter 69, Hey! Would you look at who it is? I heard a familiar voice behind me and turned my head to see Hudson smiling and waving while walking in my direction. Trailing behind him were 4 hunters I'd never seen before. Are these your new recruits? He nodded and looked back. Yup. Fresh D-Class hunters, it's my job to train them this weekend. Hey, how's Nessa doing? She's not with you today? Hudson nodded. Nessa hit level 250 yesterday. She's doing some special sword training at the guild to make sure she's ready for the test next weekend. Already? How did she level up so fast? I can't get much further in the Minotaur dungeon. Hudson pointed at the list on the wall. Well, the only other 2 D-Class dungeons that have higher levels than the Minotaur are the Giant Ape and Lizardman dungeons. I assume she power leveled there with another guild member. I took a look at the list. The Giant Ape dungeon seems straightforward enough. It'll be worth checking out today. Okay, thanks. That's exactly what I was looking for. Hey, tell Nessa I'll see her at the exams. Of course. Screech, with a wave of goodbye, we each got on different trains and headed off. Minutes later I arrived. No one else got off at this stop. It looks like this dungeon isn't very popular. I made my way up the escalator and took out my sword before jumping through the floating blue portal. I'm bombarded by a hot and humid environment the second I enter this dungeon. There are thick trees all around and occasional small clearings that let in the shining artificial sunlight. The ground is covered in lush green plants and a variety of multicolored fruits and flowers. This is a jungle dungeon. It's pretty cool. I walk deeper in with slow, cautious steps, but this eventually turns into faster jogging as I get more comfortable with the terrain. It takes about 20 minutes before I encounter my first monster. As I'm walking along the jungle floor, I see many trees shaking violently in the distance and ready my blade. A dark brown creature comes flying out of the top of the trees, swinging on branches, and squares up with me on the jungle floor about 20 MOA. I use Inspect and Appraisal, LV 213, active items, Steel Machete, 200 Strength, Steel Chestplate, 200 Defense, active skills, none. It's a giant monkey. The beast stood around 4 tall, and the ground shook after every step it took. The shining silver machete and armor it wore made it look almost human, but the bloodshot eyes and fangs protruding from its mouth told me otherwise. It let out a scream that shook the trees and ran at me. I ignited my blade and ran towards it as well. Within seconds the ape fell into fiery pieces. I let out a sigh of disappointment and collected the mana crystal it dropped moments later. Hopefully the boss puts up a fight. It took about 2 hours. But I made it to the back of the dungeon. While walking, I faced off against 5 more apes. All of them ranged from level 210 to 220 and dropped mana crystals. One of them dropped a machete with 200 strength. I put all the loot in my item storage. The boss room portal is light gray. I jump through without much hesitation. The inside is also a jungle environment, but the outer edges of the room are blocked off by very large thick trees. It seems there's no wave of apes before the boss. All I hear is one large monster charging toward me in the distance. I use Inspect, Appraisal, and Enemy Detection. 50m, LV, 246, steel machete, 250 strength, steel chestplate, 250 defense, active skills. None. Once it leaps out of the treetops, I can see that this beast looks almost identical to its underlings, it's just closer to 6m tall. It let out a roar and our battle began. Although its defenses were a bit stronger, my speed and boosted strength wildly outclassed this boss. In just 3 hits, the giant ape fell to its knees and collapsed. Level up, I'm too powerful for these D-class dungeons. I let out another long-winded sigh and collected the large mana crystal that dropped while letting the white light transport me to the dungeon start point. Well, that was a waste of my time. I left and boarded the train to check out the Lizardman dungeon. Apparently, these two are at the top of the list. If this one doesn't impress me, I guess it's hopeless. After a short ride, I made it to the Lizardman portal. I readied my sword and jumped through to find myself in a desert dungeon. The air is dry and the sand is hot. There isn't a single tree in sight. I ventured forth to see what this dungeon had to offer. Unfortunately, I was slapped in the face with reality. My gear and level are just way too strong. I came across 7 monsters on my way to the boss room. They were all roughly 2.5m tall, with green scaly skin, humanoid bodies, and lizard heads. Some held spears and others had swords. Most of them wore some type of armor. They were much more agile than the apes I fought earlier, but not nearly as strong. They ranged from level 215 to 225. Each battle lasted 1 to 2 hits max and they all dropped mana crystals. I did not level up or get any special drops. Once I arrived and entered the boss room, I fought a much bigger and darker version of the regular lizardmen. It stood around 3.5m tall and its scaly skin was almost black in color. The beast was level 251 and carried a long silver sword. It did not put up much of a fight against my overpowered stats. Level up. As I collected its mana crystal and transported back to the surface, I checked my status open, name, J Soju, level, 241, HP, 1210/1210, MP, 1045/1210, strength, 582, 448. Speed, 694, 416, agility, 720, defense, 515, 206, mental strength, 582, 116, 163, skills, absorption, swordsmanship, combat magic, fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection, body hardening, special grade, self-regeneration, spatial magic, item storage, plunderer, telekinesis, appraisal, special grade, conceal, items equipped, golden wolf ring, 20% mental strength, cyclops eye pendant, 40% defense, dark elf boots, 60% speed, the flame emperor's sword, fire aspect, 77% strength, 28% mental strength, interesting. Even though my level raised significantly since I checked it last, my sword stats haven't raised at all. I curiously examined my black blade before putting it into item storage and walking out of the dungeon. I've definitely graduated from these D-class dungeons. It's best to just call it a day at this point. I walked to the market and sold my loot for around 50 silver. After a decent meal, I stopped by a comic store and grabbed a new book I haven't caught up on yet before making my way back to the inn. Once upstairs, I opened to the first page and began to immerse myself in another world. There's not much else to do today, and I'm kind of bummed out about my current dungeon situation. The comic I grabbed today is all about an S-class hero that protects the world from monsters. It's the new volume that I've been waiting on for a few months. Although his position as a hero brings him fame and fortune, he's been doing the same thing every day for years. No monsters or even humans can come anywhere close to his level of power. Most of the chapters involve him daydreaming about fighting stronger monsters and being upset when he snaps back into reality where his battle has already been won. Although I'm nowhere near the world's strongest, I relate a lot with him today. The hero almost gives up on being a hero because it wasn't entertaining his immediate wants and needs. Eventually, he finds fulfillment and a larger purpose in helping the people around him stay safe and grow to reach their own goals. To be honest, I got a little lost on that last part. The whole craving a stronger opponent was all that stuck in my head. The end of the comic left us readers with a cliffhanger hinting that there may be a villain of much greater magnitude than he ever imagined. Of course. I can't wait to buy the next volume. With that, the sun slowly set and I fell asleep dreaming about fighting my own world-ending monster. I woke up with the rising sun and hopped out of bed to make my way downstairs. I hope you enjoyed your stay, sir. Please do come again. I nodded to the innkeeper and left him the room key. I had a great stay, thanks. After a quick breakfast, I hopped on the train and watched the buildings, trees, mountains, and lakes whiz by on my way back to the countryside. Screech, a few hours later the train came to a halt at my stop. I stepped out and looked around. This place doesn't feel the same at all anymore, everything is so small. I walked back to my old apartment building and climbed the steps to my door. There's a note on the handle, "You're welcome, J. You owe me one, M." It's Maria's handwriting. But I owe her one for what? I opened my door and walked inside. Looking around, this place is a mess. There are clothes on the ground and old water bottles all over the place, not to mention my standard of living has significantly increased since leaving here. This old wooden-floored 2 silver month apartment is not going to cut it. I have to get a new place. Scratch that, I need to move to the city for good. I tidied up the apartment a bit before deciding to head off toward Payskill to check in on everyone. About half an hour later I walked through the front door. The woman in the lobby greeted me with a surprised look on her face. "Welcome back, Jay. I thought you vanished for good." With a sarcastic stare, I replied, "Yeah, you wish." "Is Jack in today?" "Sure thing. He just organized our morning raids, I'm sure he'd love to meet with you." Knock on his office door. With a nod, I walked down the narrow hallway and knocked on Jack's door. It swung open moments later and I was greeted with a smile. "Hey. It's you. Welcome back. You look a whole lot different." I walked into his office as he motioned for me to do so. "Really? What's changed?" He stared at me for a moment. "It's your eyes. They've definitely seen a bit more action since the last time we met." We both grinned at each other. I can't tell if he's just greasing me up, or genuinely complimenting my improvement. Either way, I'll take it. Well, the capital just seems like the place to be. I'm going back, I just thought it'd be best to check back in. Plus, I know you had something you wanted to talk about last week. Could it have been the C-class exams? Jack sat down at his desk. "Are you close?"To level 250? I nodded. "Yep. Very. Well, that's great to hear. I can send in your application today. Although you aren't very active in our guild. It would still be appreciated if you competed under our name." I raised an eyebrow. "Competed under your name? What do you mean?" Every region holds its own C-class exams separately, but the number of passes is regulated by the country as a whole. Well, it's actually regulated by the Hunters Association if you want to get into the nitty-gritty details. Every guild from around the region applies with their top D-class hunters over level 250 and they will compete in an event to decide the top of the class. If you don't make the cut the first time around, you can enter again as many times as you'd like. It may take a few tries to achieve the C-class rank, but that's only natural. It doesn't only take raw leveling power to defeat most C-class monsters. This is what they test for in the exam. I nodded slowly. Interesting. So if your guild submits a D-class hunter that passes the exam, I assume that raises your prestige a bit? Jack smiled. "Well, yes, of course." I nodded again. "Sign me up. I'll be more than ready in a week." "Great." We locked eyes and shook hands, then Jack spoke up. "You know, we've been power leveling and training Maria a lot this week. She became much more motivated after she came back from the city. I doubt she'll make it to the necessary level by next Saturday, but her magic is progressing at an extraordinary rate. You may want to train with her a bit this week." "Alright, maybe I will. Are there any high D-class dungeons around here? Ones that are borderline C-class? Or a real C-class that hasn't been rated yet, if that's even a thing? I need something to get my last couple of levels and cure my boredom for the time being." Jack put his hand on his chin and thought for a moment, then rolled his eyes. "You're looking for a dungeon that bends the rules, aren't you?" I grinned, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "Let me contact Ray. I'll have her take you to the High Orc dungeon. You'll like it. Chapter 70, sure. Sounds good to me. Jack left the room and came back around 5 minutes later. They should be back from a raid within the hour. You'll have to wait around for a little while. I nodded, that's fine. Jack looked me up and down. Ray told me you got a new sword at the city center. Want to go to the training rooms real quick? I'd love to see how much you've improved. Swordsman to swordsman. I grinned, sure, but I'll have to go easy on you. Hey, come on now. We both walked out of his office and entered the white-walled room. Once I drew my sword, Jack's eyes lit up. Oh, look at that. He drew his sword as well. We began to spar casually for almost an hour. Neither of us used full strength, of course, but we had a good time. Clashing blades with a swordsman is like sitting down and listening to their whole life story. I learned a lot. Good warm-up, you're not half bad. Jack smirked and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Oh yeah? Breaking 3 practice swords in less than an hour is what you call a warm-up? I glanced at the shards of steel in the corner of the room. Not my fault this sword is so strong. We both had a good laugh and sat down by the resting area and replenished our HP and MP. Knock knock knock. The training room door opened and 2 familiar faces popped their heads through. Jay. Welcome back. Maria came running in with a full set of lightweight armor on head to toe. Ray poked her head in close behind. I instinctively used inspect and appraisal as she ran toward me. LV 156, active items, steel sword, 125 strength, steel chestplate, 100 defense, steel wrist guards, 75 defense, steel shin guards, 75 defense, enchanted boots, 100 speed, 100 agility, golem's pendant, 30% mental strength, active skills, combat magic, ice summoning. She wore light-colored clothing under the thin sheets of steel armor plates that fit around the curves of her body perfectly. Also, level 156? Jack wasn't kidding. She's been power leveling like crazy this week. Maria jumped through the air and put her arms out wide. Moments later she hugged me tight. I returned the favor. This is a surprise. Good to see you too, Maria. She dropped down to her feet and looked up at me with a smile that quickly turned to a mildly annoyed pouting look. Did you get my note? I raised my hands in the air with a confused look. All these emotions at once caught me off guard. Yeah, why? You were gone so long you didn't pay your rent, Jay. Our landlord was knocking forever. Oh, I paid it for you, so you're good. With an embarrassing looking on my face, I sifted through my item box to pull out some silver. Let me pay you back. I'm sorry about. Nope. I don't want your money. Take me hunting with you today. She looked straight at me and smiled with her deep blue eyes piercing my soul. I didn't have time to answer before Ray interrupted. Hey. I'm not so sure you're ready for the dungeon we're about to go to. I didn't know you actually wanted to come with us. I thought you were just welcoming Jay back home. She pouted again. You guys always treat me like a little kid. I'm really strong now, you know. Ray looked at Jack and he just nodded. You'll be fine, just don't dive too deep. I'll give the green flag to all 3 of you. Just be careful. Ray nodded. I looked back down at Maria. Well, looks like it's a yes from me too. I guess I do owe you one. She nodded and grinned. I turned to Jack and shook his hand. He spoke up. Had a great time sparring with you, Jay. Glad you're back. I'll have that application sent in today. Appreciate it. Maria, Ray, and I walked out of the training room and through the guild's back doors moments later. Ray spoke up. It's about 40 minutes of walking from here. This dungeon is kinda way off the radar. Maria and I nodded, then followed close behind. We caught each other up on important info and how our dungeon diving had gone the past week. Maria basically doubled in level. She's been exclusively training with Ray in low, mid, and even high-level D-class dungeons around here. The guild supplied her with this gear because she's been progressing so quickly. Maria has to work on battle technique more than anything else. Her magic power is off the charts. I'm looking forward to seeing how she fights now. I asked Ray why she doesn't dive into any C-class dungeons. The answer honestly surprised me. Apparently, they're too dangerous. Hudson said the same thing in the capital though. I guess there must be something to that. She just gets paid a monthly salary to train the newbies here. A simple life, can't knock her for it, also. One of the wildest things Ray told me. The guild master is Jack's dad. He is usually out traveling, or on business. That's why a D-class is running the place and giving orders. Everything makes so much more sense now. As we walked and talked, the course Ray took us was way off the main road. There's a large forest area with a few medium-sized mountains south of our town. Apparently, there are a few old and abandoned privately run guild dungeons up here. Just a little further, if I remember correctly, it's right over here. Ray pointed to an opening in the tree line and we walked through. On the other side, we came across a small wooden shack. The door had a small sign on the front that read "Property of the Pace Guild, do not enter." It creaked open as we walked inside. The shack is empty with a blue portal floating at its backside. We all drew our weapons and switched into battle mode while walking through. I looked around in awe. New worlds never get old. The ground is completely black and made out of a material I guess is some kind of hard stone. The terrain is completely flat, but there are occasional odd-looking black trees and mounds of rocks every 10 m or so. It feels like a desert, but the coloring is very off and there's no sand at all. The lack of green just makes me think there's no life in here. The sky is a light orange color, and the dungeon itself is reasonably well lit. This has to be one of the weirdest dungeons I've ever seen. Maria nodded and looked around while holding her sword tight. I agree. What is this place? Ray spoke up. Keep your eyes peeled. Anything can happen in here. As long as we don't face the boss, I'm able to handle most monsters in here solo. I'll let you two fight and only step in if you need me. Maria and I both nodded. We all walked further into the dungeon, like clockwork. 20 minutes or so into our trek, I felt a sinister presence approaching. I used inspect, appraisal, and enemy detection. 70 m, LV 246, active items, steel mace, 250 strength, steel sword, 250 strength, high orc heavy armor, 300 defense, active skills, berserker. My eyes opened wide as I watched a beast appear from behind a pile of rocks. Ray jumped backward and motioned for us to take it on. I looked at Maria, and she looked back at me. Let me at it. I got this. I gripped my sword and stared at the beast running at us for a moment, then back at Maria. She nodded at me with a serious look on her face. I stepped back and let her take the lead. All you. I'll be your backup. She grinned and started sprinting toward the oncoming beast. With a worried look on my face, I watched her closely, getting ready to step in at a moment's notice. A high orc charging at us is about 3.5 m tall. It's not as massive as some of the other beasts I've seen, but there is something menacing about its appearance. The monster is swinging a spiked mace around in its right hand and has a sheathed sword on its left leg. The dark green skin almost looks brown and ripples over the defined muscles below. The high orc is basically wearing a full set of armor covering its arms, legs, and most vital areas. The way it's scanning the terrain and swinging its weapon rhythmically gives me the impression that this is a fairly intelligent monster. Maria glowed bright blue as she approached the sophisticated beast. It let out a roar, and she screamed back at it while covering her sword in a thick layer of ice. I could feel the temperature around us begin to lower and the ring of blue light around her began to grow larger. Everything within 5 m of her is being affected. The trail of ice behind her is thick and shows no signs of melting. A high orc and her collide moments later. I can't believe the sight in front of my eyes. As the orc swings its mace, Maria shoots a wave of ice at its oncoming weapon. The beast freezes in its tracks, literally. The entire right side of its body, including the mace, is covered in a thick layer of ice. It lets out a roar as she begins to run past. It was all over in an instant. Maria circles back and releases another wave of ice across the left side of its body. The high orc is frozen solid from head to toe. This beast is completely immobilized. I can't believe my eyes. She just took down a monster 100 levels greater than her like it was nothing. Maria looks back at me with a grin, then I hear a cracking sound. The pristine white statue of ice begins to splinter and break. A dark red light starts to seep through the cracks, glowing brighter and brighter from within. Chapter 71, Crack. The high orc roared as it broke free from its ice prison. The dark red aura around its body gave off an immense power that definitely was not present before. I looked back to see Ray standing close behind us with her arms crossed. Maria had turned back to the beast, looking ready to attack again. Her base magic stats are naturally boosted about 2x that of an average person. but I can't help wanting to jump in and help her, she yelled the moment I took a step toward her. I got this. Trust me, Jay, I gritted my teeth and stared at the beast in front of us. Fine. I'm right behind you though, she nodded and began to glow bright blue. The high orc charges at Maria and she does the same. It swings the massive mace over its head in a fit of rage. The second before impact, Maria created a thick wall of ice in front of her and sprints off to the left. While continuing to glow red, the monster breaks straight through the wall without much resistance. Ice chunks fly everywhere and the battlefield is temporarily covered in a veil of small ice fragments that look almost like snow. Shing. I hear the distinct sound of a blade hitting flesh and see Maria fly out from the dissipating cloud of snow. The monster roars and I see a large chunk of ice stuck in its back in the shape of a sword/dripping blood. Maria took out an MP potion from her item box and drank it while squaring up with the beast again. I released the grip on my sword slightly. I guess you have this under control. She grinned and ran at the monster again. It fell for the same trick. After smashing through Maria's wall of ice, it creates a blind spot for her to attack. The beast is clearly stronger, faster, and has much higher defenses. Tricking it into making optimal conditions for a surprise magic attack is the only way Maria could win. It seems like she's fought opponents like this in the past. I looked over to Ray and she smiled, admiring her young protege at work. I watch in disbelief. Earlier, I saw the skilled berserker when I used appraisal. This commonly refers to an increase in strength and endurance. It seems to be the case, but I'll just have to test my theory when I get to face one of these high orcs myself. Maria continues to create massive ice walls and the monster keeps destroying them. She lands cheap shots whenever possible, leaving ice residue behind after every slash. It's clearly hurting the beast, but very slowly. She's drank 4 MP potions so far, and landed about 10 good hits on the high orc. It's slowing down as the ice magic seeps deeper into its body. The game of cat and mouse continues. Maria makes walls, and the beast knocks them down. This only leads to the walls of ice being blown into more pieces, and the eruption of snow gives Maria even more cover. The more hits she lands, the more effective each one becomes, leaving deeper icy wounds all over the orc's body. Doing so just makes it more angry and irrational, continuing an endless loop, with a final slash to the back of the head. The monster finally falls to its knees. Maria takes this opportunity to release a large amount of mana into the beast and covers it completely with ice. She doesn't stop until it freezes solid. With a confident downward swing of her blade, the high orc shatters into 1,000 tiny pieces. Maria drinks her 7th MP potion and turns to Ray and me with a big grin across her face. I just gained 23 levels. Now that was a good fight, Ray clapped slowly, and I watched the ice fragments disappear with the remains of the orc. A mana crystal drops and Maria picks it up. You know, I'm impressed. You've really improved. Thanks, I told you I've been training hard. Look at this. Maria opened her status and turns it to show me. Status open, _____________________ name, Maria Cortez, level, 179, HP, 705/705, MP, 705/705, strength, 388, 125, speed, 421, 100, agility, 404, 100, defense, 395, 100, 75, 75, mental strength, 797, 239, skills, combat magic, ice summoning, items equipped, steel sword, 125 strength, steel chestplate, 100 defense, steel wrist guards, 75 defense, steel shin guards, 75 defense, enchanted boots, 100 speed, 100 agility, golem's pendant, 30% mental strength, my. Eyes open wide. That explains a lot. Your magic is still off the charts. She smiled and blushed a little. Just like that, Maria has become one hell of a fighter. Her overuse of MP is alarming. But it works. That mental strength growth rate is insane. I'm sure she can handle the same high orc with ease now. She'll only get exponentially stronger with every new superior opponent. We all venture off further into the dungeon while I'm stuck deep in thought. Maria and Ray explain what kind of training they've been doing in more detail as we walk. It's mostly sword skill work, lower level D-class dungeons for funding, then higher D-class raids once she has enough MP potions saved. The guild isn't just throwing money at her, she has to work for it. I guess that's good. This dungeon is the most difficult one she's ever faced, but it seems like it won't be an issue. Almost half an hour passed. Finally, another high orc appeared. My turn. Ray and Maria stepped back as I drew my sword. The orc that appeared looks almost identical to the one earlier. I use Inspect and Appraisal, LV 248, active items, Steel Mace, 250 Strength, Steel Sword, 250 Strength, High Orc Heavy Armor, 300 Defense, active skills, Berserker. I make the first move and charge straight toward it. The beast follows my lead while swinging its mace in a rhythmic fashion. Clang, surprisingly, we're almost equal in strength. If anything, it may be a little stronger. Clang, I entertain the monster while gauging all of its abilities. My speed and agility are far greater. I'm not worried about getting hit at all. I ignite my blade and run around its backside after our second collision and land a fiery hit without much effort. I plunder MP and leave a solid amount of fire residue behind. The orc lets out a roar and flails its spike mace around in circles trying to hit me. I jump backward and we stare each other down about 10 m apart. It snarls and begins to glow dark red. I grin. One hit is all it takes for you to get pissed, huh? Let's see what you've got. The high orc charges at me in a straight line with its weapon swinging wildly in front of it. The ground shakes as it comes closer. Out of curiosity, I run at it and raise my blade. As our weapons collide, I'm completely overpowered. The weight of its mace combined with its newfound strength sends my sword attack flying to the side. I quickly reposition myself and jump out of the way following the momentum of my blocked sword. As I stare down the beast again, I wonder to myself with my body hardening, how well could I take a hit in its strengthened form? Maria and Ray are right behind me watching with their eyes wide open. Realizing this, it's probably better if I just end this quickly and leave the fun stuff for later. While circling back behind the orc, I ignite my full body into a ball of fire. I plant my right leg and jump toward the monster's back as it attempts to turn as well. I land another deep fiery slash across its back and the monster lets out an angry roar. To my surprise, the gash is much deeper than my last. Its defenses haven't gone up at all in this fit of rage, if anything they've lowered. A few moments later, our battle was over. I ran circles around the monster and cut it down to a pile of ash with 4 more hits. My sword didn't glow once. Level up, use absorption, skill, Berserker, yes, and oh, I choose yes and stare down at the burning corpse by my feet. Maria comes running toward me. Wow. You got a lot stronger too. I knew it. I turn and smile. Ray follows close behind. Both of you handled these high orcs pretty well. Looks like I won't have to step in at all today. I nod. Do they ever use their swords? Ray crossed her arms and nodded while motioning for us to follow. Yes, some will as we get closer to the boss room. They'll use more than just that sword. I collected the mana crystal at my feet and looked out into the vast orange sky. Interesting. Maybe I'll actually get a serious fight today. Ray chuckled and started to walk deeper into the dungeon. Maria and I followed. Chapter 72. We walked for another 20 minutes or so. The terrain changed a little bit. There are much fewer rocks, less trees, and the ground feels a lot harder. It just seems like there's unlimited flat ground surrounding us in all directions. It's a bit eerie. Finally, a new monster appears up in the distance. Ray steps back. Both of you should take this one on. High orcs this deep in the dungeon can be stronger than the ones you just faced. Maria and I acknowledged her. We nodded at each other, then ready ourselves for the approaching beast. It lets out a roar. I use Inspect and Appraisal, LV 257, active items, Steel Mace, 250 Strength, Steel Sword, 250 Strength, High Orc Heavy Armor, 300 Defense. Active skills, Berserker, Swordsmanship. Interesting. It looks exactly the same as any other orc we faced charging toward us swinging its mace. This one has a swordsmanship skill. I wonder how differently it'll fight. I'll distract it, then we'll both attack. Maria sprinted forward before I could get a word in. I followed close behind, avoiding the path of ice magic she leaves behind in her tracks. She began to form a massive wall of ice in front of her while I veer off to the right side. Moments later the beast falls for her trap and shoots thousands of ice fragments into the sky, making a cloud of snow. I use enemy detection and ignite my blade while diving into the heavy snow cover. Shing, both of us fly out from either side of the snow cloud. I leave a fiery gash across the orc's chest while she leaves shards of ice deep in the monster's back. The snow dissipates and it lets out an ear-piercing roar. The mace flies out of its hand and the beast begins to glow dark red. Maria and I grin at each other while admiring our dual attacks damage. The high orc reaches for its sword and glares at both of us. Maria runs forward and glows bright blue. I follow and veer off to the right again. As she creates an ice wall, I see a shift in the monster's eyes. This will be different. I change my trajectory and watch the events unfold. Shingig, the high orc slices the ice wall in two with ease. It narrowly misses Maria as she dodges to the left. Her eyes open wide with fear. I ignite my sword with flames and run toward the beast as fast as I can. The sudden change in temperature as my flames burn bright catches its attention. Over here, tough guy. It grunts and turns to face me, then charges. Clang, I'm met with the overwhelming force of a much stronger opponent's blade. This time I didn't have much time to dodge. I'm more focused on distracting it from Maria. The monster follows through and pushes my sword back effortlessly, throwing me to the ground and landing a deep gash across my abdomen. I reflexively burst into a ball of flames and the beast shrieks while stepping back. I quickly regenerated the best I can to stop the bleeding and dart away. My status reads 655/1215 HP and 1040/1215 MP. I look around to see Ray still just standing by with her arms crossed and Maria getting to her feet glowing bright blue 20M behind the orc. I grin. Looks like I'll get to test this out sooner than I thought. Maria and I lock eyes and both start running toward the beast from both directions. Resilient, even after being totally overpowered, she's able to face off against this monster seconds later without hesitating. I like what I'm seeing. The high orc lets out a roar and focuses its attention on me. Then begins to charge. I erupt into a massive ball of flames and follow its lead. With a thick wall of fire surrounding me on every side, I decide it will mask my next move perfectly. Berserker. The flames around me seem to burn darker as I activate my new skill. Power and intense energy surge through my body. It feels like I just took 10 shots of adrenaline mixed with Hudson's strength buff. I feel incredible. I let out a yell and charge forward covered in a veil of dark flames. All I can see is the enemy in front of me. I have laser focus and feel like a killing machine. The closer I get to the beast, the more tunneled my vision becomes. I jump through the air to let out an attack. Flames trail behind me as I travel faster than ever before. My blade flashes red for a moment as it slices through the high orc's neck like butter. Shing, THUDDD, level up. I fly past the beast and land behind it. My flames die down and I deactivate my berserker skill. It's all over so quickly. Maybe that was overkill. Well, whatever. That was rush. I turn around to admire my work. The headless high orc's body still stands upright, with its entire lower body frozen solid. I see Maria 10M away breathing heavily and drinking an MP potion. She locks eyes with me and smiles. 11 more levels. Ray walks over as well. You two work well together. I wasn't expecting it to go that well. I turn to her. Thanks? I think? She laughed. The monster's body disappears and drops a large mana crystal along with a large steel sword. I pick up the sword and use appraisal with 2 blades in hand. Active items: High Orc's sword, 250 strength, the Flame Emperor's sword, fire aspect 77% strength, 29% mental strength. It looks like my sword stats have been raised again. The mental strength went from 28% to 29%. Seems like it only levels up with me when it glows. Interesting. I hand Maria the orc's sword and grab the mana crystal off the ground. Hey, try this one on for size. She takes the blade and swings it around. Looks like you can handle a heavy blade now, huh? Maria looks up. Maybe. This strength boost makes it a lot easier to swing. I haven't ever felt a sword like this. She keeps swinging it around aimlessly with a grin ear to ear. Ray chimes in. Well, any further and we'll get pretty close to the boss room. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to challenge it today. Maria, how much MP do you have left? 6 more potions. Ray turns to me. What about you, Jay? I'm not sure. Enough though. Okay. Well, I think our best use of time and resources today would be farming around the dungeon's start point. 1 or 2 more fights for Maria would be ideal, then I guess as many as you can handle, Jay. I nod. Fine, makes sense. How tough is the boss though? Well, I don't think you should face it alone. It's definitely a C-class monster. A dungeon like this being labeled D-class would not slide in the capital. That's for sure. I smirked to myself. Good to know. Maybe we can face it together sometime this week? She looked at Maria and me curiously. Maybe. We all turn around and begin to walk back the way we came. Over the next 4 hours, we circled around the starting portion of the dungeon. Maria faced off against 2 high orcs and gained another 21 levels. She's level 211 now. They both dropped mana crystals, but no weapons. The first fight took 3 MP potions and the second only took 2. Her speed of progression is pretty insane. I faced off against 5 more high orcs. When fighting solo, I can focus more on utilizing my speed and agility to land easier hits. I gained 5 more levels. I'm at 248 now. The orcs all dropped mana, and 1 dropped a mace. I tried to give all my items to Ray. This is a guild-run dungeon after all. My contract is still valid. She let me keep the mace. Apparently, this amount of mana is more than enough to compensate for today. I happily accepted her offer. We all left the dungeon as the sun began to set. Maria spoke up as we made our way down the mountain back toward town. If I train here a few more days, I could hit level 250 this week too. Ray and I both turn to each other, then look at her. I reply, yeah. You're right. I thought I leveled up fast. Your progression is crazy. Like. This has to be some kind of record. Ray chimes in. Yeah. Honestly, it'd be a good idea for both of you to train together this week. As long as you don't face the boss, power leveling here would be the most efficient use of your time. I turn to Maria. I'm down. How about first thing tomorrow morning? She nods. Let's do it. With that, we walk back into town and report to the guild. There happens to be a class going on in a training room with new student recruits. Maria and Ray both step in to help out. I leave immediately. Helping newbies just isn't my thing. I'm not interested. Food is much higher on my priority list right now. The sun fully sets as I head into town and eat a big meal at a local diner. Next stop, the village market. The streets feel empty compared to the crowded chaos of the capital. As I near the trade area, I hear a familiar voice. Hey. Is that Jay? My old merchant friend recognizes me from a distance. It is. How's business? He nods, slow recently. I pull out the giant mace from my item box. Well, how about this? Can I speed things up for you? The old merchant's eyes went wide as he examines the mace. Where'd you get this? Some guild-run dungeon around here. Pretty cool, huh? It's incredible. We don't get many items like this around here. At the auction, I'm sure this could go for over 1 gold, but I interrupt. Name your price. I know it'll be way under auction pricing. You have to make a profit too, especially around here. The market must be volatile. He nods. Appreciate it. Would you take 45 silver? I add the items in the back of the shop. How about 10 MP and 10 HP potions? D-class, if you have that much? His eyes lit up. Sure thing. Right away. The old merchant rummages through the shop's storage and comes back with handfuls of potions. I place them all in my item box and shake the merchant's hand. Pleasure doing business with you, old man. Hope I see you again soon. You too, kid. Thank you. I wave and leave. I could have definitely gotten a much better price, but I just wanted to do a good thing. I don't really need the money anyways. After farming Minotaur all week, I'm pretty loaded. With a smile across my face, I make my way back home. Once inside, I take a hot shower and collapse into bed. It's been a long day. Chapter 73. I wake up after a good night of rest and crawl out of bed. There are birds chirping outside to the rising sun. I get dressed and open my door to be immediately greeted by a familiar face. You ready, Jay? Maria is sitting on the upper ledge of the apartment building stairs, resting the new high orc sword across her shoulders. She's smiling and staring at me with her piercing blue eyes. Well, yeah, I am. Good morning to you too, I guess. She laughs. We walk down the apartment building steps and into town. After grabbing a quick breakfast, we head off to the forest near the south side of town. I strike up some conversation on the way. So, how was that class last night? Any promising new recruits? Maria thinks to herself, I can't tell, they were all under level 30. It's pretty hard to gauge their potential, but it was fun. So they were all just average. She looks at me with a curious look. Average? Yeah. Average. So many hunters in the world just seem to be average. And no one talks about it. It almost demotivates me to progress sometimes. Don't you think it's a bit crazy for Jack or Ray to just sit around in their positions? To not get stronger? So many people just stop getting stronger. Maria grins. So you want to be the strongest too? We lock eyes. The strongest? Hey, I never said that. We aren't superheroes, you know. It's not like we have to save the world. I just want to become the strongest version of myself. And face off against the strongest monsters. So sure, in a roundabout way. Maybe I do want to become the strongest. Oomph, what? Whoever kills the most high orcs today is the strongest, okay? Maria blushes but has a serious look on her face. I grin. Sure, I'll take you on. Loser has to buy dinner, how about that? She nods. You're on. We make our way up the heavily wooded mountain and jump through the portal in the dungeon run shack. While staying within 2 kilometers or so of the dungeon entrance, we each farmed high orcs for the next 6 hours. Every 2 hours we reported back to the dungeon entrance to check up on each other. Maria faced off against 14 opponents and gained 37 levels in total. 9 MP potions had to be used, but by the end of the day, she could one-shot kill the high orcs with a solid magic attack. They dropped 14 mana crystals, 1 mace, and 1 sword. I faced 18 high orcs, gaining 6 levels in total. They dropped 16 mana crystals, 1 mace, and 2 swords. I used 0 potions. Maria is level 248, and I'm level 254 now. We meet back at the dungeon start point for the 3rd time. Hey Jay. I think we should face the boss room together. These regular monsters are getting boring. I smirk. You think you're ready for it? She looks at me with an annoyed stare. Do you think you're ready for it? I laugh. I wouldn't mind a challenge. Ray will kill us if she finds out though. You know this is no joke, right? We'll have to work together flawlessly. I know what a life or death battle is. I'm ready, and just won't tell Ray. I can handle myself. She crosses her arms and looks me inside in the eyes. Hey. I'm just making sure we're clear. This isn't going to be a walk in the park. How many potions do you have left? Maria sifts through her item box. 4 more. That should be enough if we're fighting it together. I nod. Great, I have extra if needed. Maria raises her sword toward the back of the dungeon and stares off into the sky. Let's go. Her eyes seem different than I remember. She's hungry for battle. Something changed in her recently. In my opinion, it's for the better. I raise my sword to match her energy, just like our first day hunting together. Let's go. We walked deep into the dungeon. Only 3 high orcs appeared on our way. I let Maria take them out because she seemed more eager to do so. Each battle was over in an instant. With one touch of her sword, she's able to turn these orcs into frozen white statues that fracture into pieces with a single swing of her blade. It's pretty crazy to consider it took 7 MP potions and half an hour for her to defeat one of them just yesterday. Finally, we make it to the floating gray portal. Without hesitation, we both jump through. The sky is dark orange, almost red. The ground is jet black, completely flat, and goes off in all directions further than I can see. Maria and I stand side by side looking deep into the void. I gulp. This is weird. Yeah. Cautiously, we both walk further into the boss room. About 3 minutes later, a rumbling can be heard in the distance. I use enemy detection and inspect. 200M, LV 258, LV 259, LV 259, LV 260, LV 260, 500M, LV 295, 1000M, LV 334. My eyes open wide and I yell to Maria, we have company. There's a pack of 5 coming our way, and more behind them. Maria nods, and we both charge forward to meet the enemies. 30 seconds later we are face to face with 5 dark red glowing high orcs. 3 of them are swinging a mace above their heads and 2 are handling swords. I burst into flames and activate Berserker while veering off to the right towards the 2 sword-wielding orcs. Maria veers off to the left, creating dense ice chunks everywhere she steps to take care of the other 3. I'm able to bob and weave my way through the angry monsters with my speed and agility. They're no better than the normal mobs outside the boss room. Moments later, the two sword users are nothing but ash on the ground, while the mace users shatter into 1,000 tiny ice fragments behind us. We look back at our work and grin while locking eyes for a fraction of a second. Then we hear an ear-piercing roar in the distance. A behemoth approaches us from the horizon, and I use my inspect skill again along with appraisal. LV 295, active items, steel mace, 300 strength, steel sword, 300 strength, steel helmet, 300 defense, steel chestplate, 300 defense, steel wrist guards, 200 defense, steel boots, 100 speed, 100 agility, active skills, berserker, swordsmanship. This one might put up a decent fight. A massive high orc appears in front of us and draws its huge sword. The beast stands around 5 m tall and has much darker skin than the smaller orcs we just defeated. Its armor is shining silver. It looks very thick and durable. A dark red aura surrounds its body, indicating its berserker is active. Maria and I dart around it, shooting off in opposite directions. She takes the left side, and I take the right. While igniting my flames and activating my own berserker skill, I look down at my sword. Since yesterday, it hasn't glowed red one time. It still remains black. The massive monster runs towards us, but it's much more fixated on me after my display of flames. The high orc is less than 50 m away. Maria takes advantage of its hyperfixation and circles around behind it. I ready my sword and wait for her to make a move. Moments later, I hear Maria's battle cry and a bright blue light glows behind the charging monster. A fast-moving sheet of ice creeps up behind its feet and stops it in its tracks 10 m away from me. I use this time to launch my own attack. I dart in and land a fiery slash across the beast's abdomen right under the heavy metal chest plate. I plunder some MP and leave as much fire residue behind as possible. It lets out a roar as I quickly jump out of the way of its own oncoming sword. Crack, crack. I turn around to see the high orc break free from its ice shoes and begin to charge after me. The gash I felt on its front side is visible, but it doesn't seem to be too hurt from it. Shing, from behind, Maria attacks the monster's backside, leaving her own ice residue. It doesn't slow the orc down, but damage is damage. Can't complain. Maria and I weave around in circles to create some distance between us and the boss. The power level gap is about the same as when Maria faced off against an orc for the first time. It won't be easy, but with enough technique and patience, we can beat this thing sooner or later. I yell to Maria, "Hey! Make ice walls. Your strategy from yesterday will work." She looks over to me, wiping sweat off her forehead and drinking an MP potion. "I'll need more mana." I reply, "We have the speed advantage here. Follow me. I'll give you some potions." I turn and run. Maria follows. We run further into the dungeon away from the beast. "Here, take these." I take out a handful of MP potions. It's 7 in total. She puts them in her item box. "Thanks. Looks like I'll have to get creative here." "You're right, ice walls it is." We nod and run back in toward the beast. It keeps charging at us like an angry bull. The games begin. Maria charges at the high orc head-on, while I veer off to its right side. She glows bright blue, attracting its attention and making a massive ice barrier. Boom, the strategy still works perfectly, even with a boss like this. I grin and run into the massive cloud of ice and snow, using enemy detection to locate the beast's exact location. Shing, as I leave my fiery gash in its lower back, my eyes open wide as I feel the presence of another enemy way too close for comfort. Inspect and enemy detection read out these numbers: 10 m, LV.295, 100 m, LV 334. I dart away from the beast to see Maria fly out of the ice cloud on the other side. I yell to her, "There's another one." I scan the area furiously, using enemy detection, appraisal, and inspect all at once in every direction. I can't find it. That other presence just vanished. All I can't detect now is the high orc in front of us. The beast roars and charges at Maria again. She looks at me in confusion, then goes back into battle mode to face the murderous behemoth. I shake my head and run at it as well. It must be further than I imagined. Or, well, I'm not sure what I just imagined. Maria creates another ice wall and we land a dual attack on the high orc again. When we fly out from opposite sides of the ice cloud, the snow dissipates. The orc roars and faces us with its bloodshot eyes. Our slashes are slowly chipping away at its health, but this is definitely going to take a while. It charges and Maria creates another wall of ice. The beast blows the ice barrier into a million pieces and I run straight toward it. I activate inspect and enemy detection, my heart skips a beat, 1M, LV 334, my vision goes black, I ignite into flames and activate body hardening around all my vital areas. Still, I can't see a thing. I use appraisal, active items, High Orc Commander's Sword, 350 strength, High Orc Commander's Armor Set, 500 defense, High Orc Commander's Ring, 50% mental strength, active skills, Dungeon Walker, Intimidation. What is happening? Chapter 74, the darkness around me suddenly dissipated. I can see waves of black and purple energy dissolving all around me to reveal the dungeon's orange sky again. I grip my sword tight and keep all of my skills active while staring down the odd sight before me. This is a completely different section of the boss room. I can sense the presence of Maria and the High Orc we were just fighting almost 200 m away now. But how? The moment I spoke out loud, a portal appeared about 10 m in front of me. It's that same black and purple energy form before. I grit my teeth and point my sword at it as an ominous being walks out slowly. It's a humanoid creature holding a long silver sword and wearing lightweight armor that looks very similar to the High Orcs. The only issue here is, this thing doesn't look like the beasts in this dungeon at all. How could it be their commander? The monster in front of me is about 2.5 m tall with dark brown skin and jet black tattoo-like markings across its arms and chest. Horns protrude from its forehead on either side about 20 centimeters. They shine ruby red and wrap around its skull pointing backward. The commander looks at me with no emotion on its face. I can see small black pupils glaring at me, but the rest of its eyes are completely white. Suddenly the monster's pupils shrink and I feel a wave of invisible energy hit me. Sweat runs down the side of my face and the monster begins to walk around me in circles very slowly. I'm frozen with fear. My legs won't move the way my mind tells them to. What is this, Xing? The commander gracefully draws its sword and slashes me across the chest. Blood spurts everywhere and I take a huge deep breath in as the pain releases me from this trance. I jump backward, regenerating my wound and igniting my body into flames. My status reads 855/1275 HP and 1120/1275 MP. The monster slowly circles around looking at me with its calm white eyes. Then a wave of fear hits me again. I'm frozen. It's like prey caught in the gaze of a far superior predator. All the possibilities and strategies of battle are rushing through my head, but for some reason, my body won't react. It's like I'm stunned. Completely helpless until the spell is released, it charges forward. Xing, again, the sword cuts deep into my abdomen. Blood pours out and I'm released from the curse. I jump backward, regenerating while coughing up blood. I glare at the beast while checking my status again. It reads 435/1275 HP and 1110/1275 MP. I tightly grip my blade and start to run at it. But I'm stopped dead in my tracks moments later by a wave of fear. Xing, a clean shot to my neck. My eyes open wide as I fall to my knees. The commander watches over me calmly. Blood pours out as I desperately regenerate and grab an HP potion from my item storage. My status reads out 15/1275 HP and 1090/1275 MP moments before I chug my healing potion. This must be his skill. Intimidation. I stand to my feet just to be hit with another wave. Xing, its sword plunges straight through my stomach and I gasp for breath as blood flows out of my mouth. Again, I jump back and regenerate to the best of my ability. Another wave. Xing, another wave. Xing, I'm trapped in its loop of spells over and over. I struggle to get to my feet while drinking another HP potion. It wants to defeat me mind and body at this point. This is torture, I yell out in pain. Frustration and fear of my own come over me. These feelings aren't forced by its intimidation. This is raw emotion that I haven't felt in a while. I'm facing an opponent, and I have no way to win. My body is becoming weak. There are only so many HP potions and regenerations I can handle. My endurance and fatigue can't withstand being on the brink of death too many more times. I let out a yell as I stare down at the emotionless beast in front of me. I activate Berserker and run at it full force, then I'm hit by its intimidation wave once again. Xing, another slash across the torso forces me back down to the ground. I jump away the moment I regain mobility and regenerate. I let out another yell and turn Berserker back on. Waves of fear, fatigue, frustration, and anger are all compounded every time I'm hit with intimidation. Xing, it lands another bloody slash across my chest. I can't even feel the pain anymore. The only thing on my mind is killing this monster. By any means necessary. I don't even bother regenerating. I just need to land a hit for my own sanity. I turn and run after the creature while glowing dark red covered in flames and screaming with rage. My blade begins to glow red with me, a devious grin appears across my face as I feel power seep into my veins. My vision tunnels just like it did before, and the dark red aura of my berserker skill begins to mix with the ego of my sword, erupting into even darker red flames. The commander turns, and I see its pupils shrink. I'm hit with a wave of intimidation, but this time I break through. With a battle cry, I nullify its mental attack and continue charging straight toward it. The commander's face finally changes. The monster's eyes open wide, then it grins. I jump in the air, swinging my blade directly at the monster's neck. My sword begins to glow brighter and brighter the closer I get. I let out another yell as I swing my sword at its unguarded neck. Shingig, I make contact. The blade hits the commander's neck and I see the glint of red blood. Then dark purple and black swirls of energy form all around us. Whosh, the commander is gone. My sword slices through the open air. Immediately, I use enemy detection while planting my right foot and turning around. This must be its other skill, Dungeon Walker. It's some kind of movement magic. Another black and purple portal appears 10 m away from me and the commander steps out, pointing its sword straight ahead. There's a small scratch on its neck, dripping blood. That's all I needed for a boost of spirit. I'm back in this thing. Bring it on. I point my sword at the monster as well, declaring the start of our real match. With my flames burning hot and my sword glowing red, we both charge at each other. Clang, our swords clash and we both grin at each other with malicious intent. Two monsters begin a battle to the death. I jump back and it does the same. We both assessed each other's physical strength and abilities. Our speed and agility is very similar due to my natural boost in boots. Our strength is also very similar as well. That is, it's similar when I'm using Berserker. All that leaves is defense and mental strength. Its armor is much better than mine. It most likely has me beat in defense stats, but I have a ton more HP potions, so it shouldn't matter that much. It'll all come down to a battle of abilities. We stare each other down again from about 10 m away. Then we both charge. Shing, the moment I step forward it does too, but into a portal of darkness appearing less than a meter behind me, stabbing a blade right through my back. I cough up blood as the monster dodges my counterswing and runs back to a safe position. While regenerating, I chug an HP potion and keep my eyes locked on the savage. Didn't see that one coming. It grins and grunts while charging at me again. I return the favor. Every 10 seconds or so I'm hit with a wave of intimidation. It's getting easier and easier to fend them off. My theory is I'm getting more focused on battle, and my sword's ego combined with my own makes us stronger than before. My mind cannot be controlled. Shing, I'm hit with another blade in the center of my back and fall to my knees. My movements, on the other hand, it's definitely controlling those right now. I activate enemy detection and regenerate while facing the beast again. Focus. We charge at each other. I'm fully prepared for an attack from the rear this time. It won't fool me again. Clang, I turn at the last moment and block the commander's blade. It takes a step back and disappears into another portal. My eyes scan the entire dungeon around me. It's nowhere in sight. Berserker is heightening my senses and enemy detection is scanning the area constantly for any sign of life. Seconds later I feel a sharp pain from behind in my lower thigh. It hit me again. The moment I sensed it and turned to counter it was already too late. I'm milliseconds off. Just a little more speed. And I could have blocked it. I collapse to the ground. The monster towers over me for a moment while pulling out the blade and jumping backward. I regenerate, drink an MP and HP potion, then stand to my feet. I need to be a little faster. Somehow, again, it disappears into thin air and appears seconds later to slash the back of my legs. It's learning how to outthink me more and more. Every new attack is hitting non-vital areas, it's just wearing me out. Sometimes I can guess where it will attack and get a lucky block in, but other times it comes out of nowhere and leaves a deep gash. This commander loves to play with its prey. My legs, arms, torso, back, and even feet are getting slashed to pieces, over and over. It goes on for over 5 minutes straight as I continue to regenerate and attempt to block its attacks. I drink another 3 HP potions and 1 MP, my berserker skill, flames, and enemy detection are still active. My blade keeps glowing brighter and brighter, but it's useless if I can't even land a hit. I'm exhausted, fatigued, frustrated, and scared. But for some reason, Excitement still flows through my veins. Even in a time like this, I'm still grasping onto a glimmer of hope and enjoying the rush of battle. Each time the commander appears, I get another try at increasing my reaction speed. I'm almost there, it's just outpacing me by fractions of a second every time. The monster disappears into its dark cloud again and I activate enemy detection. The boss room goes completely silent. All of a sudden, I feel a large presence in the distance fade away, then hear a familiar ringing sound in my head. Level up, 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 level up. I leveled up 12 times. Did Maria beat the boss? Wait. If that was the dungeon boss, then what is dash? Clang, at the last moment, I sense a sword appear behind me and turn to block it. A perfect clash, I block it on instinct alone this time. I meet the gaze of a surprised commander. It thought that was a surefire hit. I grin. Normal mobs in dungeons don't share EXP with all the hunters in a boss room unless an individual does a majority of the damage. The perk of equal EXP sharing without damage regulations only applies to the boss itself. That means this commander is definitely not the boss. It shouldn't even be here at all. This is an entity from another dungeon that must have taken control. Should I even call it a high orc commander anymore? It's more like a demon. Chapter 75. The demon looks me in the eyes as our swords clash. I grit my teeth and watch the sparks fly. I use Plunderer while releasing a wave of flames through my blade toward the monster. It lets out a wave of intense intimidation as we test each other's limits. My flames glow hot, illuminating the area around us. I burst into a massive ball of fire, pushing the monster backward while burning its chest and arms. It lets out a roar and disappears into a dark portal behind it. I smirk. This is the first time during our battle I've had the upper hand. I sense a presence behind me and swiftly turn to block the incoming blade. We lock eyes again as sparks fly. I use its own mana against it. While refreshing my own MP up to full, I release another wave of flames and lunge forward. It gets slightly burned but disappears into a dark portal once again. We clash blades over and over for another full minute. I manage to land minor burns from my flames, but our swordsmanship, strength, and speed are completely equal. One wrong move for either of us and the other will be critically injured. Every time the demon appears I block and attempt to counter, but it's too crafty. The moment my blade touches its skin, it disappears into a void of darkness. I scan the area around me and wait. It's time to turn it up a notch. I'm going to try something different this time. I sense a blade appear behind me. But purposefully don't turn around to block it. The sharp metal sword slices deep into my back and out through my stomach on the other side. I would have definitely darted away or blocked in any normal circumstance, but this is part of my plan. Body hardening, black crystals form around the exit and entrance wounds. I feel the monster attempt to pull its sword free, but it's stuck inside me. I grin and twist my body while swinging my sword at the demon's neck. Its eyes open wide with fear. Shing, it's a hit. A deep fiery gash appears on the monster's throat and it shrieks while falling backward into a black portal. I rip out its sword from my stomach and fall to my knees. Blood gushes out as my vision starts to fade. I regenerate and struggle to grab one more HP potion. While shaking my head and chugging the potion, I slowly stand to my feet, regaining full consciousness. A hand appears from the void and grabs the bloody sword off the ground while I regain my strength. Seconds later, it appears from a portal behind me. This is it. I stare down at my bright red glowing sword and concentrate every last bit of MP I can into the blade. Berserker is active, and my body is covered in dark red flames. With a yell, I spin my body toward the danger and go in for the kill. Shh! I feel its blade sink into my stomach as I turn, but I pierce its chest as well. My sword glows brightly as it releases all my flames deep into the demon's heart. I suck it dry of mana using Plunderer while burning its body to a crisp. Both of us let out a final battle cry as it attempts to lift its blade. Again, I use body hardening to stop it in its tracks while continuing to plunge my fiery blade deeper and deeper. A portal appears behind the monster, but it's much more transparent than before. The dark purple magic is beginning to fade. It can't escape. Moments later, our battle is finally over. I fall to my knees with exhaustion as the charred body of the demon falls to the ground in front of me. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Level up, 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 use absorption, skill, dungeon walker, yes, and no, use absorption, skill, intimidation, yes, and no, I choose yes on both, and open my status open. Underscore 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 name J Soju level 290 HP 375/1455 MP 890/1455 strength 702 597 351 speed 836 502 agility 865 defense 626 250-157 mental strength 702 140 288 skills absorption swordsmanship combat magic fire summoning inspect special grade enemy detection body hardening special grade self regeneration spatial magic item storage plunderer telekinesis appraisal special grade conceal dungeon walker intimidation items equipped golden wolf ring 20% mental strength cyclops eye pendant 40% defense, dark elf boots, 60% speed, the flame emperor's sword, fire aspect, 85% strength, 41% mental strength, buffs, 50% strength, increased endurance/alertness, debuffs, -25% defense, underscore 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 underscore, with a grin, I collapse forward onto the corpse of the demon. A white light appears before the body has time to disappear. I'm transported back to the dungeon's starting point. J? Hello? Can you hear me? I open my eyes to see Maria standing over me with a concerned look on her face. It turns into a smile as I sit up. You disappeared all of a sudden. Where'd you even go? I had to fight the boss all by myself. I was worried. She looks down at me. I sift through my item box to find another HP potion. Well, it seems there was another boss in that room. I took care of it. Barely, she watches me curiously as I drink my potion and sigh with relief while standing to my feet. There's no point in telling her what happened right now, I'll keep the details to myself. I'm glad you're okay, Jay. Anyways, I had a fun time beating that boss. It took me only 5 MP potions. I went up a ton of levels too, I grin, yeah. I had a good time too, but I'm definitely done for the day. Let's get out of here, she nods. We leave the dungeon and start making our way down the mountain. I'm breathing heavily as we walk, my body is really exhausted. Half an hour later we make it back to the guild. Ray and Jack are both standing around talking with new guild recruits in a training room. We decide to pop in and say hi to report our results in training today. We're back. Maria jumps in the room and I follow close behind. Jack walks over to us. How'd it go? Have any good loot for us? We emptied our item boxes to dump out a pile of mana crystals and a few weapons onto the floor. Jack turns around. Hey. Come take a look at these, Arnold. One of the new recruits walks over and starts touching the swords. His eyes open wide and he looks up at us through thick-framed glasses. These are borderline C-class swords. Jack grins, then looks at Maria and me. Good work. I assume that means you two managed to surpass level 250 today? I've already sent out both of your applications either way, I nod. Maria smiles wide, yep. I'm level 264 now. Ray does a double take, then leans in. You two didn't fight the boss, did you? Maria covered her mouth with her hands and blushes, turning to me. I nod while grinning. I guess it would have come out sooner or later. Yeah, we did. Jack and Ray look at each other, then back at us. They look concerned, but proud at the same time. Ray speaks up. Well, as long as you can handle it. I'm impressed. That high orc commander is a tough one, that beast is huge. I guess you two don't need me for training anymore. Maria nods while I think to myself. Her words confirmed my suspicions from earlier. My opponent wasn't the regular boss. It was an outsider, but how? I look up. Are there any more dungeons like that around here? Jack laughs. I'm afraid not. That's our only loophole dungeon. Usually, it takes months to master that one. You two have some scary progress speed. You'll have to wait until you have C-class clearance to dive into any stronger dungeons. Sorry, well okay. I look at the ground and a wave of fatigue hits me as my stomach gurgles. I'm hungry, tired, and need some alone time to think about what happened today. In that case, I'll be heading out. See ya. I turn to leave and Maria speaks up. Want to train again tomorrow? I nod. Sure, you know where to find me. She chuckles as I wave goodbye to everyone and walk out the door. Chapter 76. On my way home, I grab a bite to eat and stroll around Alpine Park for a while to think about the monster I just faced. It wasn't the dungeon boss, that's for sure. My only guess is it was a random mutant spawn, or has something to do with this skill. Dungeon Walker. I'm leaning toward the latter. As I ponder, I come across the old starter dungeon portal. This is the Goblin Dungeon where I started my journey as a hunter. I grin and jump through. The fresh air, green grass, and blue skies are pretty nostalgic. I walk into the dungeon and admire the beautiful view around me. After 10 minutes or so of wandering, a goblin appears. I use Inspect and Appraisal LV for active items, Goblin Dagger, 5 strength, active skills, none. I laugh and watch the mini green man run toward me with determination across its face. This is the perfect time for me to test out my new skills, Intimidation. The goblin stops in its tracks and its eyes roll back into its head. Its little green knees buckle and it falls to the dungeon floor. I slowly walk around the creature examining it, then turn the monster into a pile of ash moments later. I guess a stronger opponent would have been a better use of the skill. But at least I've learned how to use it properly for the future, now. It's time for Dungeon Walker. I stare forward and concentrate. Instantly, a black and purple swirling portal appears in front of me. I slowly step inside, everything's dark. Just like when that demon transported me before, I concentrate harder. All of a sudden, I start to visualize all kinds of familiar places in my mind. These are other dungeons. In my mind's eye, I can see the distinct landscapes of every dungeon I've ever been to. It's incredible, but a bit overwhelming at the same time. There are so many pathways connecting every step I've ever taken inside every dungeon. It's like a massive map. I gulp, then visualize the Minotaur dungeon from the capital. It's crystal clear in my mind. I focus, then step through, my eyes open wide as I take in the landscape of the Minotaur dungeon all around me. I can teleport to any dungeon I've ever stepped foot in. I check my status and am very surprised to see my MP read 955/1455. One jump took over 1/3 of my mana. While concentrating again, a dark swirling portal appears in front of me. I step inside and visualize a dungeon nearby, the slime dungeon. Just like that, I step out into the grassy plain and check my status. It reads 865/1455 MP, interesting. Closer jumps take much less MP. I visualize the area 50 m in front of me. Then create a portal to jump through. Moments later I step out on the other side to check my status. It reads 855/1455 MP. I grin. Looks like this new skill is all figured out. It'll be even more useful than I imagined. This saves a ton of time for traveling. Plus, this finally explains where the demon came from. Well, at least it explains how it got to another dungeon in the first place. I use Dungeon Walker to teleport back to the Alpine dungeon and walk out with a satisfied smile across my face. It's been a successful day. I walk home, shower, and sleep like a rock. The next morning I wake up fully refreshed and step out the door. Morning, Jay. You ready? I smile at Maria. Sure am, let's go. This began our hunting extravaganza. Over the next week, we defeated the High Orc dungeon over a dozen times. In total, we took down 198 High Orcs with levels ranging from 240 to 260. They dropped 7 maces and 11 swords, plus tons of mana crystals. These were all added to the guild's training supplies. We took down the real High Orc commander boss 21 times. Its level ranged from 285 to 295. One time, it dropped an Orc commander's ring. It's the same one the demon was wearing. We gave it to the guild, as per our contract. For all 21 battles, that demon was nowhere in sight. That solidifies my theory. It was 100% from another dungeon. We had a good time. Although beating the same dungeon boss got boring after a day or two. I learned to fight in tandem with Maria pretty well. We focused more on working together and reading each other's movements, using the boss as our punching bag. The only skills I used with her were Berserker, Flame Combat Magic, and Swordsmanship. I guess I trust her, but there still hasn't been a good time to let her know about my other skills. Maybe I won't ever have to. By the end of the week, Maria and I both reached level 297. It seems we can't level up any higher in this dungeon. Saturday morning, I roll out of bed with a yawn and step out the door before the sun even rises. We all agreed to meet at the guild first thing in the morning to get on the train to the capital together. Morning Jay. You ready? Morning Maria. Yep. I'm as ready as I'll ever be, how about you? She smiles, oh I'm so ready. We make our way over to the guild. Once we walk through the front doors I see Jack and Ray standing in the lobby waiting. Sorry if we made all of you wait too long. Jack smiles, no problem at all, we'll be right on time for the train. Got everything you need? I check my item box and feel my pockets, then nod. Maria does the same. Jack speaks, well, great. Let's head out. We all followed in agreement. I could have easily slept in. Teleporting to the capital would have been a piece of cake. It would just be kind of hard to explain. Screech. All aboard. We board the train and pile into the private guild room. Maria and I sit on one side while Jack and Ray sit on the other. I speak up as the train starts to move, so, Ray. What's this exam really going to be like anyways? Everything I've tried to read about it seems to make me even more confused. It seems like this whole test is a mystery. She nods, well, you're right. It is a bit of a mystery. Every time the exam is taken, the Hunters Association mixes things up. Back when I took the test we all had to defeat a series of private Hunter Association-run dungeons in a specific time frame. Sometimes solo, and sometimes with teammates. There were representatives watching us every step of the way. I've heard from others that past exams were totally different. Maria and I look at each other, then back at Ray, so we'll be able to work as a team? Exactly. It'd be in your best interest to work together. Other guilds have definitely created teams to succeed in the exams. Entering as a small guild like us has its disadvantages. You two are pretty over-leveled though. The exam may be hard, but I know you're up for the challenge. I nod. What kind of dungeons did you face? Ray grins and shakes her head, it doesn't matter. As I said before, it's different every time. There's no point in thinking about it until the test actually starts. It's impossible to prepare, you just have to be a competent hunter and take on the challenge in front of you. Maria and I nod, well, thanks. Great motivational speech. I look out the window and watch the buildings fly by. I didn't mean for my response to come out that sarcastic. Ray chuckles, you're welcome. The train continues to bring us closer and closer to the capital. I'm starting to shake with excitement. Today is the day of the C-class exams. Chapter 77, Screech. The train finally makes it to the capital as the sun rises. We all walk out onto the platform and take in the view of a busy market. It looks like everyone's in high spirits today. I follow Jack through the market as the hunters and merchants go about their daily business dealings. We make our way toward the Hunters Association's main headquarters in the city. Once we arrive in the general vicinity, large crowds start forming. Jack spoke up with a grin, looks like we're in the right place. There's a slow line that has formed entering the main building. We got in and stood patiently. There are all kinds of people waiting beside us. Ray starts pointing at some of them and explaining a few things. See those four there? It looks like they're a group of 3 hunters and a guildmaster, pretty similar to us. Groups like this will be the most common. I use inspect, LV 361, LV 254, LV 252, LV 251. The level 361 is an old man with short gray hair, light skin, and dressed in a formal suit. The other 3 seem to be your average-looking hunters. With decent gear. It's your run-of-the-mill steel swords and steel armor, adding 200 or so stats for each stat category. Some of it is battle-worn, but it does the trick. They're definitely from a small-town guild like us. Ray points at another group, see them over there? It seems that group of 5 is from the Hunters Association. You can tell by their gear. I use inspect, LV 250, LV 250, LV 250, LV 250, LV 250, they're all exactly level 250. And Ray is right. Their armor is all lightweight steel and exactly the same style with dark bodysuits underneath. That's the association for you, predictable and organized. Ray points behind us as a group of 7 arrives. The crowd moves out of the way to let them get in line behind us. She whispers to us in a low voice, "It seems a party from the Big Three has arrived. These guys are no joke, one of the Viridian Guild teams is here." I use inspect, LV 544, LV 269, LV 267, LV 266, LV 266, LV 265, LV 263. This team is being led by AB Class Hunter. They are no joke, all of their gear looks brand new. There are 2 big tanks and 4 smaller hunters with them that look like some kind of sword or combat types, but none have their weapons drawn. They're all wearing matching dark green raid suits underneath their shining armor. Some of it is percent based, other pieces are 300 stat boost. This is some serious gear, definitely funded by a top guild. As we move further and further up the line, Ray pointed to one last team of 3. Looks like there's a wildcard team. Look, it speaks for itself. I use inspect, LV 288, LV 271, LV 259. I examine the 3 massive men Ray pointed out. They were all tattooed head to toe, and wore unusual gear. One wore a heavy steel chestplate with 500 defense, his only skill is body hardening. He must be the tank. Another man had a dark cloak on with a 50% speed buff. I've never seen his skill before, but it's self-explanatory: extreme speed. He must be some kind of rogue. The last teammate was just a swordsman, but he wore an assortment of rings. The tattoo on his right hand had a dark snake with red eyes. Ray spoke up again as we neared the door, "They're an independent party. You have to apply through the Hunters Association directly if you're not guild associated. Pretty rare, but not impossible to see. They aren't with a guild master, we can assume they're self-submissions. Occasionally a group of nobles will apply as an independent party as well. We haven't seen any of them yet though. Looks like this exam will be an interesting one." I nod slowly, "Looks like it." We enter through the front door. There's a long table in front of us with 2 middle-aged men in black suits standing in front of it. The one on the left has short brown hair, blue eyes, and a clean-shaven face. He spoke up, "Guild name?" Jack steps forward, "We're from the Pace Guild. Our 2 applicants are Jay Soju and Maria Cortez." The man nods and sifts through a notepad, "May I see your IDs and status screens?" Jack nods and turns to us. I activate conceal as I reach into my item box to take out my hunter's ID. Maria takes hers out as well, and we both hand over our cards to the man. He examines both of them as I open my status and begin to edit it furiously. Moments later he hands us our cards back and we both show him our blue screens. I left everything exactly the same except for my skill section. I deleted everything except for swordsmanship and my fire combat magic. His eyes still lit up and he laughed, "Level 297? Nice. There are a couple of guilds over-leveling this time around. I guess it's just a trend recently. Well, looks like you 2 are in the clear. Go see Rodrigo to get fully checked in." He points to a man sitting at the long table behind him in the center of the lobby. Jack and Ray's body language both change. They seem on edge. We walk over to the table and the man behind it stands up to greet us with a deep voice, "Welcome." As he stands, I start to understand why Ray and Jack were acting so off. This man is powerful. I sense an unusual, yet familiar presence emanating off of him. He's over 190 centimeters tall, with olive skin, long jet black hair, and a short sharp beard. His eyes are too light. They're almost white. All of his fingers are covered in gold rings with assorted gemstones. And to top it off, his suit is bright red with black accents. I use inspect, and my jaw drops. LV 1391, he speaks, "My name is Rodrigo. I'm the A-class hunter on special order from the Hunters Association. I will be in charge of your exam today." I gulp, nice to meet you." He smiles, "Please, may I see both of your left hands?" Maria, and I do as he says. He hovers his hands above ours and I see up his sleeve for a split second. I make out a solid black tattoo in a thick line that runs all the way up his left arm. A bright light flashes for a moment, then it fades out. I look down at my wrist to see a thin silver bracelet. Maria has one too. He nods, "These will be necessary for the first part of your exam." "It's been a pleasure meeting you." Hopefully, we meet again. He gestures to the door on our left and all four of us leave without saying a word. Once we're through and begin to walk down a narrow hallway, we all let out sighs of relief. Ray speaks up, that was something all right. I wasn't expecting to meet in a class today, that was my first time. Jack looks over at her, mine too. They must be testing out something new with this exam to ask an A class to make the journey out to the Vice region. I step in, so. That's an A class. Maria grins, he was so cool. We all stare at her blankly for a second, then laugh together while continuing to walk through a hallway. We approach a door with two more men in black suits. There are large wooden crates lining the walls beside them. One of them speaks up, show us your wrists. Maria and I look at each other, then raise our left hands. He nods, all right, take off your item boxes. I look at him with confusion. He replies, outside healing items will not be permitted in the exam. Only the gear on your body and in your hands may enter this room. Necessary HP and MP potions will be provided by the Hunters Association. We nod. I reach into my item box and pull out my sword. I don't really have much else in my item box, all my money and interesting items are in my item storage anyways. Nobody has to know about that. We hand our item boxes to Jack. He smiles, they're in safe hands. The guard nods as we turn back towards him. He reaches into a crate and grabs two new item boxes, take these. They're full with 5 HP and 5 MP potions each. Use them wisely. We accept the items and put them on. He speaks up again, only you two are allowed inside. Jack nods, all right, good luck you two. It's a private event, we'll be waiting on the outside to hear the good news. Ray speaks up as well, best of luck, even though you don't need it. With a smile and a wave, they both turn to leave. We walk through the next set of doors into a wide open room, the hum of mana shields is loud, and there are white walls all around us. The room is about 50 m long and 30 m wide. It has a small stage and podium at the back with no one behind it. Hunters are everywhere. There are over 200 in this crowded space already, and more are piling in. We walk further into the room together. The exam is about to begin. Chapter 78, we walk into the large white-walled room. Hunters of all kinds are standing around talking within their guilds. I can see a massive group from the Hunters Association with well over 50 people in identical outfits. We walk by them closer to the stage, then I hear my name being called out, Jay? Is that you? I turn to see a familiar face pop out from behind two large tanks. A short woman with bright green eyes and matching fluorescent green hair runs toward me. She's wearing the dark-colored Hunters Association raid suit and minimal armor. I stare forward in disbelief. Abby? She jumps up in the air smiling, who would have thought? I haven't seen you in a while. I can't believe you're already level 250. And you too? Abby points at Maria, she smiles hesitantly and nods, then Abby continues to talk. It's a pretty big turnout today. I heard they made a last-second change to the exam because of the recent surge in the city. Exciting, isn't it? She looked at me wide-eyed. I smiled and opened my mouth to reply, then a tall blonde swordsman and a thin black-haired mage appear behind Abby. They're both very light-skinned and have serious looks on their faces. Hey, Abby. This is our competition, you know. Don't tell them all our secrets. Abby rolls her eyes playfully. Jay, these are my teammates for the first part of the exam. Meet Connor and Dasha. We may be competing later on, but it can't hurt to be friendly now. She grins and looks at us. The swordsman and mage scoff, then turn around. Connor speaks up, the exam is about to begin, finish up with your little friends and come join us when you're ready. They turn and leave. Abby stays. I think they're just nervous about making a good impression and passing the exam. Usually they're pretty nice people. Don't mind them. I nod, looks like everyone is on edge around here. We look around as more people enter the crowded room. Hunters are fidgeting and arguing all around us. It's definitely a rather tense environment. Abby speaks, well, anyways. I hope we meet again during the event. Possibly as allies. Not enemies. See ya, Jay. Oh, and nice seeing you again, Maria. Just like that, she hops away into the crowd of Hunters Association minions. I kind of wanted to talk longer and ask her a few things. But I guess that's not happening. Maria finally talks. You know Abby well? Yeah, I guess. We used to train together. That is until I joined the Pace Guild and took leveling seriously. I still don't know much about her. She seems nice enough though. Maria nods. We continue to weave our way through the crowd closer to the podium. Once we finally got within 5 m or so, a commotion arose. Two men from different parties were yelling at each other loudly. They both seemed to be their party leaders. One is a tall muscular man with short black hair, heavy silver armor, and a long sword. The other is a tall thin man with long brown hair and two black daggers. The swordsman's voice is loud and deep. He seems to be yelling at the dagger user for taking to one of the female mages on his team. After 3 or 4 verbal exchanges back and forth, they begin full-blown yelling at each other for no reason. Everyone backs up and starts forming a small circle as they grit their teeth and stare each other down. The brown-haired man starts to glow light gray and gets into a half-squatting stance with his daggers held in attack mode by his side. The swordsman begins to glow light green as he points his long silver blade at the man in front of him and yells out, "You really want this? I'll kill you before this exam even starts." The dagger user grins, "Bring it on, tough guy." They both yell and run toward each other with their weapons drawn. I can't believe it, they're really starting a fight in here. Click, a bright light flashes from the back of the room as the door opens. I'm blinded for a fraction of a second. Once the light fades, I'm hit with a wave of shock, then can't help grinning with excitement. The dagger user and the swordsman have stopped dead in their tracks. Both of them have their weapons less than a meter away from each other's necks. The only thing stopping them is Rodrigo, the tall olive-skinned man, is standing in between their blades, stopping both of them with a single index finger on each hand. He's staring straight ahead with a blank look on his face. That's enough. Instantly, the two men drop their blades and bow their heads. Rodrigo nods and slowly walks through the crowd toward the podium. It's silent. The only thing making noise are the footsteps of our exam master's black shiny shoes as he gets on stage. The crowd slowly moves toward the podium as he looks out at all of us with his emotionless white eyes. "Welcome. We have closed the entrance. Everyone in this room will be attending the C-class exams." The crowd watches attentively. "We have all met briefly on your way in, but just to remind you all, I will introduce myself. My name is Rodrigo Morales. I've been an A-class hunter in the association for 8 years now. I will be the only instructor for your exam today." The audience starts murmuring to each other. I look at Maria. She looks back at me and whispers, "It's really starting." I grin, "It really is." Rodrigo continues, "If you would all look to the back of the room, you'll see 40 C-class and above hunters from the association that will be monitoring your progress and reporting back to me. They are all wearing yellow armbands. If you need help or have questions during the exam, feel free to track them down." The whole audience turns their heads to see a long line of hunters in the back of the room. You're all here because you've made it this far already. Level 250 is a big achievement in the world of hunters. But progressing further is a much greater challenge. The dungeons in your future will be nothing like the ones you faced before. That's why we have this exam. It is a rite of passage. If you can pass, then you're ready to continue your journey. If you fail, you may always come back and take it again. Let's see. Raise your hand if this is your first time taking the exam. Maria and I raise our hands, then slowly look around the room. To my surprise, there aren't as many people raising their hands as I thought there would be. That seems about right. This year we have 348 applicants from around the entire Vice region. 96 of them are first-time applicants. Overall, the association has submitted 71 applicants. The Big Three submitted 64, 44 smaller guilds have submitted 172, and there are 41 independents. This is a record high number of applicants in the Vice region. This only means our exam will be even more strict. It will consist of 3 tests. You must pass all 3. If you fail one test, you fail the entire exam. Less than 1/3 of you will be walking away with a C-class certification. The crowd began to murmur again. Without further ado, I will explain the rules of our first test. Please, everyone, look down at your left wrist. If you do not have a silver bracelet on, speak up or leave this room immediately. Silence fills the room. Great. These bracelets have been crafted with my unique skill, along with the help of a friend. They will be a vital part of our first test. Each bracelet has 2 extra lives stored inside it. This means the magic item will absorb all the damage that your body would normally take in from a fight. Once your HP reaches 0, the bracelet reverses the physical effects on your body and teleports you in full health back to a starting point that I've already set. Understood? The entire crowd talks amongst themselves for a few seconds with confused expressions. I will demonstrate how it works. All of a sudden Rodrigo raises his left hand and a blinding white light fills the room. I feel extremely hot for a fraction of a second and almost cry out in agony. But then the pain is gone moments later, the white light fades and I can't believe my eyes. The ground beneath me is made of stone slabs and I can see a bright blue sky as I look up. There are large green trees and mountains in the distance. Right in front of me, there are over 300 hunters confused and dazed taking in their surroundings as well. I hear Rodrigo's voice and see him standing on top of a large boulder with a floating green portal in front of it. Now, you all have 1 extra life remaining. It clicks in my head. He just killed us all. Instantly, I gulp. He continues, due to the recent surges in the capital, many unique dungeons have been popping up in the wilderness just outside the city. One of the most unique ones is this brand new labyrinth. I gasped and stared at the glowing portal with wide open eyes. With permission from the Hunters Association and my surveillance, our exam will be taking place inside. Your first test will be defeating the boss on floor 10 within 48 hours. The maximum number of hunters allowed to pass this first test is 200. I will be waiting on floor 11 to begin the next stage. The audience of hunters went wild. First of all, the shock of literally dying and instantly being brought kilometers away from the city is a lot to comprehend. But also, the fact that our exam is being held in a labyrinth. This is a pretty big deal. Rodrigo speaks up again. For those of you that aren't familiar with labyrinths, let me give you a quick refresher. Once entering the labyrinth, you will be transported into a normal-looking dungeon. Most of the time, the starting dungeons are lower E-ranked. Every time you defeat a dungeon, the boss room will spawn you up to the next floor. We call them floors to keep it simple, but they are just dungeons that progressively increase in difficulty. The easiest dungeon is floor 1 and the floor numbers raise as the difficulty increases. Once you challenge a boss, you cannot leave through any portals. You either defeat it, or it defeats you. If you'd like to return to the outside world while in the normal labyrinth, you may take the exit portal on each floor that leads to the floor below. These will appear at the start point of each dungeon, and when walked through they will spawn you back in front of the boss room portal of the previous lower floor. The entire audience listens attentively. As I said before, you have 48 hours to complete the first 10 floors and meet me on floor 11. If 200 of you make it before the 48 hours is up, then our timer will be cut short. Killing and sabotaging other hunters is allowed. Each player has 1 extra life. Your silver bracelets will transport you back to this very spawn point outside the dungeon. It may be in your best interest to sabotage other hunters on the higher floors so they have to waste time climbing the labyrinth again. Killing hunters without an extra life is allowed, but may be frowned upon. It will not guarantee a failing score but will be taken into consideration for your hunting profile. With that being said, anyone that loses their bracelet, know that you are risking your life to become a hunter. If you're not ready, you may leave at any time. This is all part of the exam, only the strong will move on. I looked over at Maria, she looked at me as well. We both gripped our swords tight. I have also placed a few gifts on varying floors along the way. There isn't nearly enough for all of you, but I'm sure those of you that find my presence will find them helpful. He grins. There is no minimum or maximum team size requirement for this first test. Get to the 11th floor by any means necessary. Form your teams and get in a line facing me. Everyone lines up in a surprisingly orderly fashion. Maria and I managed to squeeze in near the front, probably in one of the top 20 positions. Once the last person enters the portal, the timer will begin. I wish you all the best of luck. Meet you on the 11th floor. Rodrigo steps back into the portal and disappears. The line begins to move forward rapidly as everyone runs through after him. Moments later, Maria and I jump through the green portal ourselves. We enter the labyrinth. Chapter 79, Test 1, time remaining, 48 hours. Maria and I jump through the portal and enter a grassland dungeon. I can see 10 or so parties in front of us splitting off in all directions. Not many people are using magic. They must be trying to conserve it for later. We sprint forward and dive deep into the dungeon. The grass is short, and there are patches of pink, yellow, and blue flowers. Occasional trees pop up into view, but they seem to be pretty rare. After about 5 minutes of running, I hear a deep voice yelling out from behind us, "HUI. You two, stop right there." Maria and I turn our heads to see a massive bearded man chasing after us with a steel chestplate and an enormous silver sword. There are 2 shorter men behind him carrying swords as well. He keeps yelling, "My first victims. Come here." His eyes are bloodshot and his teeth are showing through a malicious smile. I take one look at Maria, she's grinning ear to ear. I nod, we stop running and turn to the group of men chasing us. Maria runs forward at them and begins to glow bright blue. It's over in a matter of seconds. She runs through them all, leaving trails of ice in her tracks. With a single touch of her blade, they're all frozen solid instantly. She turns to me and laughs. The leader still has an angry look on his face with his mouth wide open mid-yell as he points his sword high in the air. He's petrified in ice, standing upright with his dedicated followers frozen close behind him. They never saw it coming. I say we let them thaw out on their own. I laugh back at her, good idea. Those idiots chose the wrong party to blindly attack. We turn and continue running toward the back of the dungeon. A party approaches us from the rear as we're leaving, but swerves away at the sight of Maria's ice sculptures. I turn to Maria mid-stride and point out the new party running away from us. This exam might be easier than we thought. Oomph, might be. Finally, about 20 minutes later, we found our first monster. A horned rabbit. With a single kick, I easily killed it. It's still cool to see a new monster species though. They're about half a meter tall and look like oversized muscular rabbits. They have bright white fur, red eyes, sharp jagged teeth, and a single brown horn protruding from their foreheads. After the first one, I just ignored them moving forward. They're all between levels 5 and 15. There isn't much to worry about. Another 20 minutes go by, and the hunters have really spread out a lot. I can only see one team in front of us far off in the distance, and none behind. That ice attack must have skewed the path people are willing to take. As we continue, the party ahead of us starts becoming larger. No wait, we're just getting closer. It seems they've stopped moving. We approach them cautiously but do not change our speed. At closer inspection, I can see it's a team of 4. They're all wearing matching silver armor with gold accents. Their undersuits are white and elegant. It's really nice gear. They seem to be examining a few sheets of paper while trading magic items around on the ground. A man with long blonde flowing hair and bright blue eyes steps out in front of the other 3 and yells to us, "We do not wish to fight, but if we must, I shall destroy you." Out of curiosity, I use Inspect and Appraisal. LV 275, active items, steel sword, 300 strength, enchanted armor set, 600 defense, dragon scale pendant, 50% mental strength, Rodrigo's silver bracelet, active skills, combat magic, barrier summoning, swordsmanship. I grin. Now here's a real opponent. Maria, I want this one. She steps back. I run toward the man, igniting flames around my sword and preparing an attack. He nods slowly, then draws his own sword. Fine. He begins glowing white as I swing my burning blade toward his neck. The swordsman lifts his own blade and covers it in a soft white aura. I bring my sword down and he counters with his own. My blade stops in midair, less than a meter from his blade. I grit my teeth and push forward with all my strength. It begins to move. Slowly but surely, I bring my blade closer and closer to his. Sweat rolls down my forehead as I let out a yell, activating Berserker. Clink, my sword touches his and we're both blown backward by the built-up force from our attacks. The grassland around us is destroyed and a dust cloud forms from all the dirt thrown in the air. As it slowly settles, we both stand 10 m apart, pointing our blades at one another. He speaks, again, "I do not wish to fight. You are a strong adversary. I believe it would be a waste to drain our strength now." I grin at him and don't move a muscle for a few seconds. then nod and put out my flames while pointing my sword at the floor. I'm Jay, by the way. You're probably right, it would be a waste to fight now. He points his sword to the ground too. I'm George Arden III. A pleasure to spar. It seems our mutual test of strength is over. We back away from each other slowly. With that, we give each other a formal head nod and I motion for Maria to follow me. He turns to his team and they all continue looking at the sheets of paper from earlier. Maria and I head off past them just like that. What an interesting guy. We continue forward, and the group of armored men fades into the distance behind us. I can't see any other teams in any direction. It feels like we're all alone in the dungeon now. After another 30 minutes of running, we still make no contact with the other teams. In total, we've had about 5 horned rabbit encounters. I'm starting to get out of breath. I've been training hard recently. But no matter how you put it, running for over an hour gets tiring. I turn to Maria, she's breathing heavily as well. Hey, wanna slow down and walk? Maria turns to me, let's make it through the first floor, then we can take a breather. I nod resentfully, she has a good point though, sounds good. We continue chugging along at a solid pace. 10 minutes later, we make it to the first boss room. A floating gray portal stands alone in the middle of an open field. Well, it was a bit closer than I thought it would be. Maria laughs, and we jump through together. The boss room has a dirt floor with no plant life. It's dark and there are sloped walls creating a cave-like environment. It feels like we're underground, in some kind of burrow. Red eyes appear from the back of the room and a massive horned rabbit hops out. It looks very similar to the normal mobs, just huge. It gets up on its 2 hind legs and shows us its teeth standing almost 1.5 m tall. I use inspect, then smile. LV37, we walk over to it slowly. The monster gets on all fours and starts running at us while growling. Shing, I cut it in 2 like butter. Maria and I look at each other, then she speaks up. 1 floor down, 9 to go. I nod, yup. The rabbit disintegrates and white transport magic teleports us to the next dungeon. A few minutes later, new guys are here. Get them. As we're spawned into a forest-like environment. There are thick trees in all directions and fairly rocky soil. I see 2 men and a woman less than 5 m away with their weapons fully drawn. There's a massive dark-skinned man with a silver shield and long thick sword lunging at me. A slim dark-haired fair-skinned woman wielding daggers runs at Maria. A short red-haired man stands behind them, both glowing bright yellow. The tank lets out a yell as he shoves his sword at my chest. I instantly react by erupting into flames and creating a layer of body-hardening crystals over the front side of my body. Clang! His sword smashes into the hard crystal armor and his eyes open wide in disbelief. Maria gasps as she sees my defense out of the corner of her eye while instinctively putting up her own shield of ice to block the woman's ambush of daggers. I face the man standing in front of me. He stands over 205 centimeters tall, wearing makeshift leather armor, and deep scars on his face. I use inspect and appraisal. LV 258, active items, heavy iron long sword, 200 strength, heavy iron shield, 250 defense, enchanted leather armor set, 200 defense, Rodrigo's silver bracelet, active skills, extreme strength, buffs, 35% speed agility. I smile and raise my sword, pointing it at the large man's head. You call that an ambush? He grunts and stares me down while beginning to glow orange. A new buff appears in his appraisal stats, 50% strength. I grin, interesting. The team member behind him must have a speed and agility party-wide buff skill, while he has his own strength buff skill. Unfortunately for him, it's not going to be enough. I ignite into flames and look the man straight in the eyes. I activate Berserker and Intimidation, attack the man. He stops yelling mid-sentence and freezes with fear. My vision tunnels and I charge forward. Shing, without hesitation, I slice him in 2, then stab the short red-haired buffcaster through the chest in the same attack. Instantly, they both dematerialize into a flash of white light. So that's how the bracelets really work. Good to know. I turn to see Maria facing off against the dagger-wielding woman. Her eyes open wide as she sees her teammates easily obliterated. Maria places her hand on the ground and releases a wave of ice. The woman turns to run as the frost creeps up her ankles. She lets out a scream and drops her daggers before turning into a glistening white statue. Maria walks over to her and slashes the ice into a million little pieces. The white light appears again, indicating she's been sent back to her party members. I think to myself for a moment. If I really killed them, I'd be able to absorb their skills. So it looks like I won't be getting to farm skills that easily today. Maria speaks up. Hey look. That woman left her weapons. She bends down and picks up the 2 black daggers off the ground. I use appraisal, enchanted dagger set, 250 strength, 250 agility. I nod. Nice. I guess they're yours now. Looks like you have to be holding your items to be transported with them. Maria smiles and places the daggers into her item box, then points her sword in the air toward the back of this new dungeon. Let's go. I hope we get to fight some stronger opponents soon. Monsters or humans, I don't care. She starts walking forward. I nod and follow. I'm sure the higher we climb, the more challenging this test will become. Chapter 80, Test 1, Time remaining, 46 hours. As we walk further into this new forest dungeon, the trees get thicker and the soil becomes rockier. I can still see the sky overhead, but it's a huge change of pace from the metal-like dungeon we just departed from. Maria and I continue jogging at a steady pace through the forest. About 20 minutes into our trek, we hear movement in front of us deep behind a patch of thick green leaves. I use inspect and enemy detection, 30M, LV of 44, LV of 51. Moments later, 2 large hobgoblins come running into our vision with their swords pointing at us. They stand over 2M tall, have light green skin, hold long silver swords, and wear rags for clothing. Maria and I sprint forward and slice them both in half without activating an ounce of magic. We continue running forward like nothing happened. After another hour and a half, and 4 more hobgoblin encounters, we finally make it to the boss room portal. I turn to Maria. Seems like the teams are getting pretty spread out. We only saw one in this dungeon. And it was at the very beginning. She nods. Yeah, maybe that camping team thinned the crowd in front of us and we're just outpacing the crowd behind for now. True, you're probably right. You ready? Ready. We jump through the floating gray portal and enter the floor 2 boss room. The ground is hard, and the light is dim. It feels exactly like the previous boss room, just with walls completely made of stone. Footsteps begin to sound as a 3.5M tall mutated hobgoblin appears. I use inspect, LV is 68, before it can even let out a roar. Maria runs forward and cuts its head clean off. She turns back to me, 2 down, 8 to go. I nod slowly, then let out a small laugh. A few moments later the corpse disappears and the white light appears, transporting us into a new dungeon. I open my eyes to see a unique sight. It's a wasteland. The ground feels soft and wet, but still easy to walk on. There's very minimal plant life here, and the soil is an off-putting reddish-purple color. The entire landscape is full of mildly sloping hills with no trees in sight. As I look up, the sky is gray with a hint of blue. This dungeon is depressing. Let's walk this one. I think conserving energy would be the best thing to do right now. Maria nods, and we walk forward into the dungeon with caution. The moment we do, I hear a rumbling in the distance. I use enemy detection and inspect. Instantly, I sense over 20 monsters running our way between levels 70 and 100. Here they come. Maria replies, already? We both grip our swords tight and get ready for whatever beasts are about to show their faces. The rumbling gets closer. It sounds more like hundreds of footsteps now. I can hear clicking, scurrying, squealing, and scraping sounds coming closer and closer. Then on top of a small hill in front of us, a wave of giant rats appear. My stomach drops. I'm not scared of them because I think they're dangerous. These things just look disgusting. Over 20 fat brown rats crawl over the top of a dirt hill and charge toward us. I can smell rotting flesh from here. They have beady red eyes, long pink noses, crooked white teeth, matted brown hair, and scar-covered fleshy tails. They're over 2M long. I look at Maria. We both gulp and run at the wave of rodents. I ignite into a ball of flames and Maria begins to create a barrier of ice fragments all around her. I swerve off to the right, and she takes the left. Together, we release a wave of magic up the hill of rats and obliterate them all in the blink of an eye. We continue our charge all the way up the hill, not stopping until every last one of them is frozen solid or burned to a crisp. Once we make it to the top, I activate enemy detection again, and widen my search distance. There's thousands of them. Everywhere. I can sense groups of rats piling together across the entire dungeon. Doing so used up a bit of MP, but I'll manage. It let me pinpoint a few other teams as well. It looks like there are 7 other parties in here with us. Their numbers vary, but none are too close by. I turn my head to a far corner of the dungeon as I sense an odd presence. It's kind of strong, but is definitely not a hunter. I point in its direction. Let's make a quick detour. I'm curious about something. I might pay off. Maria looks up at me. Okay, fine with me. We turn and begin to trek toward the odd presence. After traveling about 1 kilometer off track, we finally near our destination. There were 3 more waves of rats along the way, all increasing in size. Our last ambush consisted of over 50 rats. They're easy to kill, but pretty hard on the eyes. I point to a large dirt hill in the distance. That's it. We're here. The moment I open my mouth, the beast I was looking for appears. I use inspect, LV 143, nothing special. But we're getting somewhere. On top of the hill stands a massive mutant rat. It's easily 4 m long and covered in scars with dark black matted hair. There seems to be a glowing white light behind it as well. It's making the rat stand out in this gloomy environment. I grin and run at the monster. It screeches and a wave of rats appears behind it. There are easily 100 of them. I burst into a ball of fire and begin massacring the wave. Maria follows close behind and begins freezing dozens of them at a time as well. Every time I land a hit with my sword, I use Plunderer to restore my MP. Moments later, we both make it to the top of the hill, leaving trails of fire and ice behind us. Shing, in perfect synchronicity, Maria and I cut the mutant rat into pieces. We stand on top of the hill admiring our handiwork, although, after a while, I have to cover my mouth and nose as the burning rat corpses disappear one by one. The white light from earlier doesn't fade as the mutant disappears. It seems like there was something on top of this hill before we got here. It was just hidden by the wave of monsters. Finally, the burning flesh turns into piles of mana crystals and reveals a glowing white box on the ground. We look at it, then at each other, then back at the box. I walk over and examine it. It's about 1 meter long, half a meter tall, and half a meter wide. It's completely white and is humming like a mana shield. There are no handles or indicators of how to open it. What could this be? I reach my sword out toward it and tap the blade against the top of the box. Click, the lid flies open and reveals a piece of paper, 2 potions, a silver ring, a bag of dried fruit, 4 large bottles of water, and another bag of dried meats. I grab the note and read it. It looks like you have found a gift box. Luck is on your side. These items may help you on your journey. Use them wisely to stay alive. Rodrigo. I turn the note over for Maria to read. Then I use appraisal on the potions and ring in the box. Active items: D-Class MP potion, D-Class HP potion, enchanted silver ring, 150 speed. Interesting. Let's split this up evenly. You can have the ring. I think you need it more than me. Next rare item drop is mine though, got it? She smiles. Sure thing. I toss Maria the ring, and we take half the food and water each. Maria drinks an MP potion on the spot, and I place the HP potion in my item box. Apparently, Maria has already used up a full MP bar. I guess we have used a lot of magic in this dungeon so far. I look around and see over 100 mana crystals all over the hill. It'd be a waste not to pick these up right. Maria laughs. I guess SJ. Stop right there. Clank, 2 silver daggers appear out of nowhere and I instinctively raise my sword to block them as I hear a deep voice yell at me. The daggers scrape against my blade, overpowering me and pushing me to the floor. I scan the area with enemy detection, inspect, and appraisal to try and figure out what hit me. Nothing registers at first, then a man appears 10 m in front of me seemingly out of thin air. The stats finally show: 10 m, LV 279, active items. Steel dagger set, 300 strength, enchanted steel armor set, 400 defense, enchanted leather boots, 200 speed, griffin's talon, 40% mental strength, Rodrigo's silver bracelet, active skills, dagger mastery, stealth. The man is well built with short dirty blonde hair and light skin. He has brown eyes and wears a few pieces of medium weight armor. He looks a bit too bulky to be using daggers. But I guess that's his thing. Standing around 180 centimeters tall, he's about my height. Just a lot more muscular. He yells out, "Hand over everything from that box and I'll spare your lives." I step forward. Yeah, right. Bring it on. He smirks and takes a slow step backward. Don't say I didn't warn you. I grip my blade and ignite it with flames. He takes another slow step back, then disappears. I scan the area around me with enemy detection, but his presence is gone. While turning around in circles, I begin to ignite my full body in flames. Is this some kind of teleportation? Shing, I feel a sharp dagger pierce my right side. The man appears from nowhere and lands his attack this time around. I begin to swing my blade back at him, but he disappears in front of my eyes. My sword slices through the air. I cough up a bit of blood and regenerate my wound while letting my flames burn even brighter. He appears 10 in front of me with that same smirk across his face. I'll say it again, give me everything you got from that box and I'll spare your lives. Maria yells to me while glowing blue and running at us. You, let me handle this, Maria. This guy is starting to piss me off. She stops mid-stride and nods, then steps back. Okay, I'm here if you need me. I turn back to the dagger-wielding man. He takes a step back, then another, then, poof. He's gone again. I scan the area, but like before, there's no sign of him. It's silent. The only noise I can hear is the crackle of my own flames. Shangg, a silver dagger appears out of nowhere and pierces my left thigh. The man becomes visible and I swing my flaming sword again. Not hesitating from the pain this time, the man disappears as my blade comes down. But I hit something. How? The man reappears 10 away with a small gash on his right arm. It's bleeding onto the ground and he's glaring at me, my eyes open wide. Then I remember. I've seen this before. Back a long time ago when I trained with Abby in that bat dungeon. The boss could do the same thing. This is a stealth skill. I took a glimpse his status, but it didn't click with me at first. He's not teleporting, he's just disappearing from my vision. I grin, then activate Berserker. My senses heighten and my strength increases. I lock eyes with my prey. I'm filled with confidence now that I understand what's going on. He smirks and takes a step back into nothingness. I sprint forward and scan my surroundings with a new objective in mind. It's faint. But I can hear the pitter-patter of light footsteps coming at me on the left side. I instinctively predict his movements using the sound of his feet and slight movements in the wet dirt to launch an attack of my own. Shingig, it's a direct hit. The man appears visible again as I make contact with my flaming sword. It cracks right through his chest plate, landing a devastating blow to his midsection. Blood flies and he yells out in pain while falling backward. I stand over him with my sword drawn at his neck, then activate intimidation. A wave of energy hits him and he freezes with fear. I want everything you've got. Looks like the tables have turned. The man doesn't respond at all, he just stares forward with dilated pupils. Fine. I guess we'll do this the hard way. Just like you wanted. I bring my sword down and cut the item box from his waist, then pierce my sword through his chest, plundering MP as his body disintegrates and transports back to the respawn point. I pick up the pouch and turn to Maria with a smile while looking inside. There are 4 HP potions and 2 MP, nothing else. What do you want? She nods slowly, as much MP as I can get. I throw her 1 HP and 2 MP potions. I take 3 HP for myself. There, that's fair. I drink one of the HP potions. Then throw the other 2 into my item box. I have 8 in total now. I couldn't care less about the MP potions. I get mana for free by killing monsters. Maria can have them all. She looks at me curiously for a moment but accepts the potions without a fuss. We collect the mana crystals covering the hill, then start walking back the way we came. Our next stop is the boss room. Chapter 81, Test 1, time remaining, 43 hours. I use enemy detection to navigate through the rest of the rat dungeon, avoiding as many monsters as possible. By the time we make it to the boss room, I can sense over 30 teams scattered across the wasteland behind us. It seems our detour allowed for a lot of other parties to catch up. We enter the boss room. It's a dark and damp cave-like room. I instantly hear the scraping claws of rats coming our way. Maria glows blue and looks at me. I'll handle this one. I nod. A wave of rodents appears from the backside of the cave, followed by their leader. It's a giant mutant rat, similar to the one we fought on that hill earlier. Maria charges forward, freezing the oncoming wave while jumping through the air and aiming her sword at the mutant's neck. Shinning, she turns to me with a grin as the large rat's frozen head falls to the floor, shattering into ice. 3 down. I walk over to her and reply, 7 to go. The rats begin to disappear. We collect the mana crystals while waiting for the transfer magic to kick in. Moments later, a white light brings us to the next floor. The sky is bright blue and there isn't a cloud in the sky. The grass is short and light green. It's covering rolling hills with occasional trees. I smile, now this is more like it. I use enemy detection and inspect to quickly survey the area. It seems like there's a decent amount of monsters in the area, but they travel in groups of 1 or 2 at most. They're all between levels 90 and 110. I can only sense 6 teams ahead of us at the moment. That is, in this dungeon anyway. We begin walking forward. After about 20 minutes of peacefully taking in the artificial sunlight and beautiful blue sky, our first pair of monsters appear. 2 light blue globs of liquid creep over a hill in front of us. I turn to Maria. Slimes. I've fought these before. Physical attacks won't hurt them, we'll have to use only magic. She nods. Got it. Without much effort, we both run up the hill and destroy the slimes in our path with fire and ice. We continue running forward deeper into the slime dungeon. That peaceful walk was nice, but it's time to pick up the pace again. I continue leading the way to avoid nearby teams. Our path isn't exactly straight, but Maria doesn't seem to mind. As we approach the boss room, I sense a team of 3 standing in place. I use inspect and enemy detection, 500M, LV 266, LV 259, LV 255. I turn to Maria and point out the specks of people in the distance. We have company. Looks like they're standing outside the boss room. She nods, and we slow down to cautiously approach them. 300M, I can vaguely make out a glowing gray portal in the distance now. They're not jumping through for some reason. 100M, Maria and I point our swords forward and continue to walk slowly at them. The level 266 steps in front of the others and raises his hands in the air. We walk within talking distance and he yells out. He's visibly out of breath. Please, could we ask you to do us a favor? It's a man carrying a silver sword on his back and is dressed in standard leather and steel armor. He's a bit shorter than me, with short black hair and brown eyes. As we approach, he keeps his hands raised. The 2 men behind him don't say a word. They seem tired too. It looks like they've been running for a while. I raise an eyebrow and use appraisal on the 3 of them. LV 266, active items, steel sword, 250 strength, leather chestplate, 150 defense, steel wrist guards, 150 defense, enchanted leather boots, 200 speed, ring of protection, 35% defense. Rodrigo's silver bracelet, active skills, team buff, all stats 25%. Crafting, LV 259, active items, steel sword, 250 strength, leather chestplate, 150 defense, leather wrist guards, 100 defense, enchanted leather boots, 200 speed, ring of protection, 25% defense. Rodrigo's silver bracelet, active skills, swordsmanship, LV 255, active items, heavy steel shield, 300 defense, leather chestplate, 150 defense, leather wrist guards, 100 defense, enchanted leather boots. 200 speed, ring of protection, 25% defense. Rodrigo's silver bracelet, active skills, body hardening, extreme defense. What do you want? The 3 of them seem to be your run-of-the-mill middle-aged, small-town guild hunters. They may be decent fighters, but nothing special sticks out to me. This is so odd. The man in front speaks again. Please defeat the slime boss for us, we'll do anything. He bows. What? I turn to Maria, she shrugs, then I turn back to the man with a confused look on my face. He speaks. None of us have any combat magic abilities. We can't defeat this boss with just our swords. I chuckle, then Maria chimes in. We should just kill them now. Sending these 3 back to the start would be a better use of our time. I cut her off mid-sentence while pointing my sword at the leader's neck. Let's hear them out. We'll do it. What can you give us in return? She's right, you may be better off leaving this exam if you came this ill-prepared. But I'll help you if you can help us. I grin. The man smiles back thinly and turns to his teammates. They sift through their item boxes and pull out a few bottles of potions. I shake my head and roll my eyes, then point to his left hand. How about that ring? You said anything. The man gulps, then nods slowly and takes off the golden ring containing a small dark green gemstone on the face of it. Very well. I motion for him to place it on the edge of my blade. He does, and I bring the ring closer to put it on. It magically fits next to my other ring and I grin as I feel the effects of its defense buff. I turn to Maria. You want anything? She eyes the men up and down, then replies, give me your MP potions. I want at least half. They hand Maria 7 MP potions in total. She sighs, then puts them in her item box. This will do. Let's kill the boss before another team comes along. I nod, agreed. The 3 men look at us with hopeful eyes. I guess we were their only chance of getting through this dungeon. All 5 of us step into the slime dungeon boss room. The room seems to just be a smaller version of the dungeon we just left. The grass is green and short. The hills raise up around us in all directions, creating an arena-type environment. Moments after we enter, a large blue glob of liquid appears. I use Inspect, LV 151, Maria grins, I got this. I nod, go for it. She begins to glow bright blue while running at the slime with her blade out in front. Shing, Maria slices the slime in half. The points of contact begin to frost over and consolidate into ice. Instantly, the blob freezes into a solid and falls to the ground in 2 parts. She brings her blade back around and shatters the ice to bits. Maria holds up 4 fingers, then points one down to the floor. I yell back and smile, 6 to go. We all walk over to her as the fragments of ice begin disappearing. The team we came with hasn't said a word since we entered this room. I see the 2 men take off their rings and hand them to their leader. The white light appears and we're all transported to the next floor. Clang. I roll my eyes as I activate body hardening to block the sword being swung at my back. Seriously. The team leader staggers backward with fear in his eyes after his failed attempt at a surprise attack. I look at Maria, then briefly take in the new landscape of a mountain range dungeon. You were right. These fools weren't ready. We should have saved the time and killed them earlier. She grins and starts glowing blue. The man speaks. How? I am sorry. Just how strong are you two? I ignite my blade into flames in motion for Maria to handle the other 2 men. She nods and I walk towards the leader who tried to stab me in the back. Literally, he raises his sword and I activate Berserker while continuing to cover my entire body in flames. I sprint toward him and instantly land a hit across his chest. My speed is in another class than his. I turn back to see the man still standing, but flames are burning brightly from his chest. He turns to me with bloodshot eyes and starts glowing bright yellow. You aren't going to Shing. I launch another attack before he finishes his sentence. A blow straight to the neck. He dissolves instantly in a bright flash, being transported back to the outside world. I turn to Maria and see 2 statues of ice in front of her. She laughs. I think we should just leave them. I nod, good idea. Serves them right. We leave the frozen men behind and begin walking deeper into the new dungeon. I use enemy detection to scope out the landscape and sense 8 teams ahead of us. One of them isn't too far away, and there's a hunter with a higher level than me. I grin and point to a rocky mountain in the distance covered in dark green pine trees and small boulders. This way, another detour. Get ready for a real fight. Maria nods and turns to me as we depart. Sure, let's do it. But I'm curious about something. What was the ability you used to block that sword attack earlier? I stop walking to look Maria directly in the eyes. She speaks up again. J. Do you have a third skill? Chapter 82, Test 1, time remaining, 40 hours. Maria looks up at me with curious innocent eyes. I gulp, I do. Have another skill. You're right. She smiles wide, drops her sword, and starts jumping around with her hands in the air. I knew it. I knew it. Your sword is special too. And you, I cut her off with a serious tone. Let's keep this between us, okay? The fewer people that know about it, the better. I have a few skills. I trust you not to tell anyone, and to not ask too many questions. Maria stopped jumping and looked me in the eyes with a serious stare. Of course, Jay. I've been waiting. I can keep a secret. Don't worry. She smiles again, picks up her sword, and turns to continue walking while bobbing her head side to side, humming softly. I sigh with relief. It's been weighing on me for a while now. I was trying to find the right time to tell her. The more floors we climb, I'm more likely to use other skills. I guess she's known for a while and was also just waiting for the right time to say something. Maybe I've been a bit careless about flashing my skills around lately. Either way, that was much easier than expected. Hiding my visible abilities from Maria is one less thing to think about. I follow her deeper into the dungeon and use enemy detection to locate the team I was tracking earlier. 900 I call out to Maria and point at the mountain in front of us again. The base of that mountain is less than a kilometer away. We're getting pretty close. The trees begin to thin out the closer we get. The team hasn't changed its position yet, 500 They still aren't visible from this distance, and there are many trees and rocks in the way now. Our trek toward the mountain continues, 200 Finally, as we step into an open clearing, our next adversaries come into view. A pair of men are sitting on top of a large boulder. We begin approaching with caution. There isn't much tree cover at all, so an ambush would be hard to pull off here. We walk at them straight on with our swords ready. 50 The men see us coming but don't seem alarmed at all. One of them waves and the other ignores us. At closer inspection, a large glowing white box is on top of the boulder next to them. They found a gift box too. As we get closer, the man that waved jumps down and yells out to me, "What do you want, kid? Get lost if you know what's good for ya. You're already on the 5th floor, don't make me send you two back to the start." I grin and raise my sword while Maria begins to glow blue. As we do this, the other man on top of the rock jumps down. I use inspect on both of them. The first man is about 185 centimeters, with a shaved head, heavy shining armor that only covers his vital points, and a large silver axe. He looks a lot older than me. Maybe close to 40. He's pretty tan and very muscular for his height. LV 303, active items, High Ogre's Axe, 350 strength, enchanted steel armor set, 500 defense, stealth boots, 300 speed, 300 agility, dragon's scale pendant, 50% magic resistance, serpent's ring, 70% mental strength, Rodrigo's silver bracelet, active skills, combat magic, lightning summoning. The man approaching behind him is a bit shorter with dark black hair, but he makes up for it with his width. He's one of the most muscular men I've ever seen. With a full suit of heavy armor as well, carrying a long silver sword, LV 299, active items. Steel sword, 300 strength, enchanted steel armor set, 600 defense, enchanted leather boots, 300 speed, dragon's scale pendant, 50% magic resistance, gargoyle's ring, 60% mental strength, Rodrigo's silver bracelet, active skills, swordsmanship, extreme defense. I ignite my sword with flames and turn to Maria. These two are very strong, and they're packing some serious gear. Think you can handle them? She nods and begins to glow even brighter. I turn my attention to the axe-wielding man and stare him directly in the eyes. He smirks, showing me the right side of his crooked smile. "You asked for it, kid. Abe, you take the girl. Let's make this quick." His partner slowly walks over to Maria and raises his sword. Got it. Our brawl is about to begin. This should be a stressful situation, but I'm grinning ear to ear. The excitement of a real fight is surging through me, and it hasn't even begun yet. The man in front of me begins to glow light yellow, then charges straight ahead with his axe raised. I activate Berserker and sprint at him to counter. Clang, our weapons collide with equal force and we're stuck at a standstill. I erupt into flames and the man begins exploding with electricity. He jumps back to avoid my flames, and I do the same to escape the discharge. Large bolts of electricity strike my sword as I retreat. The shockwave travels through my body and I let out a scream as I feel myself being cooked from the inside out. It's one of the most painful things I've ever experienced. I drop to my knees momentarily with my skin covered in black sizzling burns. I use self-regeneration and stand to my feet as quickly as possible. My status reads 870/1455 HP and 1360/1455 MP. I grit my teeth and face the man as he laughs. "That wasn't too bad, you're strong for a youngster." He smirks and raises his axe, then charges at me again. I erupt into flames, activate Berserker and run full force at him too. Intimidation. I activate my skill and a pulse of energy hits him moments later. The man's eyes open wide for a split second. But he keeps running forward. I let out a yell as our swords clash again with equal force. We both let out flames and lightning as we both jump back. I let out another yell as my sword conducts more electricity, frying me to a crisp once again. My status reads 295/1455 HP and 1220/1455 MP. I regenerate and stand to my feet. He laughs and points his axe forward. The man lifts his hand to show me a shimmering red scale on a string around his neck. "Another good trick, but your magic won't affect me." This is the end, boy. I'm breathing heavily and gripping my sword tight. Maria is less than 30 away in the middle of her own battle. She's running circles around the large man, but her ice magic isn't doing much damage. He's breaking free of her spells with ease. Maria is clearly in over her head, but managing to stay out of danger. Me on the other hand, I have to get my head in the game here. I gulp and reach into my item box to grab an HP potion. The man runs toward me glowing yellow as I rip the cork off with my teeth and chug it down. Clank! I manage to drink most of the potions and raise my sword in time to block his onslaught. The electricity flows through my body on contact as he ducks out of range again. I regenerate and let out a yell of frustration. I point my sword forward and glare at the man before me. My blade begins to glow bright red. This is the first time it's done so since we entered the labyrinth. I let out a chaotic laugh and run straight forward. I'm starting to have some fun, my vision tunnels, my senses heighten, and my magic power becomes more focused surrounding the glowing sword as I sprint at my enemy, Shindig. I land a hit and continue running past the axe wielder. When I look back I see the man turning toward me without hesitation. There's a small gash across the front of his steel chest plate. It barely goes skin deep and the flame residue is almost burned out entirely. He speaks up again, "You're just full of surprises, aren't you?" He points his axe in the air and glows brighter than before. Instantly, I drop to my knees and yell out in pain. A bolt of lightning comes down and shocks me to my core. I regenerate my charred skin and turn to run. I need more time. He's strong. My status reads 80/1455 HP and 940/1455 MP. I dart away while fumbling to grab an HP potion from my item box. I hear the man's voice close behind me as I scan the area for my next potential plan. "You can only run so far. Come on, kid." I see Maria in the corner of my eye being cornered by the sword wielder. The round is covered in ice from all of her failed attacks and she's backed up against the boulder from earlier. The man facing her brings his sword down as Maria tries to block it with her own. Crack! My eyes open wide as I watch her sword shatter into metal fragments from a distance. She's been completely overpowered. How could this happen? I turn my head back again to see the axe wielder gaining on me. I rip the cork out of another HP potion and chug it down as he gets closer. Help! I hear Maria screaming in the distance as static makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up. I see the sword wielder readying his blade to finish Maria off. I let out a yell of frustration, visualize the area between them, then activate my skill, Dungeon Walker. A dark swirling portal forms in front of me and I leap through head first. Instantly, I'm teleported right between them. Without touching the ground, I fly through the air to grab Maria. I create another portal behind her, and we both fall through, disappearing from the battle entirely. JJ? What is this? It's so dark. I focus for a moment, then teleport us back to the start point of this rocky mountain dungeon where we spawned in. The light shines down on us as my portal disappears. I fall to the ground breathing heavily. Maria looks around with confusion. How did you? Is that another? I smile, another skill. I slowly get up to my feet and let out a long sigh. I guess we're not the strongest ones here. Maria replies in a shaky tone, I guess. We're not. Chapter 83, Test 1, time remaining, 39 hours, let's go. We don't want them catching up to us anytime soon. Maria nods and follows close behind as I start jogging toward the back of the dungeon. After about 20 minutes I'm already starting to get winded, and my legs are getting really tired. I hear grunting in the distance and activate enemy detection along with inspect, 50M, LVU 151, LVU 149, LVU 148. The grunts grow louder as we venture into the heavily wooded forest. I draw my sword and get ready for whatever's coming at us. Moments later, 3 massive wild boars appear. They're dark brown with short hair and massive muscular bodies. The boar's eyes glow red and 2 massive tusks protrude from the sides of their mouths. Each of them is over 3M from head to tail. I make quick work of the beasts without even having to use fire magic. I use this opportunity to plunder as much MP as I can. Maria stays close behind and doesn't join the fight. Hey Jay, I know you said not to ask too many questions, but one of your skills can locate enemies, right? Can we find a group of hunters? I need a new sword. I'm not too confident with these daggers and my ice sword uses up way too much MP to rely on it. I look back to see Maria awkwardly handling the daggers she picked up from one of our previous fights today. I activate enemy detection as the boars begin to disappear by our feet. There are 12 teams in this dungeon now. And some of them are pretty strong. That team of 2 we faced moments ago is over a 1 kilometer to our right side. There isn't much to worry about there. We have 4 other teams behind us. They're all lower levels, but there's no sense in moving backward. Out of the 7 teams ahead, there are a few that look like easy prey, others look like they should be avoided. I lock onto a team of 5 and point forward with my blade. Sure. Let's find you a new sword. We continue at a steady pace, weaving through the rocky forest. After an hour, we run into 4 more small packs of boars and successfully avoided any unwanted trouble from strong teams. Finally, we come across the team I've been tracking down. I can hear footsteps in front of us get louder and louder until the team finally comes into view as the forest begins to clear up. I use inspect, LV 250, LV 250, LV 250. LV 250, LV 250, HUI. Wait up! As I yell out, a small woman in a green outfit and lightweight armor turns her body quickly, firing a glowing arrow straight at my head. With a grin, my eyes track the arrow and I move my head away at the last second. I was expecting an attack, but a bow and arrow? That's new. The group of 5 stops and turns at us. Maria and I stop in our tracks as well to face the team. They're all wearing Hunters Association gear. That explains why their level is so uniform. It seems like the girl with a bow is their captain. There are 2 large men with shields, 1 swordsman, and a thin girl without a weapon. She may be their healer. I don't really have the time to inspect or appraise them all right now though. The leader points her drawn bow at my head again and speaks up. What do you want? It's 5 against 2. Don't pick fights you can't win. I grin and raise my sword at her while igniting the blade's tip. Same goes for you. Maria looks at me, then at the swordsman. She puts her daggers away and speaks directly to him. Hand over your sword, unless you want to do this the hard way. He smirks and looks at the woman with the bow. You hear that, Captain? They're serious. Maria starts glowing blue and the woman yells as she steps back behind the 2 shield-carrying men. Defensive attack formation number 1, let's go. The tanks make a wall with their shields and begin pushing forward. Maria quickly darts to the left side targeting the swordsman. I grin, go get your sword, I can handle the rest of them. Maria nods and begins to form a blade of ice with her magic. I ignite my body into flames and run at the defensive wall while activating Berserker. Shing, they never even stood a chance. My flaming blade slices through the 2 tanks' shields, landing hits on both of their torsos. I activate Intimidation as I run into the center of the group, destroying their entire formation in a matter of seconds. Maria occupies the swordsman to my left as I slice the 2 tanks in half while they're frozen in fear. They dematerialize and are gone with a flash of white light. It took 2 hits, they weren't too weak after all. I faced the 2 women frozen with fear. Their eyes are bloodshot and dilated. They can't even manage to get out a word. With 1 fiery slash, I plunder their MP and send them both back to the labyrinth's starting point. I turn to Maria, the ground is covered in ice, and the swordsman is frozen solid with a look of pure terror captured perfectly on his face. Maria turns to me holding a long silver sword, grinning ear to ear. I use appraisal on it. Enchanted steel sword, 250 strength, 100 speed, not bad. You happy with it? Maria swings the blade around aimlessly, testing out its power. Yeah, this will do. It's even better than my last one. Great, let's continue. We leave the ice sculpture of a man standing alone in the wilderness. He'll thaw out eventually, or just die and respawn. Another hour of slow jogging, fighting boars, and avoiding teams with enemy detection carried on until we make it to the boss room. We jump through the portal and defeat a level 163 boss with ease. We're spawned onto floor 6 moments later. It's a desert environment, but the ground is still more dirt than sand. There are small shrubs scattered along the dungeon floor, but no trees in sight. The sky is light blue and artificial sunlight beats down on us overhead. I turn to Maria, you ready? I say we take a breather soon. We've been running and fighting for almost 12 hours straight. My legs are getting tired. She nods, agreed. Let's find a good place to rest as soon as possible. Walking through this dungeon rather than running may not be a bad idea. I look around and scan the area with enemy detection. There are only 6 other teams ahead of us here, the monsters on the other hand seem to be traveling in packs. We start walking deep into the desert. Finding a place to rest is easier said than done. The artificial sunlight is making me sweat like crazy. I finish off a full bottle of water, and Maria does the same. In the distance, dust clouds begin to form as we trek further and further into this desert wasteland. I use enemy detection and inspect to sense 12 targets moving in fast. They're all between levels 150 and 165, we've got company. Maria and I start running at the cloud of dust with our weapons raised. As we get closer, a pack of disgusting creatures appears. There. Humanoid hyenas. The leader of their pack stands on 2 legs over 3 m tall carrying a long metal spear. Its body is covered in brown and red rags like makeshift armor. The orange matted fur with black spots sticks out from beneath its clothing as 11 minions in similar attire and weapons follow. Their hands and feet have enormous sharp claws and they all growl as they show off jagged white teeth. I burn red, and Maria glows blue. We slice through all of them in a matter of seconds, leaving piles of cloth, weapons, and fur on the desert floor. I turn to Maria mid-stride. Let's get out of here. This is not the place to take a rest. She laughs in agreement. We keep our running pace up for as long as possible. After another hour passes, we've defeated 3 more packs of hyenas and almost make it to the boss room. Both of us drink more than half of our second water bottle. This desert is deadly. And it's not the monsters. Most of the teams in this dungeon are moving very slow, and the visibility is clear for kilometers. Dust clouds mean fast-moving enemies are approaching, and specks in the distance just mean slow-moving non-hostile hunters or monsters are out there. Other than a few packs of hyenas, no one bothered us in this dungeon. We make it to the boss room eventually and take out the overgrown level 177 hyena boss with ease. As we spawn onto floor 7, I let out a long sigh. I take in the view, internally accepting this swampland dungeon over a desert any day. I need a break. This is getting exhausting. After that, I want a good fight. At this point, our exam is just a running competition. Do they just want to make sure we're in shape or something? Come on. I yell while pointing my sword in the air. Maria laughs. Well, let's see what kind of monsters show up here. Then we can rest up for a while. I nod in agreement. We venture off into the swamp dungeon. No more than 20 minutes later, a massive green ogre appears carrying a large silver axe. It's slow-moving, grunts, roars, and is traveling alone. The monster wears dark brown leather armor over its wrists, chest, and legs. This one is level 172. These will be much easier to fend off than packs of hyenas. Maria slices it in half, and we continue walking for another 10 minutes or so off the main dungeon path. How about over here? I point to a large dry area in the distance with some trees for cover. Maria nods. I think it's perfect. We walk over and both collapse under a green tree with a sturdy brown trunk. I sift through my item box and pull out some dried fruits and meat while laying on my back looking up at the sky through the thick leaves above us. Just 4 more floors. I know this is just the beginning of the exam, but it's been pretty easy so far. Maria replies, well, we probably would have run into a lot of other teams without your enemy detection skill. True. I guess you're right. I look over at Maria to see her eyes closing, then she shakes herself awake when she notices me watching. I laugh. Maybe some sleep wouldn't hurt. I can take the first shift to watch. We have 4 dungeons to go, including this one. I think a quick power nap for each of us would be a good idea. I can wake you up in 2 hours. Maria smiles and closes her eyes. I like the sound of that. Wake me up in. Before she could finish her sentence, she falls fast asleep. I guess Maria was even more tired than me. She's just better at hiding it. I stand up and lean up against the tree we're under and use enemy detection. Over the next 2 hours, only 7 more teams enter the dungeon and 4 ogres attack. I use them to replenish my MP slightly, and one of them even drops an axe. I put it in my item storage and along with the mana they drop. I also decide to move all of the mana crystals from earlier into my item storage, from my item box. The only items I left in there were the MP and HP potions. At around the 2-hour mark, I check on Maria and she's still sound asleep. I can't wake her up just yet. Not in this state, out of pure boredom. I start fidgeting around with some leftover mana crystals. I throw them in the air and attack with my sword, attempt to light them on fire, and even partially learn how to juggle. Not really. Juggling is actually pretty hard. Maybe there's a skill for that, then. I try using Plunderer on a mana crystal, it works. The gem begins to glow light pink and I feel a rush of energy flow into my body. Moments later, the crystal begins to dissolve and crumble into dust, my eyes open wide, and away. This actually works? I laugh to myself and start dancing around in sleep-deprived delusion, huh? What? Maria raises her head and rubs her eyes. I turn to her with a smile ear to ear. Oh, good morning. Sorry to wake you so abruptly, I didn't mean to. She gets to her feet and stretches her arms, it's fine. Thanks. You can rest now if you want. I nod happily, sure. Wake me if any teams come nearby. She nods, and I collapse under the tree with a grin on my face, falling asleep dreaming about my new accidental discovery. 2 hours later, clang, I wake up to the sound of metal on metal from a distance. My vision is blurry as my senses come back to me after a well-needed nap. I see ice covering the trees all around me and Maria glowing bright blue battling a group of 4 all by herself. Through my blurry vision, enemy detection, and inspect, I can make out a woman with a sword. One with a pair of daggers, and 2 large men carrying shields, 30M, LV 271, LV 256, LV 255, LV 255. I rub my eyes and grab my sword from item storage while igniting it into flames and activating Berserker, HUI. Why didn't you make me up? Save some fun for me. Maria turns her head while putting up an ice wall to block an incoming tank. Sorry, they came out of nowhere. I run in to get a piece of the action. Then get a closer look at the woman with a sword. She's short, with bright orange hair, light freckles, and a black combat suit covered by some small silver armor pieces. We lock eyes, then I yell out in surprise, "And Nessa? Is that you?" She stops in her tracks. J. Chapter 83, Test 1, time remaining, 39 hours, let's go. We don't want them catching up to us anytime soon. Maria nods and follows close behind as I start jogging toward the back of the dungeon. After about 20 minutes I'm already starting to get winded, and my legs are getting really tired. I hear grunting in the distance and activate enemy detection along with inspect, 50M, LV 151, LV 149, LV 148. The grunts grow louder as we venture into the heavily wooded forest. I draw my sword and get ready for whatever's coming at us. Moments later, 3 massive wild boars appear. They're dark brown with short hair and massive muscular bodies. The boar's eyes glow red and 2 massive tusks protrude from the sides of their mouths. Each of them is over 3M from head to tail. I make quick work of the beasts without even having to use fire magic. I use this opportunity to plunder as much MP as I can. Maria stays close behind and doesn't join the fight. Hey Jay, I know you said not to ask too many questions, but one of your skills can locate enemies, right? Can we find a group of hunters? I need a new sword. I'm not too confident with these daggers and my ice sword uses up way too much MP to rely on it. I look back to see Maria awkwardly handling the daggers she picked up from one of our previous fights today. I activate enemy detection as the boars begin to disappear by our feet. There are 12 teams in this dungeon now. And some of them are pretty strong. That team of 2 we faced moments ago is over a 1 kilometer to our right side. There isn't much to worry about there. We have 4 other teams behind us, they're all lower levels, but there's no sense in moving backward. Out of the 7 teams ahead, there are a few that look like easy prey, others look like they should be avoided. I lock onto a team of 5 and point forward with my blade, sure. Let's find you a new sword. We continue at a steady pace weaving through the rocky forest. After an hour we run into 4 more small packs of boars and successfully avoided any unwanted trouble from strong teams. Finally, we come across the team I'd been tracking down. I can hear footsteps in front of us get louder and louder until the team finally comes into view as the forest begins to clear up. I use inspect, LV 250, LV 250, LV 250, LV 250, LV 250, HUI. Wait up. As I yell out, a small woman in a green outfit and lightweight armor turns her body, quickly firing a glowing arrow straight at my head. With a grin, my eyes track the arrow and I move my head away at the last second. I was expecting an attack, but a bow and arrow? That's new. The group of 5 stops and turns at us. Maria and I stop in our tracks as well to face the team. They're all wearing Hunters Association gear. That explains why their level is so uniform. It seems like the girl with a bow is their captain. There are 2 large men with shields, 1 swordsman, and a thin girl without a weapon. She may be their healer. I don't really have the time to inspect or appraise them all right now though. The leader points her drawn bow at my head again and speaks up. What do you want? It's 5 against 2. Don't pick fights you can't win. I grin and raise my sword at her while igniting the blade's tip. Same goes for you. Maria looks at me, then at the swordsman. She puts her daggers away and speaks directly to him. Hand over your sword, unless you want to do this the hard way. He smirks and looks at the woman with the bow. You hear that, Captain? They're serious. Maria starts glowing blue and the woman yells as she steps back behind the 2 shield-carrying men. Defensive attack formation number 1, let's go. The tanks make a wall with their shields and begin pushing forward. Maria quickly darts to the left side, targeting the swordsman. I grin. Go get your sword, I can handle the rest of them. Maria nods and begins to form a blade of ice with her magic. I ignite my body into flames and run at the defensive wall while activating Berserker. Shing, they never even stood a chance. My flaming blade slices through the 2 tanks' shields, landing hits on both of their torsos. I activate Intimidation as I run into the center of the group, destroying their entire formation in a matter of seconds. Maria occupies the swordsman to my left as I slice the 2 tanks in half while they're frozen in fear. They dematerialize and are gone with a flash of white light. It took 2 hits, they weren't too weak after all. I faced the 2 women frozen with fear. Their eyes are bloodshot and dilated. They can't even manage to get out a word. With 1 fiery slash, I plunder their MP and send them both back to the labyrinth's starting point. I turn to Maria. The ground is covered in ice, and the swordsman is frozen solid with a look of pure terror captured perfectly on his face. Maria turns to me holding a long silver sword, grinning ear to ear. I use appraisal on it. Enchanted steel sword, 250 strength, 100 speed, not bad. You happy with it? Maria swings the blade around aimlessly, testing out its power. Yeah, this will do. It's even better than my last one. Great, let's continue. We leave the ice sculpture of a man standing alone in the wilderness. He'll thaw out eventually, or just die and respawn. Another hour of slow jogging, fighting boars, and avoiding teams with enemy detection carried on until we make it to the boss room. We jump through the portal and defeat a level 163 boss with ease. We're spawned onto floor 6 moments later. It's a desert environment, but the ground is still more dirt than sand. There are small shrubs scattered along the dungeon floor, but no trees in sight. The sky is light blue and artificial sunlight beats down on us overhead. I turn to Maria. You ready? I say we take a breather soon. We've been running and fighting for almost 12 hours straight. My legs are getting tired. She nods, agreed. Let's find a good place to rest as soon as possible. Walking through this dungeon rather than running may not be a bad idea. I look around and scan the area with enemy detection. There are only 6 other teams ahead of us here. The monsters, on the other hand, seem to be traveling in packs. We start walking deep into the desert. Finding a place to rest is easier said than done. The artificial sunlight is making me sweat like crazy. I finish off a full bottle of water, and Maria does the same. In the distance, dust clouds begin to form as we trek further and further into this desert wasteland. I use enemy detection and inspect to sense 12 targets moving in fast. They're all between levels 150 and 165, we've got company. Maria and I start running at the cloud of dust with our weapons raised. As we get closer, a pack of disgusting creatures appears. They're humanoid hyenas. The leader of their pack stands on 2 legs over 3 m tall, carrying a long metal spear. Its body is covered in brown and red rags like makeshift armor. The orange matted fur with black spots sticks out from beneath its clothing as 11 minions in similar attire and weapons follow. Their hands and feet have enormous sharp claws and they all growl as they show off jagged white teeth. I burn red. and Maria glows blue. We slice through all of them in a matter of seconds, leaving piles of cloth, weapons, and fur on the desert floor. I turn to Maria mid-stride. Let's get out of here. This is not the place to take a rest. She laughs in agreement. We keep our running pace up for as long as possible. After another hour passes, we've defeated 3 more packs of hyenas and almost make it to the boss room. Both of us drink more than half of our second water bottle. This desert is deadly. And it's not the monsters. Most of the teams in this dungeon are moving very slow, and the visibility is clear for kilometers. Dust clouds mean fast-moving enemies are approaching, and specks in the distance just mean slow-moving non-hostile hunters or monsters are out there. Other than a few packs of hyenas, no one bothered us in this dungeon. We make it to the boss room eventually and take out the overgrown level 177 hyena boss with ease. As we spawn onto floor 7, I let out a long sigh. I take in the view, internally accepting this swampland dungeon over a desert any day. I need a break. This is getting exhausting. After that, I want a good fight. At this point, our exam is just a running competition. Do they just want to make sure we're in shape or something? Come on. I yell while pointing my sword in the air. Maria laughs. Well, let's see what kind of monsters show up here. Then we can rest up for a while. I nod in agreement. We venture off into the swamp dungeon. No more than 20 minutes later, a massive green ogre appears carrying a large silver axe. It's slow-moving, grunts, roars, and is traveling alone. The monster wears dark brown leather armor over its wrists, chest, and legs. This one is level 172. These will be much easier to fend off than packs of hyenas. Maria slices it in half, and we continue walking for another 10 minutes or so off the main dungeon path. How about over here? I point to a large dry area in the distance with some trees for cover. Maria nods. I think it's perfect. We walk over and both collapse under a green tree with a sturdy brown trunk. I sift through my item box and pull out some dried fruits and meat while laying on my back looking up at the sky through the thick leaves above us. Just 4 more floors. I know this is just the beginning of the exam. But it's been pretty easy so far. Maria replies, well, we probably would have run into a lot of other teams without your enemy detection skill. True. I guess you're right. I look over at Maria to see her eyes closing. Then she shakes herself awake when she notices me watching. I laugh. Maybe some sleep wouldn't hurt. I can take the first shift to watch. We have 4 dungeons to go, including this one. I think a quick power nap for each of us would be a good idea. I can wake you up in 2 hours. Maria smiles and closes her eyes. I like the sound of that. Wake me up in. Before she could finish her sentence, she falls fast asleep. I guess Maria was even more tired than me. She's just better at hiding it. I stand up and lean up against the tree we're under and use enemy detection. Over the next 2 hours, only 7 more teams enter the dungeon and 4 ogres attack. I use them to replenish my MP slightly, and one of them even drops an axe. I put it in my item storage and along with the mana they drop. I also decide to move all of the mana crystals from earlier into my item storage, from my item box. The only items I left in there were the MP and HP potions. At around the 2-hour mark, I check on Maria and she's still sound asleep. I can't wake her up just yet. Not in this state, out of pure boredom. I start fidgeting around with some leftover mana crystals. I throw them in the air and attack with my sword, attempt to light them on fire, and even partially learn how to juggle. Not really. Juggling is actually pretty hard. Maybe there's a skill for that, then. I try using Plunderer on a mana crystal. It works. The gem begins to glow light pink and I feel a rush of energy flow into my body. Moments later, the crystal begins to dissolve and crumble into dust. My eyes open wide, and away. This actually works? I laugh to myself and start dancing around in sleep-deprived delusion. Huh? What? Maria raises her head and rubs her eyes. I turn to her with a smile ear to ear. Oh, good morning. Sorry to wake you so abruptly, I didn't mean to. She gets to her feet and stretches her arms. It's fine. Thanks. You can rest now if you want. I nod happily. Sure. Wake me if any teams come nearby. She nods, and I collapse under the tree with a grin on my face, falling asleep dreaming about my new accidental discovery. 2 hours later, clang, I wake up to the sound of metal on metal from a distance. My vision is blurry as my senses come back to me after a well-needed nap. I see ice covering the trees all around me and Maria glowing bright blue battling a group of 4 all by herself. Through my blurry vision, enemy detection, and inspect, I can make out a woman with a sword. One with a pair of daggers, and 2 large men carrying shields, 30M, LV 271, LV 256, LV 255, LV 255. I rub my eyes and grab my sword from item storage while igniting it into flames and activating Berserker, HUI. Why didn't you make me up? Save some fun for me. Maria turns her head while putting up an ice wall to block an incoming tank. Sorry, they came out of nowhere. I run in to get a piece of the action. Then get a closer look at the woman with a sword. She's short, with bright orange hair, light freckles, and a black combat suit covered by some small silver armor pieces. We lock eyes, then I yell out in surprise, "And Nessa? Is that you?" She stops in her tracks. J. Chapter 84, Test 1, time remaining, 30 hours. I let my flames simmer down, but keep my sword pointed straight ahead. So, are we friends or enemies today? Nessa lets out a sigh of relief. Friends, I hope. She lets her sword down and turns to her teammates. Hey. I know them. Hold back. I turn to Maria and nod. She understands and lets her ice wall crumble while backing up slowly. I'm still skeptical, so I scan the area. At closer inspection, one of the tanks and that woman with daggers look familiar. They were both there when I fought that mutant minotaur. But the big guy. He's new. Nessa caught me sizing him up. Hey Bruce. Meet Jay. Jay, meet Bruce. This is our team captain. The large light-skinned man with dark features walked over to me slowly with his heavy metal shield to the side. I use Inspect and Appraisal, LV 271, active items, heavy steel shield, 400 defense, steel armor set, 300 defense, leather boots, 150 speed, high ogre's ring, 50% mental strength, Rodrigo's silver bracelet, active skills, body hardening. Nice to meet you. If you're a friend of Nessa's, you're a friend of mine. He reaches out a hand and I shake it hesitantly, but keep a smile on my face. Nice to meet you too. I continue scanning the area around us, using enemy detection and inspect on a huge radius. Nessa's eyes light up as she looks at me using multiple new skills. But I'm not too worried about it. Our bigger problem is the 27 other teams on this floor right now. It seems like we overslept. It's getting crowded here. Maria walks over to me. How was your nap? Ready to continue? I smile. Yeah, it was pretty nice. I Jew, you were sleeping? Nessa looks at me like I'm insane. I laugh. Yeah, we did take a small break. Nessa, meet Maria. And Maria, meet Nessa. They stare each other down for a moment, then both nod before looking away in different directions. I gulp softly, then notice Nessa holding herself up by her sword. The other 3 teammates doing the same thing, using their gear to keep themselves upright. Now that I take a closer look, they're all pale and exhausted. Hey, are you guys all right? You all seem sickly. Nessa looks back at me and nods slowly. Yeah, we've just had a long day. Moving slowly and only engaging with parties much smaller or weaker than us is tiring work. If you didn't wake up during our fight, I'm not so sure what would have happened. It's taken a while to climb this high. Plus, that last dungeon was brutal. Maria looks over at me with a grin on her face. I would have wiped the floor with them if you didn't stop me. I laugh. Oh yeah? Nessa looks over at her with an annoyed glare, but didn't say anything back. Maria is right. And she knows it. I open up my item box and throw her my half-empty water bottle. Don't drink it all, but take what you need. Nessa's eyes light up as she catches the bottle and begins drinking from it instantly. The moment she does, something feels off. And very familiar. I yell out, stay alert. Someone else is here. Everyone starts looking around and drawing their weapons. I erupt into flames to hide my use of Berserker and expand my range of enemy detection. Still, nothing shows up on my radar. Was it a false alarm? My eyes move back and forth as I scan the woods around us in my paranoid state. The rest of the group stands on edge in confusion as well, then I sense a small pitter-patter of footsteps and it clicks. Just a moment too late, shing. 30 in front of me, I watch two shining daggers pierce through the neck of the tank leaning against a tree. He instantly dissipates into a bright white light, then the daggers disappear into nothingness. I yell out, "Run!" This is a hunter with a stealth skill. Unless you can sense him, you're no match. Maria turns to me glowing bright blue. Is it that guy from before? I look around sporadically to try and sense him again. Yes. I need to concentrate in order to face him. Run. I'll catch up, trust me. Maria nods and darts off. I motion for Nessa to follow. She sprints off moments later. As they run, I watch two silver blades emerge from thin air, slashing the woman dagger user in half. She glows bright white and disappears instantly, indicating she's been transported back to the respawn point as well. Their captain Bruce yells in frustration as his team gets slaughtered in front of his eyes. Come on. Face me. There's no response. He's just yelling at the empty forest at this point. I grit my teeth and focus harder. I feel the cool breeze, the leaves swaying slowly back and forth, Bruce's heavy breathing, and then the light vibrations of footsteps shaking the ground. Then I finally look up and lock onto 20 LV 286, active items, steel dagger set, 300 strength, enchanted steel armor set, 400 defense, enchanted leather boots, 200 speed, griffin's talon, 40% mental strength. Enchanted silver ring, 30% speed, ring of protection, 25% defense, active skills, dagger mastery, stealth. It looks like his level is even higher than before, and he's picked up some new gear. This maniac climbed the labyrinth solo a second time on a mission just to come and kill me. I run toward the faint sound of footsteps. Clang, moments later his daggers meet my blade. Sparks fly as the man appears from his stealth mode. We jump back and stare each other down. He grins and yells out to me, "Fancy meeting you here. Looks like I'll get to give you the payback you deserve. It's been a real pain, you know." As I start to reply, he takes a step backward and disappears. I decide to yell at him anyways. "If I beat you this time, you're dead for real. You know that? Go pick on somebody else." I look around waiting for a reply, but hear nothing. With all my active sensory skills on overdrive, I take a deep breath in and out to visualize the battlefield. Nessa and Maria have safely made it about 50 to my right. They're hidden behind a clump of trees while still moving quickly away. The tank named Bruce is still standing 15 to my left side behind his shield, attempting to search for the enemy. He's too stubborn to back down. I watch the dagger user attack the tank beside me. I should have known he's trying to pick off all the weaker opponents first. The maniac makes contact with Bruce's shield, but also sinks one dagger deep into his left arm. He yells out in pain as I dart over to try and help. The dagger user disappears, then suddenly stabs the tank deep in the back. To my surprise, he's still standing. Bruce lets out a yell and manages to slam his shield against his opponent's head as he disappears into stealth mode again. The tank grins at me while coughing up blood, searching for something in his item box. I yell to him as I intercept the dagger user's next attack. Clang, my sword blocks a pair of daggers from reaching his neck. "Get out of here." I said I'll handle him. With his eyes open wide, watching the sparks fly off clashing steel less than a meter from his neck. The man turns and runs. Got it. All you kid. The daggers disappear again and I'm finally alone on the battlefield facing my old opponent. Again, I let my eyes scan the area using enemy detection and allow my sense to flow with the heightened nature of my berserker state. I make out the light sounds of footsteps less than 10 to my right side. I turn and speak softly. "This is your last chance to leave." I let my flames burn bright while my vision tunnels on the vague wavering outline of a man in my mind's eye. There's no response. So I let my blade soar, shing crack. The black sword flickers red as it makes contact with the man's daggers. He attempts to block my slash, but both of his blades shatter into pieces as I release a crescent-shaped wave of dark fire magic from deep within me. The fragments of his weapons fly in the air as he's thrown 20 backward into the base of a tree while reappearing and coughing up blood. I sprint over to him with a malicious grin and a red blade glowing brightly. There's a fiery gash across his chest, but he's still managing to move around slightly. I point my blade at his neck and use intimidation. "What was that you said before? The payback I deserve or something?" He looks at me with a face full of disgust and fear while frozen in place. With his final will to live, he manages to spit at me. I bring my blade down to incinerate the large glob of saliva in midair. Slicing the disrespectful man in half without a second thought, I turn and scoff, but then see blue text appear: use absorption, skill, dagger mastery, yes, and no, use absorption, skill, stealth, yes, and no. I nod slowly, then choose yes on both skills while looking over my shoulders to make sure no one's watching. The flaming corpse in front of me is a horrific sight to see, but the battle adrenaline mixed with the ego of my blade makes it seem just like a plain old pile of loot. I take off the man's rings and necklace, then put them on myself as an extra prize for beating him twice. I warned him. So I don't really feel too bad. With a sigh, I use enemy detection to locate the group of 3 pretty close by. But my heart skips a beat as I sense someone above me. LVO 451, I erupt into flames again, activating basically every single one of my skills as a defense mechanism, but then calm down as I realize who it is. I sigh, put down my sword, and relax as I see a Hunters Association representative with a yellow armband nod at me, then quickly dart away, jumping along the Chapter 86, Test 1, time remaining, 22 hours. Nessa and Bruce step out in front of me. I can see them visibly panting, their eyes have heavy bags under them, and Nessa's legs are shaking a bit. I turn to see Maria, then see her join them in formation. I sigh and step forward to join as well. I guess it's about time we get serious. Hey, you two. I appreciate the help, but come on. I can tell you're exhausted. I don't mind taking this dungeon on with Maria. By all means, rest up. Nessa smiles thinly and looks at Bruce. She nods to him. He won't admit it, but I can tell the tank is nearing his limit as well. They both step back and let Maria and me handle this one. A small cloud of red dust begins to form in the distance. We slowly approach it, and finally, after a few minutes, the pack of monsters comes into view. I use Inspect, LV 249, LV 243, LV 243, LV 243, LV 243, LV 242, LV 242, LV 241, LV 241, LV 241, LV 240, LV 240, LV 240. I grin as I see a group of wild hounds charging toward us. They all have dark red fur, laser-focused eyes, and sharp-looking teeth. They're 1.5 m tall at most, and 3 m long from head to tail. Their muscles are compact and ripple between long, graceful strides. Some of them seem to be giving off a nasty dark red aura. The pack growls and each one of them lock their eyes onto different targets. These are some real wild beasts. I use appraisal on their leader. LV 249, active items, none, active skills, intimidation, bloodlust, buffs, 50% speed, agility, mental strength. I turn to Mara while bursting into flames and she begins to glow bright blue, matching my display. We run at the ravenous hounds with our blades held at the ready. Once in range, I can feel the stares of intimidation from the pack making the hairs on my neck stand up. I activate Berserker and continue forward without hesitating. In a battle of wills, whichever opponent has the higher mental strength stat will prevail using the intimidation skill. Maria and I are well above the necessary threshold. We make contact and let loose. Maria freezes 5 hounds solid in a matter of seconds. I slice the heads of 3 clean off in a single focused blow while looking up with a satisfied smirk. My speed and agility are just fast enough to weave in and out of the monsters. Maria, on the other hand, is a bit slower. She's using walls of ice to keep them occupied. On contact, she can freeze them solid. The dogs that glow red are significantly faster and exceptionally agile. It seems like they act much more recklessly and jump straight into danger without thinking. This must be a side effect of their bloodlust skill. I turn to Maria. Keep the rest of them busy, I want their leader. She nods and turns to the 4 remaining underlings growling at her with murderous glares. I face the leader. It has a powerful red aura around it, similar to my Berserker skill, but with a slightly darker, more ominous crimson tint. I can feel the waves of energy coming off this beast. It's attempting to intimidate me with all its might. I point my sword forward and activate my own intimidation skill. The moment my wave of energy hits the beast, I see the mutt's eyes open wide as it attempts to growl and put on a final menacing glare. A few seconds later, it begins to whimper and falls to the floor with its head bowed down. I happily bow my head slightly as well, just to show the creature a bit of respect before slicing it into fiery pieces moments later. Use absorption, skill, bloodlust. Yes, I choose yes and turn around while deactivating all my active skills. Maria has finished her work as well. We stroll over to Bruce and Nessa. They stare at us wide-eyed in awe. Nessa speaks up, wasn't that a bit overkill? I turn to Maria, then we both chuckle, was it? We turn to walk away from the piles of frozen and burning corpses without talking about it any further. Come on, let's keep moving. We continue at a pretty steady pace through the rest of this dungeon. A total of 4 more wolf packs attack. They range from 8 to 15 members each. The strongest leader so far has been level 252. Even with their bloodlust skill, none of them are much of a match for Maria and me. Nessa and Bruce joined in once just to see how they'd fare. Surprisingly, it was a pretty tough fight. They worked well together and used Bruce's shield to block and land cheap shots, but they were surprisingly slower than the hounds. Luckily, Nessa's glowing sword made quick work of them and the intimidation skill only slowed them down slightly. She still got bitten a few times but used an HP potion after the battle finished. It was a good reality check for me. Monsters are still our enemies. It's only a matter of time until one may be stronger than me. We continue to weave through teams and fight off wolves until facing off with other humans becomes unavoidable. It's been just over 2 hours and I can tell Nessa and Bruce are on their last straw. They can perk up for battle, but that's just life or death adrenaline they've been running off of for the last couple of hours. One more big battle is their limit, I can tell. At the back of the dungeon, I can sense a team of 6 that hasn't moved for well over half an hour. We've been slowly approaching, but I've been hesitant to make contact. One of them has a higher level than me. Eventually, I let out a sigh and decide it's time to see what's happening over there. We make the trek over a few small hills and the boss room portal finally comes into view. The 6 people I sensed earlier are crowded around it. Their voices ring out from over 50 m away. A big man with bright orange hair wearing heavy armor and carrying a dark black sword is facing 5 other men. He's yelling and pointing his sword at them angrily. Oh yeah? If you don't want to pay, then I guess you're not getting through. A thin, tall dark-haired group member stands up to the armored tank with his own sword pointed straight back at him. It's 5 against 1, buddy. We're not paying you a single bronze piece. Get out of our way. The big orange-haired tank lets out a sigh. Too bad. I was really going to let you through. He begins glowing bright white, then lunges forward grabbing the man by the left shoulder. There's a flash of white light and he's gone in seconds. The tank grabs some kind of potion from his item box and proceeds to drink it while running to his next target. The massive man is moving at rapid speeds. He may even be faster than me, my eyes can barely track him. The group of men begin yelling and attempt to attack the speeding tank, but their attacks miss as he weaves through the bunch of them in silence, drinking potions and making them disappear instantly with a touch on the shoulder. 1 by 1, seconds later, the massive tank looks around at an empty field, satisfied with his work. Soon after, he makes his way back to the boss room portal. Once 3 m in front of it, he stops, turns around, sinks his sword into the ground, crosses his arms, looks directly at us, then yells, "Come on over. I just cleared a path for ya." We all gulp simultaneously and don't move a muscle. He puts on a friendly smile and keeps waving. "I won't bite, just do as I say. Come on over." I look over at the others. Nessa and Bruce are nervously staring at the man. Maria is glowing bright blue with her sword drawn. This man's skill is not ordinary. I've never seen anything quite like it. The group of 6 were standing together for a long time, and he gave them a few warnings before attacking. I'm not exactly sure what for, but at least he was a bit civilized about it. I speak up, "We'll come down. I'd like to avoid fighting though." The large man nods slowly. "So you're the smart one of the group, aren't ya?" I don't reply, but motion my team member to do as he says. Nessa and Bruce reluctantly agree. They're the first ones to approach. Maria and I follow close behind. It just feels a bit more natural to have our shield wielder up front for now. As we make it to the bottom of the hill, the orange-haired tank speaks up again. "Congrats, Win, making it to the last floor. If you all want to make it past, you're going to have to pay the tax. Line up, one at a time, and I'll be taking one item off of each of you. Then be my guest, enter the boss room. He lifted his jet black sword up and smirked while eyeing all of us head to toe. I use inspect and appraisal on him. LV 311, active items, enchanted high ogre's sword, 50% strength, heavy steel armor set, 600 defense, enchanted leather boots, 300 speed, 300 agility. High ogre's pendant, 300 strength, enchanted silver ring, 30% speed, ring of protection, 25% defense, lizard king scale, 45% mental strength, Rodrigo's silver bracelet, active skills, equivalent exchange. I stare forward with a blank look, reading all of his stats while he waves the sword around, waiting for our response. The tank yells at us again, so come on. What's it gonna be? Pay the tax or pay the price. Chapter 87, Test 1, time remaining, 19 hours. The large man keeps pointing his sword forward with a menacing presence, insisting we do as he says, or we'll pay the price. Bruce is the first to step forward. He's roughly the same size as the orange-haired man, but we all witnessed him effortlessly take out a team of 5 moments ago. The unknown tank has some mysterious power, and we'd be better off not finding out how it works. Bruce speaks up, what do you want? The man standing in front of the portal grins and lets his sword come down to rest by his side. Good, you guys won't be as difficult as that last team. Hand over your shield and I'll let you pass. Bruce looks back at us with tired eyes. Then back at the large man. The brute starts glowing white. Just like he did when he made that entire team disappear in seconds. What's with the hesitation? Bruce gulps, here. Take it, it's all yours. I didn't expect him to crack that quickly. But I guess he's had a long day. Bruce has been awake and fighting for 30 hours straight. I guess I can't blame him. His shield falls to the floor by the orange-haired man's feet. The man motions for him to pass and for Nessa to step up to him. Bruce walks over to the swirling portal and Nessa does as the man wants. He looks her up and down, then speaks up. You have nothing of value. I want all your potions. Everything. Hand them over. Nessa's eyes widen as she begins sifting through her item box with the massive man towering over her. She dumps half a dozen random potions onto the hard dungeon floor without hesitating. Good. Now you two get lost. Next. Nessa quickly runs over to Bruce and they wait with wide eyes as Maria steps up to the man. She doesn't say a word, just looks at him with a serious, concentrated stare. The large man turns his head to face the portal and yells, I said get lost. You're dismissed. Maria draws her sword out of reflex and the man turns back around and laughs at the sight. Now isn't that cute? You're up, Blondie. He looks Maria up and down and shakes his head. Ag, another hunter with worthless gear. Come on. The brute looks around and swings his sword up in the air with frustration, then sees Nessa and Bruce still waiting by the gray twisting portal. I said get lost you too. He begins glowing bright white and slowly makes his way toward them. I quickly nod, yell out, go. We'll meet you on the next floor. With confirmation, the two of them jump through moments later without a second thought. The brute turns back with a moderately angry expression. He makes eye contact with me, glances down at my sword, then a wide grin appears on his face. Hello, now would you look at that beauty? I proceed to point this beauty directly at his face. Not gonna happen. The orange-haired thug lets out a bellowing laugh. Oh, trust me it is. Drop the sword. Then for you, miss, leave all your potions with me. Every last one of them. Maria starts glowing bright blue and looks over at me. I stare back at her. Don't take him lightly. I'd give him your potions and leave if I were you. Seriously. Maria shook her head and looks back at the man angrily. I won't let you take anything from me. Not a single potion. And stay away from Jay's sword. I can't help but smile a little bit. She's definitely not looking to get rid of her potions, but Myra is much more defensive about my sword. How cute! I burst into flames and activate Berserker. I guess we're doing this the hard way. The tank laughs out loud again, pointing his sword at both of us, enveloping his body in that blinding white light again. I gave the two of you a fair chance to make it through. How unfortunate. He runs forward at Maria with incredible speed. Seeing him move up close is even more frightening than from a distance. Immediately, Maria creates an ice wall and deflects the beast of a man's frontal attack. Ice shards fly everywhere as Maria darts away and the brute destroys her defenses in an instant. I attempt to run in, but the man has his sights focused on Maria. He lets out a yell and I see him smile from ear to ear. His eyes open wide and he throws the long blade at the back of Maria's head. I yell out, "Behind you!" Before I can finish my sentence, Maria has already created another wall of ice, trapping the flying projectile inside while twisting her body around with her own sword at the ready. The tank doesn't change his trajectory in the slightest. He runs full force at the wall of ice, crashing through and narrowly avoiding Maria's incoming blade. She plants her left hand on the ground and begins to freeze the man's feet in a layer of solid light blue magic, but he breaks free with ease. The two of them stand 5 m apart. I'm less than 20 m away, sprinting at them with all my might. Maria lunges forward and lets out a yell. The tall orange-haired man does the same. There's an explosion of ice and snow. Then the two of them are on opposite sides of each other, 5 m apart once again. The man's sword is stuck in a pillar of ice, and Maria is grinning with her sword pointed at the man's head. At this point, I begun my own attack. I jump in at the unguarded man and swing my sword with a veil of fire surrounding my entire body. Shindig, I land a cheap shot on the man's abdomen under his heavy chest plate and fly by getting out of the way. I turn around to see the blood-dripping wound and smirk. To my surprise, he's grinning as well. Maria jumps forward and attacks the wide-open man as well. He stays still and doesn't move a muscle, welcoming her attack with open arms. Shindig, a direct hit. Maria's blade penetrates the man's abdomen right below the wound my sword created. It's a deep shot but doesn't quite make it through to the other side. He looks down at her with a menacing glare and grabs her right shoulder while still skewered by the long silver sword. The dim white glow all around him begins to shine brightly again. Maria cries out in pain and I see the man drinking an HP potion through the blinding white light as Maria falls to the ground beneath his feet. Once the brightness dissipates, Maria is gone. The grunt lets out another bellowing laugh and stands before me drinking yet another HP potion. With his other hand, he pulls his sword from the large pillar of ice by his side. He yells over to me as I stare at him wide-eyed, "You're up next, kid. Hand over the blade, or you're going back to floor 1 with your girlfriend." I look around to see ice shattering and falling all around us, but Maria is nowhere to be found. I look at the man with a confused look. How? What just happened? He smirks and sticks his sword into the ground and leans on it. "You won't make it to the next round anyways, you don't have to know. With an attack like this, you're no match for me." He laughs and points to the area on his abdomen that I'd cut earlier. "It's been healed with an HP potion since. I faced 46 of you shrimps so far. Only 11 have dropped their loot, the rest have been sent back to floor 1 or an early grave. Not a single hunter has bested me today." He eyes my burning blade, "So be a good little hunter and hand it over. You can't beat me. I'll kill you on contact. Fighting me is pointless." I scoff at the man and don't bat an eye. "On contact, huh? Bring it on." He smirks. "You're lost, kid." Then he lunges forward with his sword straight ahead and his left hand outreached. I dart away as fast as I can, leaving a trail of fire behind me. The orange-haired tank is close behind and gaining on me. He's even faster than before. This man was holding back. I let out a yell and try to move my legs faster than they'll possibly move. His voice rings out from behind, "Come on, boy. Give up the sword and you'll pass this exam." I turn my head to see him less than 3 meters away, glowing white and reaching his hand out to grab me. With a yell, I activate one of my new skills in desperation, Bloodlust. I feel a powerful surge of energy enter my bloodstream, flowing from my heart to my stomach, then all the way down my legs, deep into the vines in my toes. My right foot grips the hard ground and I'm propelled forward with a burst of new speed and power. My flames glow brighter and the aura of my berserker skill mixes with the dreadful new aura of this bloodlust skill. The grunt on my tail is lost in an instant. My new increase in speed and agility boost me forward, saving my life at the last possible moment. I create a 10 m gap, then turn around to face the man with a brand new murderous stare in my eyes. This new power feels incredible. All I want to do is kill. He stops in his tracks as well and looks me up and down. "So you're quick, aren't ya?" I run at my prey without a second thought. The exchange is quick, but doesn't go as well as expected. We both lock eyes and run at each other. The man in front of me drops his sword with both hands in the air. He's just running at me like a maniac with wild bloodshot eyes. "Come, hurry. I grit my teeth and focus on my target with tunnel vision. I need to hit him, but I can't get hit. All of his past victims flash before my eyes, they only die on physical contact when he touches them. Shingig, a direct hit. Well, kind of, I managed to leave a small gash on his right arm. He bleeds a bit, grunts, then turns to face me with an insane smile across his face. I charge at him again, Shingig, another hit. On his left arm this time. A small gash, but I just need to keep him occupied for now and drain his HP. We turn to face one another and complete the exchange again. Shingig, another gash appears on his right arm, dripping blood until the small amount of flame residue left behind burns the wound shut. Then we run at each other again. And again. And again. I've landed 6 hits in a row on this beast and he's showing no signs of slowing down. I can't hit any vital spots because getting too close to the body will leave me wide open for his attack. I need to stay a full sword distance away at all times to be safe. I run at the man again. He runs at me. I focus on making a small wound on his right arm, then darting out of the way as fast as possible, just like my last half a dozen attacks, but at the worst possible moment. 5m away from the glowing man, I begin to slow down, the flames on my blade begin to flicker, and the aura around my body starts to glow dimmer. I've run out of MP. In the chaos of battle and adrenaline rush of my new bloodlust skill, I've completely neglected to conserve my energy. The tank in front of me begins laughing maniacally and yells as he grabs my left shoulder, "You're done, kiddo." My vision goes white and I feel a searing pain flow through my entire body. It's like 1,000 tiny swords are stabbing me all over. And all at once. It's hot, then cold, then super hot again, then finally freezing cold. It's one of the oddest sensations I've ever felt. I yell out in pain as I fall forward, attempting to catch myself with my sword on the hard ground. With blurry vision, I look up to read my status at 35/1490 HP and 0/1490 MP. The orange-haired tank is towering over me while drinking an HP potion and grinning ear to ear. "Looks like I've gotcha now." Any last words? Chapter 88, Test 1, time remaining, 19 hours. I let out a yell and push myself backward using my sword as a propellant. The massive man glows brightly with his hands outreached toward me. I throw myself back about 5m in the air with all my strength while digging through my item box vigorously. A handful of HP potions fall onto the floor before an MP potion finally pops out. I lock eyes with the man as I rip the cork off it with my teeth and chug it down as fast as humanly possible. All of a sudden, he stops running at me and places his hands on his hips. "That's all I needed, kid. This could have been over a lot sooner." With this brief moment of rest, I keep my eyes locked on the brute and aimlessly grab at the floor around me until I make contact with an HP potion. I gulp down its contents without hesitation as the man just stands in silence grinning. The orange-haired tank eyes me up and down while standing in front of the sword I left stuck in the ground before him. His smirk widens and he grabs it tightly, attempting to pull it from the hard dirt. "RRRGHH, damn you little s." The grunt's hand bursts into flames as the sword begins to glow bright red. My eyes widen as I remember it's bonded to my blood. No other person can possibly wield it without being burned. The man begins to glow white with an anger-filled expression across his face and runs at me. I activate bloodlust, then turn to run. There's no way I can get hit by an attack like that again. It decimated all of my HP in less than a second last time. It was nothing more than pure luck I made it out of that exchange. He won't get distracted by my sword next time either. Oh right. My sword. After launching myself away from the brute with all my might, I turn my head to look over my shoulder and see him chasing close behind. My mind is spinning and my heart is pounding out of my chest. I take a deep breath in, then let it all out as my mind calms down and a plan begins to formulate. Stealth. Just like that, I disappear mid-step. Well, I disappear from my assailant's perception at least. I make a hard left turn, but the tank continues running straight ahead. He lets out an angry yell as I lock eyes on my glowing red blade. The grunt stops in his tracks and curses me out as I simply dart over to the battle-yearning sword with silent, graceful steps. I reappear moments later with my blade in hand while activating my fire magic and berserker skills. Then with a friendly wave, I call out, "Hey, big guy. Over here." He turns and charges at me like a bull. With rage in his eyes, I can see his ego won't let him admit I managed to slither away from him in his moment of assumed victory. I take a slow step back, activating my stealth skill once again, disappearing from his field of vision. He stops in his tracks, wildly swinging his head around in confusion. "Come on out." Stop hiding, you lit, Shing. I land a critical hit, with berserker skill, bloodlust, fire magic, and my half-sentient pissed-off sword along for the ride. I leave a deep fiery gash in the thug's midsection below his steel chest plate. He lets out a yell of frustration while glowing brightly. I said come out, you, Shing. I land another hit across his backside, this time leaving a trail of fire in my wake. He lets out a scream as I dart around in silence. My stealth skill along with the recent intense mental strength boosts are much too high for him to overcome. The tank is a sitting duck, at my mercy. With a devious grin, I go in for a final strike. Shing, my glowing fiery blade sinks deep into the brute's neck. He lets out a gargled cry while boiling blood explodes in a fiery display. He falls to his knees. I rip the item box from his waist and place my left foot on his chest to rip the sword from his body as he falls to his back. Moments later, I reappear to watch the look on his face as I send him off to the labyrinth's starting point. The moment I do, I feel a hand wrap around my left foot as it hits the ground, a white light appears and the pain of 1,000 knives returns, but it's not as bad as before. Instinctively I let out a yell, but to my surprise when I check my status moments later, I only dropped 50 HP in total. The man's grip untightens and he murmurs a few words. I should have killed a runt like you when I had the chance. My blade is still glowing bright red, begging me to finish off the man before me. I look down at him. How many hunters have you killed today because they wouldn't give up their prized possessions? I don't mean sent back to the start. I mean killed. The man coughs up more blood and starts laughing while struggling to reply. Oh, more than you could count, Shingig. Without warning, I cut off the man's left hand. His eyes open wide as the silver bracelet that was once attached to his wrist rolls past his head. Before the grunt can let out another word, I reduce him to a pile of burning ash. Level up, use absorption, skill, equivalent exchange, yes, I choose yes and turn to walk away without another thought. Equivalent exchange, huh? Now I'll get to figure out how this skill actually works. I pick up his item box and sift through it as well. There are 11 HP potions and 4 MP. I help myself to one of each, restoring my stats to full and throwing the rest in my own item box. I turn to look at the gear left behind by his burning corpse but scoff at the thought of it. I'll let that stolen gear rest in peace, along with its past owners, Dungeon Walker. A dark swirling portal appears in front of me and I step in to take a look around. In my mind's eye, I can see every floor below me in this labyrinth with crystal clear precision when I focus hard enough. Where are you? I sift through every lower layer but there's no sign of Maria. I know we agreed not to wait for each other, but I only said that because of Bruce and Nessa's company. I let out a sigh and step into the floor 1 dungeon. She must have not re-entered. I step into the familiar horned rabbit dungeon and look around, activating enemy detection just to make sure Maria is definitely not here. Either way, it's pretty peaceful on this floor. I'll have to come back sometime. After a short 200m walk, I exit the labyrinth, making my way back to the outside world. The sight before me was not expected. There must be at least 50 hunters all standing around with their heads hanging low, talking and trading magic items. The scent of despair fills the air, as all of the men and women here have certainly given up on passing the exam this time around. They all look up at me with awkward stares. It must be an odd sight for someone to step out of the labyrinth after all. With their bracelets still intact too, I gulp lightly and scan the group of people while activating enemy detection to try and lock onto Maria's unique level signature. Before I can even do a deep search, I hear my name being called out from behind the crowd. Jay? Why you came back? How? Maria runs out from behind the closely gathered hunters while wiping tears from her face and attempting to smile. I did, of course, I did. She jumps at me with her arms stretched out wide and a face filled with hope again. I catch Maria mid-arm and chuckle a little while comforting her the best I can. After a few seconds, she drops back down to the ground and we lock eyes with a more serious expression. I nod with a smile. Come on, we have an exam to pass. I turn my head, motioning for us to re-enter the labyrinth. Many hunters in the crowd start laughing and whispering various inaudible words of doubt to their fellow hunters while we walk off toward the floating green portal. Both of us pay them no mind and step through with grins across our faces. The second we enter the first floor away from prying eyes, I create a new mode of transport, Dungeon Walker. Maria immediately realizes this dark portal of mine can teleport us much further than the small trip she experienced earlier. Moments later, we step through and arrive directly in front of the floor 10 boss room. I smirk as Maria takes out her sword. Ready? She nods, ready. We both jump through. It's time to challenge the final boss. Chapter 89, Test 1, time remaining, 18 hours. The boss room is darker than I expected it to be. The hard soil remains the same, but the artificial sunlight has left the sky. In the distance, I can see the familiar large cave-like walls wrapping upwards to create a closed-off arena for this boss battle. Maria and I stand side by side with our swords at the ready. She begins to glow blue as my flames begin to flicker to life. Silence fills the room as we wait in anticipation. I scan my surroundings with inspect, enemy detection, and appraisal. Seconds later, 6 red glowing eyes emerge from the darkness before us. The sound of heavy chains clanging together rings throughout the cave, and a burst of flames lights up the enemy that walks out from the darkness. LV 261, active items, cursed shackles, fire aspect, active skills, intimidation, bloodlust. Buffs, 50% speed, agility, mental strength. Thud, thud, thud. A vicious 3-headed dog stomps into view with heavy metal collars around each of its necks. Long broken metal chains hang from each of them, just barely swinging above the ground. The beast stands over 3 m tall. From head to toe, it's at least 8 m long. Well, from its middle head at least, the monster's eyes stare us down, and saliva drips from its 3 mouths as the white jagged teeth reflect off of the fiery display permeating off of each of its limbs. A dark red aura covers its entire body as well. This is one horrific-looking monster. It lets out a series of growls as the flames on its legs burst into even larger flames. I feel a wave of intimidation hit me, then the beast runs forward. Our battle has begun. Without another word, Maria darts off to the left and I take the right. The enormous hound moves its heads on either side to track us both as we run off in opposite directions. I activate Bloodlust, Berserker, and my own intimidation skill to match its energy as I run closer and closer to the beast. The hound winces, then its collars glow red. The glowing chains are visibly burning the dark fur around its neck. Moments later it charges forward, breaking free of my mental trap. With incredible speed and accuracy, the monster launches an attack straight at Maria. It definitely is not fond of my intimidation skill. The beast is trying to take out easier prey first, then it'll deal with me. A loud collision occurs as Maria summons a wall of ice and the flaming hound throws itself headfirst into it. Ice shards fly everywhere as she narrowly escapes in the confusion. I follow close behind, now covered head to toe in flames of my own. As the beast emerges from the cloud of ice and snow, I launch my first attack. Shing! My sword lands a deep slash through the left head's neck, following through to leave additional damage across its backside. It lets out a murderous roar as the chains glow red again, creating plumes of smoke from the burning fur and flesh. This only makes the beast more angry. Its eyes glow red as it stomps its feet. The left head eyes me up and down, while its right side watches Maria ready herself. We lock eyes momentarily, then I run at the beast again. The monster erupts into flames and shakes its heads in frustration. Maria places her left hand on the hard ground and lets out an immense wave of ice magic. The hound runs toward her but is stopped in its tracks by the cold white crystals creeping up its legs. Crack! The monster breaks through, but Maria releases another wave. Every step the hound takes is slowed down by Maria's ever-regenerating ice trap. It growls, staring her down as she chugs an MP potion and lets out more intense waves of magic. I take this opportunity to commence my second attack. I sprint at the monster with a wide grin across my face. With another graceful lunge and jump, I land on the 3-headed dog's back as it struggles to move forward through the ice in front of it. The heat radiating from its chains is almost unbearable, but it's nothing I can't handle. Without hesitation, I lift my sword and pierce it deep into the monster's spine right below its middle neck. While using Plunderer to take in its mana, I release a steady flow of fire residue into the creature's body. It flails its head and roars in pain as Maria keeps it bound in place. An intense wave of intimidation hit me as the monster tries helplessly to break free. I watch the red glowing collars burn deep into the beast's neck. They begin glowing brighter and brighter as I continue to burn this beast to a crisp. Something about this doesn't feel right. My eyes open wide as I realize what's happening. Just a few seconds too late. Maria. Run! No! Kaboom! The chains on the monster's neck hit their limit. The glowing becomes unbelievably bright. Then it explodes into a highly destructive ball of flames. I use my body hardening and brace for impact as the fiery shockwave hits me. I watch Maria create a dome of ice as I'm thrown backward 20 m in the air. On the bright side, the hound we were previously facing has 3 fewer heads. I watch the fiery bloody mess explode before my eyes and can help but let out a bit of a chuckle as I hit the hard boss room floor. The fire clears and the dust settles. I pick myself up and regenerate the minor broken bones from my fall. Maria emerges from her dome of ice and we take in the view. A headless charred corpse lies lifeless with its legs frozen solid and its backside still ablaze. We walk over to it slowly with our swords out in front of us with curious looks on our faces. Less than a minute later, the corpse begins to disappear. Clang! A large pink mana crystal falls to the floor along with a pile of dark silver chains attached to a circular shackle that looks about human neck-sized. I use appraisal, cursed shackles, fire aspect, then turn to Maria with a grin. Well, I did say the next rare item is mine. She looks at me wide-eyed. Yeah, you did. They're all yours. I nod slowly and place the chains in my item storage, then throw Maria the mana crystal. That was a good fight, right? She catches the stone, places it in her item box, then nods in agreement. Yeah, definitely our toughest one yet. It had to go and blow itself up though. We laugh together as the white transfer magic brings us up to the next floor. A familiar voice rings out as floor 11 materializes in front of me. Congratulations. You're number 83. I see Rodrigo standing less than 3 m from us with a calm emotionless look on his face. He walks over slowly and hands me a small white coin with the number 83 printed on it in black text. Then he turns to Maria. Congratulations. You're number 84. She accepts the coin as well and we both look at him with puzzled stares. His red suit pops out in front of the bright green dungeon grassland before us. It's oddly similar to the slime floor from earlier with rolling hills and a bright blue sky, but I doubt there would be another slime dungeon on floor 11. Right, Rodrigo stares blankly at both of us with his pair of nearly white eyes, then speaks up again. Well, it seems you two still have 17 hours or so remaining until the next test. So far, you have proven to show your proficiency in basic combat, simple teamwork, energy conservation, and of course, a little bit of luck. Your next test will be a bit more personal. It will be testing your individuality, perseverance, and ability to grow and adapt to your environment. Please join the others. You may trade, eat, sleep, exercise, and do as you wish until the next test begins. The only rules are you may not enter floor 12, and you may not fight other exam members until the start of our next test. Do I make myself clear? We both nod our heads up and down without saying a word. Rodrigo looks us both up and down one last time. His eyes stop momentarily at the sight of Maria's left wrist. Well, very good. Please do join the rest of your exam mates. He glows white and steps to the side. I can't believe my eyes. Seemingly out of nowhere, the air begins to ripple in front of us to reveal a massive white fair tent. Underneath it, there are well over 50 large wooden tables and 30 or so smaller private sections along the tent's outer edges that have multiple beds inside them. The other 82 hunters are all crowded around the center area of tables trading gear, gambling with potions, talking with each other, and relaxing in a casual manner. I see teams from the association, small guilds, some elite guilds, rogues, and even a few noble-looking squads. These are the best of the best here. Well, at least the fastest of the fast. I take a closer look to see if I recognize anyone in particular as we begin to walk over. That one team in shiny gold armor with the barrier summoning skill is here, and also that duo with the lightning skill and defense buffs. I recognize one team of rogues from outside the labyrinth too. They're a team of 3 with high levels and unusual gear. The man with the speed cloak and snake tattoo on his hand stands out the most to me. I continue scanning the crowd, attempting not to make eye contact with any of the yellow armband wearing guards surrounding the tent. Then I see a familiar face staring at me waving happily. You guys made it. Nessa smiles and motions for us to come over to the table she and Bruce managed to get for themselves. I wave back and we begin to walk over toward them. Maria follows. What a bizarre sight to see in a dungeon. I guess now all we can do is socialize and wait for the next test to begin. Chapter 90, time remaining until test 2, 17 hours. We walk over to sit across from Bruce and Nessa at a long wooden table. I scan the area to see more and more unfamiliar faces. Some smile while others glare. A few seem to be in the private closed-off areas resting as well. Maria keeps her left arm under the table. Nessa speaks up first. So what happened? You took so long we thought. I smile and interrupt. We came to an agreement with that stubborn orange-haired brute. It just took a while, long story. I turn to Maria and sigh. She nods and blinks a few times, then we both turn our heads forward again. Nessa just smiles. Well, that's a relief. Maybe I can manage to get some sleep after all. She turns to one of the open curtains of a private resting area, then looks back at me. Say, Jay. Could I take a peek at your fire magic before the start of the next test? I nod while scoping out the resting areas for myself. We have plenty of time before our next test. A nice long sleep would be nice. Sure, just remind me. She smiles as Bruce interjects. Yeah, I'll be getting some rest too. I need a shield for the next phase of this exam though. Hopefully, I'll be able to make a trade. I'm sure some of the less skilled hunters will be arriving as time ticks down. They'll surely need a leftover potion or two for a sword, right? He scans the crowds looking for anyone willing to give up their shield. I can see a bit of fear in his eyes. Most of the items being traded are just potions and dropped loot from the floors below. Not many people are giving up their weapons. I do feel kind of bad. I completely forgot about his shield. With the adrenaline from battle and the mission to get Maria back, retrieving their lost gear totally slipped my mind. I speak up and look Bruce in the eyes. Well, I'm sure you'll find the right person willing to trade eventually. He nods slowly. Thanks. I survey the crowd one last time and decide there's not much else I want to do right now but sleep. It would be the most productive thing right now. Unless. I turn to Maria. Hey, I'm going to get some rest. Could you come with me real quick? Her eyes perk up as I point to an open curtain of a resting room nearby. She quickly agrees and we both stand up. Nessa speaks. Well, that was fast. See you in a bit, I guess. Rest up. We leave moments later with a wave. Upon entering the small curtained-off room, I look around. There are 3 small cushioned beds on all of the walls, not counting the entrance. The room is about 3 m long and 3 m wide. As I shut the white curtain, the room stays softly lit with a white glow. I turn to Maria. Do you need anything? I'll be out for a while? She stares at me with a confused look. You'll be out for a while? I grin and turn to the back wall of the room. Dungeon Walker. A large black swirling portal appears in front of us and Maria's eyes open wide. Oh. You can leave? I nod with a slight grin. The only rules were no fighting and no entering floor 12. He never said we can't leave the exam site and come back later. She shakes her head. No. I meant you can physically leave a dungeon with that transport magic? See, can I come with you? Oh, you can also come. Sure. I pause, then continue. We'll just need to be back before anyone notices. I guess with the curtains closed no one will enter for a while. Maria smiles wide. All right. Let's go. Without another thought, I take Maria by the hand and step through the black swirling portal, moments later letting the multitude of past dungeon images fly through my mind until I find the one I'm looking for. The oh-so-familiar starter dungeon back in our hometown is our destination. We step out moments later and I feel a wave of mana leave my body. I open my status instantly to see what just happened. Status open. Name, J Soju. Level, 299. HP, 1245/1500. MP, 360/1500. Strength, 724. 630. Speed, 862. 517. 259. Agility, 892. Defense, 646, 258, 226, 162, mental strength, 724, 145, 333, 290, skills, absorption, swordsmanship, combat magic, fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection, body hardening, special grade, self-regeneration, spatial magic, item storage, plunderer, telekinesis, appraisal, special grade. Conceal, Dungeon Walker, Intimidation, Dagger Mastery. Stealth, Bloodlust, Equivalent Exchange, Items Equipped, Golden Wolf Ring, 20% Mental Strength, Cyclops Eye Pendant, 40% Defense, Dark Elf Boots, 60% Speed, The Flame Emperor's Sword, Fire Aspect, 87% Strength, 46% Mental Strength, Ring of Protection, 35% Defense, Griffin's Talon, 40% Mental Strength, Enchanted Silver Ring, 30% Speed, Ring of Protection, 25% Defense, Rodrigo's Silver Bracelet. My MP dropped around 1,000 points. I guess long distance travel carrying another person is even more costly than I predicted it'd be. Noted. I take a few mana crystals from my item storage and use Plunderer to bring my mana back up to full. As I do so, Maria looks around the grassland dungeon in awe. This is. I interject, yup. We're back home. Her eyes open wide. I just nod and start walking toward the dungeon exit. She takes in the view for a few more seconds, then runs after me as we jump out into Alpine Park. The trees are swaying in the breeze and the lake in the distance shimmers reflecting yellow light from the low evening sun. A few minutes later we walk into the village market without saying another word. This isn't exactly what I thought we'd be doing today, but I'm not complaining. I grab a handful of silver and a few gold from my item storage and throw them in my item box on the way over. We walk through the middle of the market and I hear an old familiar voice. Hey. If it isn't Jay. How you doing, kid? My old merchant friend greets me with a smile. I look through all of his gear, but nothing special stands out. The only thing worth buying here is every last one of his MP and HP potions. The merchant only has up to D class in stock. Unfortunately, they only heal 1250 points each. I'll have to keep that in mind. Maria takes the MP potions along with a few HP. I hoard the rest of the glowing green bottles for myself. With a pair of friendly waves, we leave the town center and sit down at a local family restaurant. Our food comes soon after. We feast as the sun begins to set slowly below the horizon. Once we finish with the well-deserved meals, a wave of exhaustion hits both of us. But Maria especially. I can see her eyes struggling to stay open as we wait for the bill. I chuckle a little, then leave a silver coin at our table. We set off before the waiter comes back. Hope he enjoys the tip. With tired eyes and heavy limbs, the 30 hours of dungeon diving finally catches up to us as we walk up our long apartment building steps. I speak up while my door clicks open. 10 hours. Then we go back. Maria nods, then tries to open her door. She's sifting around in her item box for a little longer than normal. Then I remember her key must be in her old pouch back in the capital. Maria squats down and reaches under her doormat to pick up a spare, then clicks the door open moments later. Night J. 10 hours, got it. I let out a long quiet sigh as she closes her door, then turn around and walk back down the apartment stairs. There are a few more things to do tonight. Sleep can wait. I stop by the corner store and buy a large case of water, some fruits, and dried meats. Anything that looks similar to the items in our gift box from earlier. I put them all in my item storage and make my way back to the dungeon as the sun fully sets. Dungeon Walker. I walk through my swirling black portal to a dungeon I know very well. The Minotaur dungeon in the capital. While plundering MP from another mana crystal, I walk out and take the underground train back to the main dungeon hub. There are huge crowds of hunters out today, just like any other. It's rush hour in the city. I walk to the market and hear the voice of my other old merchant friend. This is the first time I've seen both of them in such a short amount of time. They do seem oddly similar. I wave as I approach. How are you, old man? Not too bad. What can I do for you today, kid? I look around his shop for a moment, eyeing the swords, shields, and various magic items hanging on the walls. Show me all your best items. Let's just say, I'm getting ready for a big battle. He grins and looks me up and down, then starts sifting through the hidden underside of his counter. Oh yeah? You've already got a lot of items on you there. Make sure you don't hit the limit. I raise an eyebrow and look at him with a bit of confusion. The limit? What do you mean? The old man places 2 gold rings on the table. One of them has a small blue gem on the face of it, the other one is solid gold. After that, he places a heavy steel shield, a silver long sword, and a pair of black daggers on the counter as well. He grins. Unless you've ranked up or have a special skill, most hunters can only handle stacking 10 magic items at once. Again, I look at him with a confused stare. Ranked up? He nods, then points at the items on the counter. Yeah, mostly nobles and high-ranking government types go through the rank-up process eventually. I'm not exactly sure how they do it, I just know it's possible. Anyways, take your pick. This is the cream of the crop. I just nod and use appraisal. Ring of protection, 30% defense, enchanted gold ring, 30% mental strength, enchanted steel shield, 300 defense, high ogre's sword, 300 strength, enchanted dagger set, 300 strength, 300 agility. I examine the items while thinking quietly to myself for a while, then speak up. How much for the shield and daggers? The merchant looks at me curiously. Really? I never would have guessed you'd jump on those two. I nod slowly, then place 2 gold coins on the counter. Will that do the trick? The merchant's eyes light up. Most definitely. I push the coins forward and throw the shield and daggers into my item box. Appreciate it. I'll be back soon with some items to sell, so get ready to give me a good selling price on those too. The merchant takes the coins and smiles. Of course, I'll be waiting. Have a good rest of your night, Jay. With a wave, I leave. Sure, the price could have been haggled down a little. Well, more like a lot. I'm just not in the mood. He can keep the change. The city's night sky is beautifully clear tonight. I stroll around admiring the world, enjoying my taboo freedom as I should still be in the labyrinth. With a grin, I eventually make my way back to the dungeon hub. The early stars shine white in the slowly darkening sky. There are even more hunters lined up outside the closer I get. It's usually pretty crowded around this time, but this is crazy. A loud voice calls out from the crowd, all high-level D-class teams and C-class hunters. Calling all high-level D-class teams and C-class hunters. There's been a break in the Lizardman dungeon. We need immediate help eradicating the monsters. I repeat. A blonde-haired young man in a Hunters Association uniform stands in front of the gates yelling over and over about a dungeon break. The closer I get, the more and more it makes sense. The association must be understaffed because of the exams. Most hunters are avoiding eye contact with him. But a few stand by his side. I approach with a curious grin. Chapter 91, time remaining until test 2, 15 hours. I slowly walk over to the slim blonde young man. He instantly makes eye contact and waves me over. Hey. The name's Trip, nice to meet ya. Looking to help out in a little dungeon cleanup, I continue to approach him slowly, then use inspect and appraisal. He's a bit taller than me, dressed in the casual green and black Hunters Association rating uniform, doesn't wear any armor, and wears a pair of silver daggers on his waist. LV 322, active items, special grade platinum ring, 55% mental strength, enchanted leather boots, 35% speed, 35% agility, reinforced steel dagger set, 400 strength. Active skills, dagger mastery, instant nullification. I look the man up and down thoroughly. An interesting idea comes to mind. My curiosity gets the better of me sometimes. I reply, sure, I'd be interested in helping a fellow dagger user out. How tough is the break today? Trip's face lights up and he puts out a hand for me to shake. Is that right? A fellow dagger user? And you're a C-class or what? All we need to do is keep an eye on the exit. It shouldn't be too long until the advanced team takes out the boss. We just need to keep the mutants at bay for a little while. I shake the man's hand and smile back. After pretending to sift through my item box and reaching around in my pockets, I begin to put my sleep-deprived battle-crazed plan into action. I left my ID at home, unfortunately. I just came by to check out the commotion. I assume you're all understaffed because of the exams, right? He nods, then turns to the large black-haired dark-skinned tank and a petite blonde-haired woman. Yeah, exactly. Either way, we'll be heading out soon. Just wanted to pick up a member or two from the crowd here just in case. We're from the association, by the way, if you couldn't tell by the get-ups. He points to his outfit while taking out his ID card to show me he's definitely with the Hunters Association. While using conceal, I wipe all the skills off my status except for dagger mastery and the fire combat magic, then flip my status for him to see. Well, I'd say I'm about qualified. I did just pick up a new pair of blades. I've been meaning to test them out. Trip raises an eyebrow and studies my stats for a moment, then looks up at me with a sigh. I can tell he's going to ask for my ID anyways. Some sort of distraction is needed here. I take out the pair of shining black daggers from my item box and give them a twirl. It feels so natural. This is just like my swordsmanship skill. Dagger mastery is a passive ability that grows alongside my level progression. I look at the man with a slight grin. Well, what do you say? He looks over his shoulders both ways, then back at me with the same sly grin. Come on then. Let's go. Our boss is stuck out at that C-class exam tonight, might as well have some fun. He says something to the other two team members, then walks right through the D-class gate motioning for us to follow. Trip shows his card and the guards nod us past just like that. We're off to the Lizardman dungeon. After making our way downstairs and boarding the train, Trip looks me in the eyes and speaks up as we leave the station. So, you from out of town or something? I reply, yep. Just stopping by for the exams. I mean, one of my friends is taking it this weekend. He smiles. Oh nice, nice. You do seem familiar though, I could have sworn I've seen your face somewhere before. I gulp, yeah, maybe. I come to the city a lot. Might even get a place here soon. Oh yeah, it's nice out here. Trip stands up. Anyways. This is Sandra and Mike. Mike is a heavy tank, definitely overkill for today's outing. Sandra is a healer. Again, we won't need her, but can never be too sure, you know. I nod, nice to meet you too. They both nod back but don't say anything. Trip interjects, hey come on you too. I know it was supposed to be our night off, but things happen. Mike speaks up, yeah. This should be a simple one anyways, I don't know why you have to bring this kid along. You could have handled it yourself. Honestly, Sandra and I could have stayed back too. Sandra nods and pouts. Trip rolls his eyes and speaks up while smiling at me. I want to see what the new dagger user in town can do. You never know, maybe we can add a new recruit to the Midnight Squad. I raise an eyebrow. The what? Sandra lets out a sigh and interrupts. The Midnight Squad. It's what Trip likes to call our night shift duties. I grin, then let out a little chuckle. Mike laughs lightly as well. Trip jumps back in, hey. It's a cool name. Anyways. This will take half an hour at most. Our only order is to guard the exit until the raid team finishes up in the boss room. Got it. We all get serious as the train comes to a screeching halt. He got it. Moments later, we all climb the escalator and jump through the glowing red portal to enter the Lizardman dungeon. I look around the moment we arrive inside. It's the same arid desert wasteland I remembered. The air is dense with excess magic though. We all walk forward about 50 m, then Trip speaks up, alright. This is good. Jay and I will fight out front, I want to see what he's made of. Sandra and Mike, feel free to stay back. I'll only need help if there's some outrageous mutant here. The healer and tank stop in place and start up a casual conversation as I walk up front to join Trip. So, are there breaks like this in the capital often? The hot desert continues to beat down on us with its bright artificial sun. Trip replies, yeah, we get 1 or 2 a week. It's not such a big deal, this one was just a little out of the ordinary. The Lizardman dungeon is fairly stable. It must be a bit of recoil from the surge last week. I nod and start playing with my daggers looking out into the distance. Makes sense. After 10 minutes of waiting around, and constant complaining from the 2 hunters behind us, a small dust cloud appears. I point it out with the tip of my right blade. Looks like we'll finally have some company. Trip grins. The wave is here, we were just on time. Sandra's voice rings out. We were 10 minutes early. He continues, anyways. The first fight's all you, Jay. Let me see what you've got. I eagerly continue to twirl my daggers. They're definitely not as invigorating and stat boosting as my sword, but a quick trial run before going back into the labyrinth is exactly what I wanted. I use Inspect and Enemy Detection, 150 m, LV 269, LV 266. I smirk as the 2 mutant lizardmen come into view. They're each around 3.5 m tall, with dark green scaly skin and light armor. One is carrying a long spear and the other carries a shining silver sword. Their humanoid features stand out in their torsos and lower bodies, but their heads are of pure lizard. Those yellow beady eyes lock on me as they approach and their long red tongues flail about as they let out battle screeches. I nod to Trip, and run at the monsters. I ignite into flames and immediately activate Bloodlust. My body and blades are both completely engulfed in flames. The crackling fire around me hides the ominous aura. I just want some extra speed to show off. The 2 scaled beasts lunge at me with their spears. I jump through the middle of them with a graceful twist, narrowly dodging their attacks, letting my daggers whistle through the air outreached on either side of my body, shing, leaving trails of fire in my wake. The 2 lizardmen's heads topple to the ground. I turn around, deactivating my skills, and give a slight bow. Trip nods slowly as I walk back in their direction. Not bad. Not bad. He looks me up and down. You wear a whole lot of jewelry. Are those all magic items? Are you going to war or something? We both let out a laugh. Then I reply, is it a lot? I just thought I might as well wear them all. The more power the better, right? He sighs. The more power the better? I guess so. We both stare off into the distance as another dust cloud appears. I turn to Trip. You're up. He smiles and steps forward. The man takes the daggers from his waist and eyes the approaching enemies. A pack of 3 shows up moments later. 2 lizardmen lead the charge. They're level 267 and 268. They both carry long silver spears and look identical to the ones I faced previously. The third monster looks much different. It's slightly tinted red and carries a long wooden staff. It's level 277. Trip turns back to me before sprinting off toward the beasts. Looks like I got the fun ones. I watch him curiously as he charges forward at the trio. Shingig, the dagger user, bobs and weaves through the oncoming spear attacks and does a near picture-perfect copy of my jump and spin move from earlier. Minus the flaming blades obviously. The heads of the 2 beasts fall to the floor as he mimics my bow, then smiles and turns to the odd-looking lizard man. To my surprise, the monster ignites its body into a ball of fire. I use appraisal, LV 277, activate items. Lizard King Staff, 40% mental strength, active skills, combat magic, fire summoning. My eyes open wide as I watch Trip face it off. He stops in his tracks about 15 m in front of the mutant and begins glowing bright white, then a barely visible wave of energy radiates off of him. The moment that wave hits the lizard man, its flames completely die out. The beast stands there in confusion as the dagger user sprints forward and readies his blades. Seconds later, the mutant's head rolls to the dungeon floor next to its underlings. Trip spins his knives around, then places them back on his waist and walks over to me. I give him the same slow nod of respect. Not bad. That's a nifty skill you've got there. He grins. You showed off, so I had to as well. I smile back, but in reality, I'm a little bit scared of what that skill can do. It's a good thing we're on the same team here. We continue our friendly competition for the next 15 minutes or so as we cut down half a dozen more waves. Each of them increases in level and size just slightly. The last one had a level 289 mutant fire user. I got to fight it. The mutant was pretty strong, but I managed to easily overpower it. All of the monsters dropped a good amount of loot as well. I kept a few handfuls of mana crystals, 2 spears, and even one of the mutant's staffs. I'll have to bring it to the market later to see how much it's really worth. Trip gave me a quick lesson on the rarities of elemental magic in dungeons as well. Apparently fire magic is the most common. Lightning comes next. Then earth, followed by ice, water, and wind. Then lastly, the 2 rarest types of magic are light and dark. I also got a bit nosy and asked how much the Hunters Association pays them for this work. Apparently, they get paid 3 gold a month to be on active guard duty cleaning up any potential breaks, or whatever extra things the Midnight Squad is assigned to do. Plus, the 3 of them go on 2 mandatory raids per week to farm resources for the association. Pretty neat gig. About 2 minutes after that final wave was defeated, the entire dungeon started glowing with a bright white light. Trip spoke up. Looks like the raid team took out the boss. We're headed back. Moments later, the transfer magic took us right back to the dungeon's entrance. The small room was filled with 9 people including myself. A team of 5 stood there covered in blood smiling to themselves. They're all men. It's a team with 2 tanks and 3 rogues. On second thought, they could be swordsmen. Or maybe just a bit of both. Overall, they all appear to be tough fighters. One of the tanks lifts his head to us and laughs. Hey Trip, you missed a good fight. This break was a doozy. That lizard gave us a run for our money. The other team members murmured and laughed as they all made their way down the escalator. Trip made some small talk with the tank as we followed close behind and made our way back to the main D-class platform. The tank and healer tiredly gave me a nod and waved goodbye as they went back upstairs to their post. Trip, on the other hand, had more to say. I'm sure I can put a good word in for you at the association. There's always a need for more C-class and above hunters. Most move out to some of the stronger regions once they land better deals with guilds or private teams, so if you're planning on moving into the city, I'm sure you could strike a good deal for yourself. I gulp. Then remember, he still thinks I'm a C-class hunter. Sure, I insinuated that I was. But I never flat out said it. I scratch my head nervously. I appreciate it, but maybe you could not put in a word? I'm sort of trying to keep a low profile. Just doing my thing, and not get the association involved. Trip squints his eyes and stares at me for a moment, a very long moment, then he finally replies, well, fine by me. I won't say a word. He smiles wide and turns to go, then says one last thing. Maybe we'll meet again soon if you'll be around more. I'll keep an eye out. There aren't many high-level dagger users out here, Trip Trip starts walking up the escalator without another word. I wave and shout out, "Hey, thanks. Was a pleasure fighting with you guys. Appreciate it, I'm just going to train a bit more." He's already gone. There's no point in finishing what I had to say, I guess. It's getting really late. I look around at the empty dungeon platform and shake my head vigorously, then murmur to myself, "You idiot. What was that? You're in the middle of an exam. What are you doing, Jay?" I take a deep breath in while looking over my shoulders, then let the breath back out. I take the next train to the closest dungeon possible. I don't even check to see which one it is. I use a dungeon walker the moment I step inside and make it back home. The walk back to my apartment feels unbelievably long. The last hour or so keeps repeating over and over in my head. I talk to myself as I walk in the dark using one flaming finger as a light. I just wanted to try out my new daggers. On the bright side, I can use them pretty well if I need to now. But I gulp, I think it'll be fine. Finally, my apartment steps come into view and I make my way inside. The moment my door closes, I fall face first onto my bed and fall into a deep sleep. 8 hours later, knock knock knock, Jay. We gotta go, Maria is pounding on my door. I roll out of bed, stretch my arms and back, then make sure I have everything I need before opening up. "Hey Maria, how was Y-? I slept fine, you?" I smile as she looks at me with a face full of urgency. "I slept fine too." Great, let's go. There's no time to waste. She points off in the distance toward the starter dungeon as the sun begins to rise. I chuckle and shut my door. I guess you're right. We walk down the steps together and head back to the starter dungeon. It's time to get back to business. Chapter 92, time remaining until test 2, 6 hours. I open up a large black swirling portal and we both jump through. While holding Maria's left hand, I sift through the mind's eye image of dungeons flashing all around. Finally, I lock onto our previous position. The private room from earlier is still empty and glowing with that faint white light. Maria and I step through. As we do, I feel a massive amount of MP drain out of me. This long-distance double passenger travel takes a lot of energy. I grip a handful of fresh mana crystals, plundering my MP back up to full as Maria looks up at me. "Well, that's a relief. I thought for sure someone would have come in here by now." I reply, "Yeah, I was a bit worried too. Hey. I can hear you in there. Open up." I hear a loud and deep voice from right outside banging on the curtains. Come on in." The voice replies back, "I can't, you moron. These things have mana locks on the inside, you know. I can't get in unless I break this thing down. Do you think this is funny?" I walk over and peek my head out of the curtain to see what's going on. A team of 3 rugged-looking men stands outside our tent looking exhausted and impatient. The same deep voice rings out from the tallest one in the middle as he gives me an angry glare. "Apparently you two have been in here for over 10 hours. That's what another team just told us. Come on already, play nice, and give us a chance to rest up too." I stare back at him filled with confusion, then turn to Maria as she walks over and pokes her head out of the white curtain as well. She replies, "Sure, we're done anyways, even tidied it up a bit. The place is all yours." The two of us walk out with satisfied looks on our faces. The group of 3 mutters a few minor rude remarks and walk past us to occupy the room. Once outside, I can see the crowd of hunters trading gear and lounging around has nearly doubled in our absence. There isn't anyone immediately recognizable, so we decide to find an open table and sit down facing each other. Maria grins and looks at me with a half-serious look in her eyes. Our operation was a success. I laugh, then roll my eyes. Yeah. Operation Snack and Sleep went really well. We both let out sighs of relief as the white noise of hunters' chatter fills the air. Eventually, I reach into my storage, take out half of the food and water supplies I bought at the corner store last night, and place them on the table. "Here. Take these and throw them in your item box, you'll probably need them for our next test." Maria's eyes light up and she hastily puts them away. "Oh. You're right. When'd you get these anyway?" I begin to reply, but a raspy feminine voice interrupts me. "Hey. Watcha want for some of those?" A short, curly brown-haired girl with 2 swords across her back walks up to our table and looks me right in the eyes. She wears a tight black shirt that shows off her slim but curly figure, short blue jean shorts, and black combat boots. The artificial sunlight of the dungeon gleams off her fingers, showing off her assorted rings, With an arrogant attitude, but a powerful voice, she repeats herself, so? Stare all you want, I ask again. How much for some water and a bit of food? I look over to Maria, she just shrugs back. The girl speaks up again, then a line starts to form behind her. Here. She slams a ring down on the table. I use appraisal, ring of protection, 25% defense. She speaks up again, how much will that get me? I grin and realize what's going on here. I reach into my item box to pull out 2 bottles of water and a small bag of dried fruit. She tightens her stare, then turns around to see half a dozen other eager potential buyers lining up. Not bad, I'll take it. Thanks. She grabs the water and fruit, then leaves without saying another word. Maria and I stare at each other wide-eyed for a moment, then proceed to take out all our excess food and drinks, leaving just enough for each of us to survive a few more days if need be. It's a good thing I bought extra. The market value of basic sustenance has skyrocketed. Time to cash out. After we squeezed all we could out of the small crowd, I managed to get 7 more HP potions, that ring of protection at 25% defense from before, 1 pair of steel wrist guards, and a spare steel sword with 300 strength. I doubt I'll use any of these, but the resell value won't be bad later. I store them all in my item box. Maria managed to get herself a 30% mental strength boosting ring, and another ring of protection with a 25% defense buff. They're both good additions to her stats. The challenges ahead will be difficult, but these will definitely help, once we finish trading all the resources we were willing to part with. We decide to pass the time by playing a game of chess with mana crystals. I carved out an 8x8 set of squares on the wooden table, and we used different-sided crystals for the assorted pieces. It was hard to keep track at first, but we got used to it eventually. Time passed and the crowd of hunters got bigger and bigger as stragglers came in. Some looked like wrecks, while others looked fine, like they just took their time and strolled through. 4 hours of surprisingly entertaining games and idle chatter went by before I saw someone walking over to us from the dungeon entrance in a Hunters Association's getup. They're sporting bright green hair, bend the ground below them as they walk, and are covered head to toe in dirt and blood. She scans the area of hunters, then of all people locks eyes with me, and runs toward our table with a smile across her face. Jay, you made it here too. I let out a slight grin as I look her up and down. Abby, it's good to see you made it here too. What happened? Is your team Oka, Ag, long story? She rolls her eyes and sits down next to Maria, then puts her head down to let out a sigh. A really long story. I just wait patiently for her to continue, but she never does. Moments later, Maria puts her head down near Abby's, then starts to laugh, as she's asleep. I smile and let out a laugh of my own. I guess that story can wait for another time. With the sleeping green-haired girl sitting face down at our table, we continue our game. Another 30 minutes pass and a large man with a certain red-haired girl make their way towards us from the resting areas. Nessa shouts out as they approach, "Hey, Maria." Jay. Her face is much brighter than earlier. Bruce looks good too. A good night of sleep was exactly what they needed. Nessa sits down next to Maria and Bruce takes a seat next to me. I give him a friendly nod. Any luck finding that shield? His grin fades immediately. Unfortunately, no, knew it. I got you covered. I reach into my item box and bring out the shield I bought at the market, and his grin comes back like a little kid's. Where did you? How much do you want for my treat? Don't worry about it. His smile widens as he examines the large shield. Hey, thanks, Jay. I owe you one, for real. Bruce puts out a hand and I shake it firmly. No problem. Nessa speaks up. Hey, can you do that fire thingy real quick? I laugh. That fire thingy. You know what I mean. I point my index finger in the air and ignite a small flame. Is that enough? She concentrates for a moment, then smirks. Yeah, perfect. I haven't used a fire skill since the last time we met. This'll be fun. I put the fire on my finger out, then pointed at her. Hey, you owe me one too. Nessa slightly rolls her eyes but nods in agreement. Fine, sure. One question though. She points at Abby face down on the other side of Maria. Who's this chick? Oh, that's Abby. She's a little tired right now. Not much more explanation is needed. We all chuckle a bit and ignore the sleeping girl for now, continuing small talk and using my card chessboard to entertain ourselves for another hour until a loud voice sounds from above us. It's Rodrigo. He's standing on a small white podium at the back of the tent area. All right. With 24 minutes to spare, our 200th member has made it just in time. Test 2 will begin shortly. Maria nudges Abby and she violently shakes herself awake. Rodrigo continues, this next test will be fairly different from your last. You may still team with as many other hunters as you'd like, but there is one exception. During Test 2, teamwork is forbidden in all boss rooms. The act of slaying bosses together will count as a disqualification. The crowd starts murmuring to each other immediately. I know this may come as a surprise to some of you. This exam is full of very talented individuals. The shot callers at the association are looking for a very specific group of hunters. So only those of you that can make it through this hardship will qualify. Teamwork is very important, but independence and personal growth are arguably even higher up on that list. If any of you wish to leave the exam, you may reach out to any yellow armband carrying overseer at any time. They will contact me, and I will gladly give you a one-way trip back to the spawn area. Rodrigo smiles as his lifeless white eyes slowly scan the crowd. There will be monitors stationed at every boss room portal to oversee your progress. If anyone is caught trying to skip to another floor with the help of a fellow hunter, that will count as an immediate disqualification. Your personal strength is vital to your success. You must prove that you're able to take on tough challenges alone. The first 100 hunters to defeat the next 5 floors will have the opportunity to attend the final trial. You must meet me on floor 16. Many of the obstacles in front of you may be more difficult than anything you faced before. To pass this next test, you must become stronger than you are now. This is a true test of adaptability to a unique and hostile environment. There is no time limit. You may go up and down to any previous floor to train together, but you may not face bosses as a team. 100 of you must get stronger and meet me on floor 16 all by yourself. These are the only rules. Are there any questions? The entire crowd goes silent. Very good. Test 2 starts now. I will see 100 of you on floor 16. Until we meet again. A flash of light appears in Rodrigo's place, and dozens of other flashing lights appear all around us. The numbered coins we were given earlier begin to dissolve. Potions, food, and water appear in their place. I look in my item box to see what happened to my coin. It dissolved into 4 MP potions, 4 HP potions, 2 waters, and 2 small bags of food. The coin in Abby's hand with 188 printed on it turned into 1 MP potion, 1 HP potion, 1 water, and 1 bag of food. The more I look around, the clearer it becomes. The faster hunters get better gear. That's only fair, I guess. That's life. The coins were isolated storage systems that somehow react with Rodrigo's magic. How interesting. Many hunters are taking out their weapons, yelling, and leaving the tent area. It's like a stampede. Just like that, Test 2 has begun. This is pure chaos. I look around and make eye contact with Bruce, Maria, Nessa, and Abby one by one. Well, this is sudden. Are all of you ready? I smirk and draw my sword. Bruce nods and readies his shield. Maria grins ear to ear, glowing bright blue. Nessa gives me a fiery thumbs up. Abby stares at me blankly, then salutes with a thin smile. Test 2 has begun. Chapter 93. Battle cries fill the air as dozens of hunters charge by swinging their weapons, preparing for battle. We all step out from under the guarded tent area, and that same mirage of rippling light from when we previously entered reappears. The plain, flat, never-ending grassland dungeon distorts in front of my eyes and the genuine landscape appears in front of me. The 5 of us made it less than 50 m before stopping to stare and take in the view. 3 tall mountains stand before us. The furthest one towers over the others, easily 3 kilometers higher than the solid ground we stand on now. The bright green grass below our feet remains, but the beautiful view of snow-peaked mountains with thick trees at their bases is a breathtaking sight to behold. Hunters run off in all directions to climb the first peak. I squint my eyes to see large winged creatures flying high in the sky, casting shadows onto the landscape. Their exact features are hard to distinguish from this distance, but the excitement kills me. I grin ear to ear. Let's do this. My guess is, the boss room lies on top of the tallest mountain. I smirk. Without another word, We join the charge forward into the unknown. Most groups of hunters seem to be minding their own business. It's the first floor in this new test. After all, the pressure is moderately low. There isn't much point in fighting one another just yet. After 10 minutes of light jogging and some minor deforestation, we make it through a light patch of trees that covers the base of the mountain. The teams around us have dispersed throughout the surrounding area. There are no noises of any other teams in our general vicinity. As we make our way through the heavily wooded mountain base, the abundance of plant life begins to thin out the higher we climb. Another 15 minutes pass, and I hear Maria's excited voice call out from in front of us, "Hey, guys! Check this out!" We all hurry up to see what the fuss is and make our way toward her. The light is shining very brightly through the trees as I climb up a small rocky ledge to where Maria's voice came from. A warm smile appears across my face as I walk out onto an overlook. We all stand on the massive flat boulder free of trees blocking our view to see the other two mountains towering above us and a deep valley below. The bright yellow artificial sunlight shines down on us with a magnificent glimmer. We stare off into the distance for a moment until we're rudely interrupted by a massive gloomy shadow. The dark black outline of a large bird-like creature with wings blocks our view of the sun. It's followed by the ear-piercing shriek of a monstrous beast. Thudded, a pair of sturdy legs hit the solid rock ground 30 m in front of us. The fur is golden brown and a thin yet powerful tail wags back and forth along the stone floor. My eyes open wide in awe as a massive 5 m tall griffin glares back. The monster's towering upper body has elegant feathered wings with razor-sharp talons on its front legs. The rear has golden brown fur, a long curving tail, and the ferocious-looking claws of a lion. I grin with anticipation, but hold myself back and look over to Abby. Giving her a nod, the green-haired girl steps forward, understanding my intentions. She's new to the team. I'm the only one here that trusts her or has even seen her fight. First impressions are very thing after all. She speaks up while she begins to glow green. "I handle this one. Stand back." The four of us watch filled with curiosity. I quickly use inspect before their brawl just to gauge its strength. This beast is level 256. All yours. The fight begins. Abby runs at the creature, bending the rocky ground beneath her feet. The griffin lets out another ear-piercing screech as it locks its yellow eagle eyes on the glowing girl running its way. With a single wide flap of its wings, the monster takes flight and hovers over 10 m in the air, looking down on all of us. Abby continues to run forward as the ground shakes violently under our feet. The rocks begin to shift, and large pillars of stone start forming in front of her. A tall moving stone staircase of pillars erupts from the ground as she runs forward, stepping gracefully to each one, flying high in the air to meet the winged beast at its level. With blinding speed, the griffin makes its move. The front legs armed with talons stretch out in front of it as the monster dives forward to attack its prey. Abby places her hands to her sides and two large spears of rock materialize from the pillars she walks on. With talons and spears at the ready, the two collide moments later in a deafening clash. Clank! The sound of the reinforced stone hitting the harder-than-metal talons creates the sound of steel swords colliding as the two warriors clash. Sparks fly. They seem to be on even grounds at first. Both opponents stop in their tracks, but a true victor is soon to come out on top. Abby glows even brighter, and the spears of rock holding the griffin back begin to deform and melt. The monster pushes forward, but I see a smirk appear on her face. The rock around the griffin's talons reforms into a massive rectangular block of stone, locking the beast's front legs together in midair. In the confusion, the monster shrieks and flails its front legs about. Abby continues to form more spears of stone from the pillars below, throwing two straight at the beast's left wing while it's distracted. A gruesome ripping sound can be heard from below as the elegant beast falls to the rocky floor with two large holes in its wing. Abby follows, shifting the rock beneath her to step down with ease, facing the monster right in front of us yet again. The griffin begins to glow with a faint yellow light and its eyes glimmer sharply. I sense something's off, but Abby doesn't seem to waver. The beast runs at her with its wings folded to its sides. Its sharp beak and focused gaze come hurtling at the green glowing girl. Clang crack, Abby attempts to block its charge with a wall of stone. The sharp beak of the massive creature pierces through with incredible newfound strength. I watch the monster land a direct hit to the center of Abby's body, leaving her bloodied but not broken just yet. She takes the hit and grabs the griffin's beak with both hands. While glowing even brighter and spitting out a mouthful of blood, 6 large spears begin to form beneath both Abby and the beast. Shingig, the enormous half-bird, Half-lion cries as its body goes limp from being skewered in all directions. Humongous pillars of jagged rock lift the monster into the air as Abby lets out a sigh of relief and turns to us. So, did I make the cut? I smirk and nod while looking at the others. Maria watches with her arms crossed and one eyebrow raised. Nessa grins wide, and Bruce leans on his shield holding a big thumbs up, replying to her, "I'd say so. Not too bad." She walks back over to us as the rocks behind her sink back to the ground, lowering the dissolving griffin's body. "Good. You're up next." I watch from a distance with a satisfied look as the four of them examine the fallen creature's body before it disappears back into the dungeon. They look like they'll get along. All right, glad we settled that. Let's keep it moving. We set off down towards the next mountain. This first climb was easy, we didn't even have to scale the whole peak. This next mountain looks a bit more troubling. The trees are thicker and we'll have to walk right over its peak to get to the last one. Trying to walk around would take much longer than necessary. I activate enemy detection, but it doesn't help much here. Sure, we can avoid some opponents if need be, but I can't tell hunters from monsters anymore. Everything in this dungeon is above level 250, one mountain down, 2 more to go. Chapter 94, the 5 of us make our way down and around the first mountain with ease. As we make our way through the rocks and trees to climb atop the second peak, griffins soar above our heads, screeching and diving below attacking teams seemingly at random. The trees at the base of this second mountain are considerably darker green and much thicker. Both Maria and I swap places up front, using ice and fire to shatter and burn a path upwards. Although I love burning all kinds of things to the ground, I much prefer monsters to shrubbery. Maria, on the other hand, looks like she's having the time of her life. I let her excitedly lead the way as I point out subtle directional changes to avoid any groups of hunters or monsters on the ground level. Abby glows light green, healing her wounds from earlier as Nessa and Bruce take the rear, chuckling about something. I'm not sure what it is in particular. After a solid 30 minutes of upward climbing on Maria's fragmented trail of ice, we encounter an opponent that's impossible to avoid. A griffin of similar stature to the last one comes down the mountain at an incredible pace. The beast is silently soaring towards us just above the tree line with a look of determination in its sharp eagle eyes. A light yellow aura covers its entire body. Maria notices it first, heads up. "This one's mine." She turns to me with a smirk while glowing blue, creating a winding staircase of ice. All the trees in her path freeze completely solid, creating the base for her structure on an upward climb. The griffin's front talons shine in the yellow dungeon sunlight as the beast dive bombs our group with Maria as its main target. She shines bright while throwing herself at the monster. Her sword is drawn and she's ready for a fight. The griffin screeches as Maria jumps into the air, pushing herself further and faster with a wave of ice from behind. Shindig, in a flash of blue light, and the faint sound of clashing metal, the massive beast's entire front side becomes enveloped in a thick sheet of ice. Its wings stop flapping and the ice wave continues to cover the rest of its body. Maria finishes her slash and the massive creature explodes into an incredible display of dazzling frozen ice fragments. Moments later, she slides down her frozen tree sculptures with a satisfied grin. "Now that was a fun one." I let out a chuckle. That bird never had a chance. Nessa calls out from behind me, "It's a lion too, you know." Bruce smirks. Abby watches in awe as the remainder of the snow falls down, shimmering silver and gold. Wow, Maria. You've gotten really strong. Oof. Thanks. They smile at each other with a competitive edge to it, then we continue to make our way up the mountain. 30 more minutes pass and Maria continues clearing the way for us as we travel upwards. She drinks 2 MP potions but has more than enough to work with. It shouldn't be a problem. She jumps in the air filled with amusement as we approach a high point. Whoa. Guys, you've gotta see this. We make our way up, climbing her jagged ice-covered path. We've made it to the mountain's peak. I lift my sword in the air with excitement, then look to my side to see Maria next to a massive pile of what looks like fallen trees. Then I take a closer look. Is that a griffin's nest? An impossibly huge nest made from the branches of enormous trees rests on the backside of this mountain's peak. It's easily 20 m in diameter and Maria is running around inside it without a care in the world. "Hey! What are you?" She looks up at me and points toward the backside of the nest. "Look." Bruce, Nessa, and Abby make it over to us as I see what she means. It's one of those gift boxes. A large white rectangular glowing box sits unopened at the back of this massive nest. I grin and walk over to it with Maria by my side. The others are close behind. Clink clink. I tap my sword's tip against the box's lid 2 times, then it springs open like before. Inside, there's a handful of potions, some food and water, a silver ring, and a large matching weapon to go with it. I turn my head to see Bruce walking over and I point to the box. This might suit you well. He raises an eyebrow as he peers in to see the assortment of magical items. With a wide smile, the tank grabs what's inside, raising up a heavy war hammer. The long silver handle seems to be made of reinforced steel with leather wrappings to allow the user to grip it tightly. Its head has 2 sides. One is a square flat surface about the size of a human head, and the other is a smooth curved spike that points downward. The weapon shines silver. It's definitely unique. I use appraisal, enchanted war hammer, 450 strength. Bruce examines it up and down as we continue to sit through the gear. The food, potions, and water are split evenly, and a quick appraisal of the ring shows up as a 30% defense boosting item. I let the others fight over it while looking off into the distance, sizing up our final mountain. I activate enemy detection to try and gauge if any teams are ahead of us, but still, it's hard to tell if they're people or flocks of griffins. Or is it packs of griffins? Depends on which direction you're looking at them, I guess. With a long quiet sigh, I let the cool breeze pass through my hair. I take a deep breath in and out, slowly letting my eyelids shut. The moment they do, an ear-piercing screech jolts me awake as an enormous griffin returns to its nest from above. I watch Maria and Abby jump out of the way as it comes crashing down to eliminate the intruders in its home. Bruce and Nessa step forward, then jump out of the nest as well onto solid ground. Nessa calls out, "Our turn." Bruce swings his hammer around, eyeing the beast up and down. Yeah, it's time to give this thing a trial run. The enormous griffin towering above us in its nest charges forward. But Bruce blocks its beak with a solid stance and a steady shield. Abby, Maria, and I all jumped backward onto a rack pile nearby to watch the fight commence. Bruce continues to hold the charging monster back as Nessa ignites her sword and body into flames. The 4-legged beast retreats and lets out a screech, flapping its wings and glowing with a faint yellow aura. Nessa runs toward Bruce and he gets down on one knee, lowering his shield. She steps onto the solid plate of steel and jumps upward as Bruce thrusts her into the air. With a trail of flames crackling behind her, Nessa lets out a yell and slices through the beast's thick hide in the blink of an eye. Another violent screech erupts from the monster as it retaliates and claws at Nessa with its back legs. She manages to block its attack with the flat side of her sword but is thrown to the ground by the force of its hind legs. The beast stares them down and dive bombs in on the offensive. Bruce runs at the monster, with a large shield in one hand and his new hammer in the other. Thudded crack, as the griffin dives focused on Nessa as its prey. Bruce comes charging in to land a mighty swing across the monster's head moments before impact. Its bones crunch and crack as the destructive force of the hammer's hit catapults the creature through a patch of trees straight at a stone wall over 10 m away. On impact, the formerly elegant beast lets out a deafening whine before falling to the rocky forest floor. Nessa darts over to the fallen monster, stabbing it through the neck, igniting it in flames, and turning the beast into a pile of ash. She points her flaming sword in the air to announce victory as Bruce lets his hammer hit the ground with a thud while leaning on the handle. I walk over with the others following close behind, clapping my hands slowly. Good fight. That hammer really does suit you well. You got that right. We've all taken a crack at these griffins. This just leaves you, Jay. I nod and turn toward the final mountain ahead. Yeah. To be honest, I'd rather just jump straight to the boss. Chapter 95. We make our way down toward the final mountain. Maria continues to lead the way, freezing the forest solid while Bruce happily smashes the fragile ice sculptures to bits. It's a waste of energy in my opinion, but they both seem to be enjoying themselves. Abby, Nessa, and I take the rear. Abby speaks up. I really didn't expect to see you here. It feels like just yesterday I forced you through those E-class dungeons. She lets out a laugh. I roll my eyes. Hey. I've been training really hard since then. I was equally as surprised to see you here. She looks up at me for a few seconds, then smiles. You look really different, Jay. A lot. Older. Thanks. Abby blushes and hits me on the shoulder. It wasn't a compliment. I am just stating the obvious. Nessa grins and turns to me. Oh yeah? So Abby was your trainer? Yeah. Something like that. It's more like she was trying to get me killed back then. I smirk, thinking back to the few dungeons we raided together, then look over to Abby. we both let out a laugh. But I was being serious. She was basically trying to kill me back then. 30 minutes of ice smashing and old training stories later, we make it to the base of the third mountain. Maria turns gleaming with a smile ear to ear pointing upwards, almost there. I look up, then nod firmly, lead the way. Everyone stay sharp. I use enemy detection and scan the final mountain. It's covered in moving targets. No matter what path upward we take, we will eventually run into danger, especially near the peak. No more than 10 minutes into our trek upward, the loud screech of another griffin appears. With a look back for confirmation, Maria takes care of the monster in one fell swoop. The same magical display of ice fragments showered down on us as we continue upwards. Over the next 30 minutes, another 2 creatures attack. Maria takes care of them with ease as well. I speak up as we approach the mountain's top, careful up ahead. We have company, and a lot of it. My enemy detection skill is showing over a dozen enemies all clumped together about 100 m in front of us. One of them is way too high level to be a monster, so my guess is these are all hunters. Maria replies with a thumbs up but doesn't slow her pace. Got it. We continue through the ice-ridden dense forest until the distinct sound of human voices comes through the tree line. Maria stops freezing the wilderness and we all draw our weapons, approaching with caution. As soon as I make my way through the heavily wooded clearing, I see 4 groups of hunters all standing in an orderly line at the center of a small grass-covered clearing. To my left, the trees part wide open to look down on the other 2 mountains in the distance. To my right, there's a light gray twisting portal with a test supervisor watching hunters enter one by one. He speaks up as we approach, get in line. Or don't. I couldn't care less. Fight to the death if you really want. The only rule is, you all have to fight the boss solo. This room resets every 30 seconds for a new challenger to fight it. Multiple people may technically be fighting at once, but they'll be in alternate boss rooms. Of course, you'll all be fighting the same boss, just in different copied boss room pocket dimensions. I look at him with an eyebrow raised, then he continues, have a problem with that? That's just how dungeon magic works, don't blame me for it. He raises both of his hands in the air defensively. Anyways, I'm here to make sure you don't slip multiple people into the same room. Once you enter, you either lose or move on. Got it? We all grip our weapons tight and nod hesitantly. I step forward and lead the way for our group to stand in line behind about 16 other hunters. The 3 people in front of me look like they just went through a war. They're covered head to toe in blood and their gear isn't looking too fresh either. Next. The monitor speaks up again and the line moves forward a bit. There's some murmuring from the crowd up front that I ignore. I look back and get my team's attention. Everybody ready? Maria grins and nods, so ready. Abby concentrates intensely on the boss room portal. Yeah, I got this. Bruce and Nessa both stand side by side nodding, reading their weapons. Next. The monitor speaks again and the line moves forward. A small woman without any combat gear enters the portal nervously. Her team pushes her forward. She must have been their healer or something. Around 20 seconds pass, and the glowing gray portal darkens. The monitor speaks up. Would you look at that, another one down. We have a mutant up next, who wants it? A well-built swordsman steps up with a confident look on his face and walks through. I murmur under my breath, what was that all about? The blood-covered man in leather armor carrying a silver sword turns around with a pale face and answers me in a shaky voice. Apparently, every time a hunter loses to the boss, it takes in their mana and grows stronger. It's happened a few times while we've been waiting here. I nod slowly. Interesting. Appreciate it. He nods back and looks forward again. Next. The monitor yells out again as the portal goes back to normal. It looks like that swordsman took care of the mutant pretty quickly. The line continues to move along, and my anticipation grows steadily. Next. The first man in the group of 3 before me jumps into the portal. Both his teammates wish him good luck. 30 seconds pass, and the monitor calls out for the next man to enter. As he walks closer, the portal begins to turn dark just like before. The entire first half of his body is already through before the monitor lets out a chuckle. Well, he's in for a surprise. He looks at the man's teammate in leather armor right in front of me. Looks like your friend took on a mutant. Think he's up to it? I hear a loud gulp, and he doesn't reply. 30 more seconds pass and the monitor motions for him to enter the swirling dark portal. You don't have to enter, can always quit now. The man in front of me just stares forward. I look back at my teammates with a shrug as the terrified hunter walks forward into the twisting darkness. I turn back around and look directly at the mass of swirling energy in front of me as it instantly darkness, indicating that hunter must have already been defeated. The monitor speaks up as a wide grin appears on my face. You're up. Seems like. You're ready. I jump through without another thought, the transfer magic activates and I step out onto a massive wooden structure. I look down at my feet and feel the hardwood beneath me. With a quick glance to my sides, all I see is blue sky. At the bottom of my field of vision, I see green leaves and sprouting branches. I look out into the distance and see a massive griffin's nest. We're on top of an enormous tree, but all that's below is an endless void, screchch. A dark shadow appears from behind me as an ear-piercing screech dulls my senses. An incredibly huge bird-like creature swoops down to attack. I activate my fire magic, Bloodlust. Berserker, and Intimidation all at once to dart out of the way before meter-long talons glide right by my face. I sprint along an enormous flat wooden branch downward to secure cover while turning my head to get a view of my opponent. It's a beautiful sight. With a wingspan of nearly 10 m, the white feathered wings of a mutant griffin flap gusts of wind in my direction, forcing me to stop in my tracks and brace myself. Its golden hide and long lion's tail sway in the breeze as it hovers over me. I use Inspect and Appraisal while smirking with delight. LV 317, Active Items, Griffin's Talon, 40% Mental Strength, Active Skills, Combat Magic, Wind Summoning, Buffs, Special, Lion's Pride, 25% all stats. My sword begins to glow bright red as I stare down at the monster in front of me. Finally, I get to fight a worthy opponent. I run up the long tree branch in front of me while leaving a fiery mess in my wake. The monster lets out another screech as it dive bombs toward me. I let out my own yell, focusing fire magic into the center of my blade. While jumping in the air, I release a fiery slash to officially begin our battle. The crescent of dark fire magic leaves my blade and hurtles toward the incoming creature. It glows with a golden aura, keeping its laser-focused glare directly at me. The moment my wave of fire approaches, the beast twists its body and flaps one wing. I feel the air pressure change and a massive gust of wind forms, pushing my ultimate fiery slash off course, missing its body completely. This is the first time I've seen anyone or anything dodge, or even better, deflect that attack. I grit my teeth and get ready for its incoming strike. The eagle in the sky twists its body again to get back on track and locks its eyes on me, glowing even brighter with that golden light. I ready my sword and reinforce my wrists with body-hardening crystals to brace myself for impact. Clank! The beak of the elegant beast clashes with my fiery sword. Sparks fly and I stare into its wide-open bowling ball-sized eyes. They're a deep yellow color, and full of wisdom. With a sight of murderous intent, the monster flaps its open wings, pushing me backward as it retreats from our equal exchange. No damage was dealt to either side, but our physical strengths were measured. I take this moment to get to higher ground. As the bird flies high in the air, I run up to the top of a wide curved branch about 5 m thick at the top. With a blast of flames, I incinerate all of the loose leaves and branches within a 10 m radius, giving me a much better view of the surrounding. The griffin lets out a screech and dives at me again. I feel the air pressure change as it stares down at me with its wings outstretched. My sword flickers with flames as I stare it down, ready for its incoming attack. Shik shik shik. I feel 3 sharp pains in my torso, left arm, and right leg. Out of nowhere, I cough up blood and fall to one knee, scanning the area around me, attempting to see where that attack came from. The air pressure drops suddenly. Shik shik shik. 2 more sharp pains in the back, and another in my left leg this time around. I cough up another mouthful of blood as the beast hurtles toward me. The air pressure drops yet again. I immediately cover all my vital points with a thick layer of body hardening to watch the black crystals immediately explode as they're impacted by an invisible force. It's the wind. I regenerate the flesh around my wounds and continue to cover my body with hard crystals as I stand to my feet. The griffin makes its move. It falls out of the sky at an incredible speed with its front talons at the ready. Clank! The monster clashes its sharpened claws against my fiery blade in an explosion of sparks and flames. Once again, I grit my teeth and activate stealth to dart out of its way. I reach into my item box and pull out my daggers. You want to throw invisible weapons? 2 can play that game. I throw the 2 daggers in the air, activating telekinesis, and aiming for the creature's head. The moment the daggers left my hands, they became visible to the beast and it twists out of the way, letting the shining black blades whiz by its head. With this distraction, I swing my glowing red blade to release the same dark crescent of fire energy it previously dodged. With a deafening squeal, the flaming attack makes a direct hit with the griffin's side, searing a large fiery wound into its feathers, hide, and flesh. The beast flaps its massive wings and rises high up into the sky. I feel the air churn and twist all around me while I bring my daggers back to my left hand, placing them back into my item box. Simultaneously, I grab 2 mana crystals and plunder their MP to bring myself back up to nearly full. I attempt to run along a large open branch to change my position. The monster knows where I last stood, regardless of my stealth skill. The leaves flap and the branches creak as the wind picks up all around me. I hear the monster's murderous cry as it plummets toward me. But how? Its eyes are locked on me and its talons are sharp and at the ready. Clank, its claws and my blade collide again. My stealth skill deactivates as I concentrate on blocking its brutal attack. With a burst of flames, I twist my body to the side again, narrowly avoiding its sharpened claws. The monster flies up into the sky once again, and I reactivate my stealth skill to plot an attack from the comfort of invisibility once again. The air pressure drops and a gust of wind comes through the trees right before the beast makes its move. It finally clicks. This bird knows its tree better than anything. It's using the air displacement in its wind patterns to find my exact location. I grit my teeth and run back up the way I came. The griffin appears, diving toward me with its eyes locked straight ahead. I grin ear to ear as an idea comes to mind. I sprint up the enormous branch on a direct path to clash with the monster once again. Less than 10 for our collision. I launch my attack, Dungeon Walker. A swirling black portal appears in front of me and I run through without hesitation. The griffin continues to hurtle at my last known location. I create a new portal about 5 behind and above the charging winged beast facing the opposite direction, so I come flying out towards it, as it claws at where my body should be as I step out to diving in at its backside. My blade burns bright, begging me to destroy the prey beneath my feet. I let out a yell and another flaming crescent slash of pure dark ego-filled fire magic. It makes contact with the beast's wings, slicing large gashes through both of them. It lets out a cry and tries to twist around to see its attacker. I don't give it the pleasure of doing so and land on the back of its lower neck, driving my burning blade deep inside. While releasing an intense wave of intimidation, I plunder its MP and let out enough fire magic to kill it 10 times over. The monster falls to its knees admitting defeat while I reduce it to a flaming pile of ash. Level up. Level up, level up, use absorption. Skill, combat magic, wind summoning, yes, no. I lift my blade from the defeated monster and choose yes to absorb its skill. The ashes dissolve and it leaves behind a huge mana crystal. I place it in my item storage as the white transfer magic brings me to floor 12. Pub Future Ads, Chapter 96. I look around as the white light from the transfer magic dissipates to find myself standing in a wide open dirt patch. There are odd hills and valleys as far as the eye can see, but beneath my feet, there's just boring brown dirt. The further I look out into the unfamiliar dungeon, the more the lack of trees and plants irks me. The ground is a little damp, and the sky is blue with white fluffy clouds, but there isn't a single sign of life anywhere. A flash of light appears behind me and Maria comes flying out moments later. You're so lucky, Arg. I turn to her with a smile. What do you mean? She rolls her eyes and sighs. The boss, how was it? A good fight? I smirk and nod. Yeah, I had to get a bit serious. It was a fun one. How about you? Did that mutant give you a run for your money too? Oomph, what? It wasn't that hard, was it? Maria shakes her head. No. That's my point exactly. Right as I was about to enter, the portal returned to normal. You must have taken out the mutant already. I faced the normal boss. One hard hit and it was over. She pouts and crosses her arms playfully. Well, the next mutant is yours. How about that? She grins as a flash of light appears behind us and a green-haired girl appears. Whoa! That was a rush. Abby glows green while healing a large gash on her upper thigh with her right hand and drinking an MP potion with her left. I reply as she walks over to us. Oh yeah? How'd you beat it? There were no rocks or anything. She rolls her eyes. You know I don't need to have stone around me to use my skill. Abby places a hand in the air while glowing even darker green. A small circle of stone begins to form into a long sharp spear. I raise an eyebrow. Oh cool. She twirls the weapon around, then sticks it in the ground as a bright light flashes behind us again. Nessa walks out on fire with her own battle-crazed grin from ear to ear. She spits out a mouthful of blood on the ground, then walks over to us without speaking a word, adds by pub future. We all stare into the spawn zone and wait eagerly. A few moments later, the white light flames once again, THUDDD. A large hammer hits the dirt ground with a thud as Bruce appears in front of us with his own toothy grin. That bird for brains never stood a chance. He swings the hammer over his shoulder and walks toward our group. I call out, "We all made it, let's head out." With unanimous nods of agreement, we all turn and begin the trek into the new dungeon terrain. The soft dirt ground sinks under the weight of my body a few centimeters every time I take a step. It's an odd sensation. The ground feels very unstable under my feet. We walk for about 10 minutes on moderately flat ground until coming across one of the most absurd sights I've seen in a while. We stop in our tracks as I peer over the edge of a long twisting ravine. The ground is split in two, divided by a narrow hole about 10 m deep that twists and turns as far as the eye can see. It looks like something long and cylindrical was dragged through the dirt for kilometers. I look to Maria and give her a nod. She jumps forward and begins glowing bright blue to create a bridge of ice for us to cross. One by one we cross the mysterious hole and continue our journey. Another 15 minutes of walking go by and we come across an enormous mound of dirt piled up over 30 m high into the sky. It looks like an artificially crafted hill. Right behind it, there is a similar ravine. I scratch my chin with curiosity. What is going on here? Maria creates another bridge of ice and we cross one by one, each peering into the ominous depths below. The moment I step back onto solid ground again, I feel movement beneath my feet. The ground is shifting ever so slightly. It's not rumbling, it's more like churning. I turn my head back and forth, but there's nothing in sight. I activate inspect and enemy detection to take a closer look. 200 m, LV, 275. I call out, "There's something coming." I ignite my sword and continue to look around, but all I see is flat ground. The odd sensation of churning dirt continues to grow more and more prevalent the longer I wait. We all back away from the empty ravine as Bruce smashes the ice bridge behind us. All 5 of us stand in a line moving forward slowly while looking on into the distance where I point my sword. Maria speaks up. "What is it?" I grit my teeth and squint my eyes. "I don't know." "Do you feel that?" There's silence. Abby glows light green, then replies, "I feel it. The ground. It's moving." Yeah. The flames of my sword crackle as I stare out into the open plain of nothingness. I even ignite my body into a ball of fire to activate Berserker and Bloodlust to boost my senses. Still nothing. 100 m, LV 275. The ground shakes and the churning sensation grows even more. My eyes dart back and forth over the horizon as I try to pick up on where this beast may be hiding. I murmur under my breath, how could a level 275 be hiding from me at this distance? It's like the thing went underground. Or, my eyes open wide as I piece together the puzzle staring me straight in the face. 50 m, LV 275. I yell out to my teammates, "It's underground." The moment these words leave my mouth, there's a massive explosion of dirt less than 40 m in front of us. The brown cloud of fresh soil flies high in the air as the monster I tracked all this time erupts from underground where it was hiding. My eyes open wide and I smirk as the flames on my sword crackle in the wind of the debris. Let me handle this one. I want to try out a new move. An enormous worm's head pops out of the ground, showing off 5 rows of razor-sharp teeth in its never-ending abyss of a maw. The monster's purple skin looks alien to the dull brown environment as it lets out a malicious roar. Dirt flies everywhere. My teammates step back and let me handle the beast as instructed. Its body is just under 10 m in diameter, and from what I can see, over 50 m sticks out of the ground as it points down at me from high up in the air, but I have a feeling it's much longer than that. Its mouth opens up wide, showing every last jagged tooth as it lets out a roar and dives down at me. Its long body continues to come out from hiding underground as it dives down with its humongous open death trap of a jaw. I take both of my hands and grip the handle of my sword tight, focusing a large amount of MP into the core of my blade. It reacts instantly and begins to glow red. Pub Future adds, I smirk, realizing this is the first time it's changed colors on my direct command. With a deep breath, closed eyes, and a focused mind, I let the fire magic build up in my blade as the purple monster plummets toward me. I tilt my head upward and open my eyes while activating my new skill, Wind Summoning. With an upward swing of my blade, I let the dark crescent of fire energy leave my sword, encapsulated by a layer of refined wind energy. As the attack leaves my glowing sword, the wind surrounding it pushes my fiery attack upwards with blinding speed and precision. The excess air pushes my flames to ignite even brighter, growing the flying crescent of fire into a dazzling display of bright red light in the sky. The massive energy collides head-on with the incoming monster and it's split clean in two, without an ounce of resistance. The fiery attack slices the jagged maw of the beast clean in half. It follows through, cleanly cutting the monster all the way in half the long way through. I control my wind summoning magic to keep the fatal strike on track as it makes its way all the way to the monster's tail. Then deep underground, with a massive explosion of dirt and fire, the two monster halves fall to opposite sides of the newly formed crater in the ground before us. I stand up tall, deactivating all my skills and admiring my work. What was that? I hear Abby yell out from behind me as the rest of the group comes running over. I grin and turn to meet their surprised faces. As I said before, I just wanted to test out a new move. Abby replies, "A new move?" That was literally the definition of overkill. That was, Maria interjects, that was so cool. We all go silent for a second. Then Maria and I burst out in laughter. Yeah, it was really cool, wasn't it? I wasn't sure if it would go all the way through. But it did. Abby stares at me wide-eyed, but you just how? Nessa pats her on the shoulder as Maria and I keep laughing and pointing at the burning remains of the massive purple behemoth. Just go with it. Nessa sighs and continues, these two are, for a lack of better words, insane. Well, insanely strong. You'll get used to it. Abby nods slowly while staring at the dissolving creature. I guess I will. Chapter 97. As the giant purple worm disappears, two shiny items drop from its corpse. I use appraisal as I pick up the large mana crystal and a round white orb. It's slightly purple tinted, similar to the monster's skin color. Purple worm's pearl. There's no info on this thing. It lets off a light hum. The orb is no more than 1 kilogram and rests firmly in the palm of my hand. I toss it up and down a few times before shrugging and throwing it into my item storage with the mana crystal. Everyone else in the group catches up and we continue to roam the flat dirt wasteland of a dungeon. Over the next half an hour, we trek straight forward and run into 2 more giant worms. I let Maria handle the next one. In one long continuous slash, she's able to freeze the front half of its body, taking out the beast in a single hit. Nessa, Abby, and Bruce take on the next attacker. As the monster erupts from the ground, Abby skewers it in place with 8 massive razor-sharp cones of dirt and rock. Nessa bursts into flames and slices the worm's front side wide open, forcing it to squirm and squeal in agony. Bruce follows at the rear, with an onslaught of hammer hits leaving the beast's jaw unable to function. With a series of fiery slashes and jagged rock stabbings, the monster is defeated with ease. Abby speaks up with a wide grin after the creature disappears. I gain 2 whole levels from that. Nessa nods in agreement. Yeah, I gain 2 as well. Bruce nods happily. I gain 1 myself. He looks over to me. Us 3 should handle the worms for now. I assume you and Maria aren't leveling up at all here. You're right, we'll step back. You 3 need the levels more than us. We all agree and continue forward. Over the next hour and a half, the 3 of them improve tremendously. They fight 4 worms together, then 3 more individually. I use inspect and monitor each of their progress closely. Bruce uses 2 MP potions in total while making it to level 276 over the next couple of battles. He comes up with a new move using the sharp end of his hammer to rip the monster apart in just a few hits. Nessa consumes 3 MP potions and makes it up to level 274. Her firepower is decent, but it still takes a few hits for her to slice the monsters in half. The long way, that is. Nessa really tried to copy my move. It didn't work out as well as she'd hoped. It still got the job done eventually. Lastly, Abby grew the most in my opinion. While only drinking 2 MP potions, she grew to level 274 as well. I witnessed a new battle technique from her. While capturing the beast in a prison of rock spears, she conjured 2 reinforced stone daggers. With a graceful jumping maneuver similar to the stone pillars she used facing those griffins, Abby threw herself over the worm and slid down its back with both daggers piercing its thick skin while growing them in size. By the time she reached the ground, the creature split into 3 separate parts. How'd you like that? Abby walks back over to our group after this final battle with a confident smirk across her face. I reply, not bad at all. Thudded, the 2 parts of the beast hit the ground on either side simultaneously as its middle piece crumbles to the floor. I use enemy detection as Abby collects her mana crystal and the rest of the group praises her for the unique kill, while squinting my eyes, I look out into the distance. We're either at the boss room or we're in trouble. I can sense a lot of high-level beings less than 500 MOA. Maria laughs and points forward. That's the boss room. Come on, we all begin running forward toward the specks on the horizon. We make it there in record time. Just under a dozen hunters are standing in an orderly line in front of a floating boss room portal. The heavily armored monitor beside it speaks up, newcomers. Welcome, this is TH-. I cut him off. We got it. He tightens his lips, then nods abruptly. Next, the hunter up front steps through without another word. I inspect and appraise all the hunters in line. They all appear to be well equipped for this boss room. Not a single one of them is under level 270. I guess the weaker hunters are either leveling up as we speak or already got disqualified. Next, the line moves forward as I finish my assessment, then look toward the monitor. Hey! How many hunters have come through here already? Just curious, he grins. Oh yeah? Just curious? You getting nervous? He chuckles to himself, then a few others in the front of the line let out small laughs as well. I roll my eyes, yeah. Terrified, I grin and continue. So, how many? He looks up at the sky momentarily counting on his fingers, then looks back at me. I'd say 50 or so. You're all still pretty much at the front of the pack. I nod slowly and squint at him for a moment. Thanks, he nods back, no problem. Next, if he's telling the truth, we're making pretty good time. The line continues to move slowly. Another 5 minutes of waiting go by as 2 more teams arrive behind us. I turn to my own party looking them up and down. We all set? The 4 of them give me confident nods as the monitor yells out again. Next, I turn to the swirling portal and jump through with my sword pointed straight ahead. Moments later, I enter the boss room. It's dark, damp, and disgusting. I erupt into flames, lighting up my surroundings. It seems like an endless abyss all around me. I can't see the ceiling or walls, but the flat dirt ground shoots off in all directions indefinitely. I use enemy detection and inspect. 200M, LV 285. I put my sword into my item box, then pull out the pair of daggers I've been itching to try out. This won't be nearly as hard as that griffin. I guess I can try a few things out in the meantime. I run forward while lit up in a ball of flames. The ground begins to shake and rumble as I get closer. Then, like clockwork, a massive purple worm erupts from the damp soil less than 50 m away from me. It's barely visible in the dim light, but its sharp white teeth reflect off my flickering flames. I continue to sprint toward the beast at full speed while focusing on both my blades, summoning a layer of wind magic around each of them. The worm lets out a horrendous roar and dives toward me as I release my attack. With 2 swift slashes, I bring both my black shimmering blades across my body with a powerful strike. 2 invisible sharp gusts of wind fly at the incoming monster. Shing, the invisible slashes make contact with the beast's ravenous jaws. Its entire front half is pushed backward on impact as blood explodes in all directions. The rows of teeth are split into 3 parts as the massive worm flails about, releasing a deafening cry. Not what I was going for, but not bad. I grin and jump up at the beast, activating Berserker, Bloodlust, and Intimidation. The monster stops flailing immediately as it's struck with a wave of fear. I concentrate on my glimmering daggers once again and release 2 more wind slashes straight at the injured monster's defenseless body. The beast is shredded to pieces moments later. THUDDD. Portions of its lifeless body hit the ground as I land on the damp soil next to it. While twirling my jet black daggers, I walk over to the pile of sliced up flesh and wait for the beast to dissolve. Moments later, it drops a large mana crystal and a triangular jagged tooth. Click click click. I tap one of my blades against the hard white surface, then throw both items in my storage with a smirk. The white transfer magic appears moments later and I'm transported to the next floor while placing my daggers into my item box and bringing out my sword. I step out onto hard orange rock and look down into a deep canyon. There are twisting rock patterns and tall smooth structures shaping various walkways throughout the endless pit. There's small green shrubbery in the shade of larger boulders, but no sign of a water source in sight. The artificial yellow sun is beating down on the landscape, sucking it dry of any life. A white light flashes behind me as Maria appears and takes in the view with me. One after another, Abby, Nessa, and Bruce all make it through. I smile and confidently nod, then point down into the canyon leading to the backside of the dungeon. Onwards, our trek begins. We take a long winding path deep into the canyon. I use enemy detection and discover most of the creatures around here travel alone. They're pretty high level, but nothing we can't handle. After 20 minutes of walking, the 5 of us make it to a portion of the trail that branches out into an open field with more shrubbery than any other place in the canyon. It's still rather desolate, but the bright shades of green are calming on the eyes after walking in the sun for a while. There are 2 massive boulders at the back of the clearing. There seems to be an unspoken group consensus that we're taking a break here. We stop for a moment to drink water, eat a bit, and account for all our gear and potions, just to make sure. I do one more sweep of the area with enemy detection. My eyes sharpen and I draw my sword as an entity shows up in my mind's eye. 100M, LV 290. Hey, we can take a break in a second. We have a visitor, incoming. I point my blade at one of the 2 boulders on the edge of the field. As it splits in 2, a murderous roar comes from behind it as a truly disgusting creature appears. A 6M tall behemoth of a beast stomps out from behind the broken rock. It looks rather humanoid, with light orange skin, long fangs, an ogre's stature, a giant's body, carrying a massive club, and wearing a long necklace with a green gem dangling from it. The monster's arms are hairy and much longer than they should be, reaching down to its overgrown toes. It's well built, but a layer of grime and fat covers up the muscles beneath. An overwhelming smell of body odor and rotting flesh fills the air as the beast approaches. I grit my teeth and run at the beast, coating my blade in a layer of wind magic. Shing, moments later, I slice clean through the beast's thick neck like butter and turn around. Well, that was easy. A little too easy. The monster's head rolls to the ground by my side. Its beady red eyes and long sharp teeth glare at me even after death. THUDDD, THUDDD. It begins to stomp its feet. I turn around to watch the beast grow back its head in a matter of seconds, then use appraisal while jumping backward. LV 290, active items, heavy club, 400 attack, desert troll's charm, 45% mental strength, active skills, self-regeneration. We're dealing with a troll. Everybody get back. I erupt into flames while pointing the tip of my blade at the monstrosity as it turns toward me. It's been a while since I fought a monster like you. Chapter 98. The massive troll in front of me lets out a roar as it turns. I've fought trolls before, but nothing quite like this. These must be a unique desert variant. And supersized, the beast begins charging at me with flailing limbs and its heavy club showing off a newly grown pair of red eyes and sharpened teeth. With my blade on fire, I activate Bloodlust and Berserker just for good measure while charging right back at it. In 2 clean cuts, I slash a fiery X across the monster's front side, cutting it into 4 pieces. The massive chunks of burning flesh hit the hard orange rock floor with a thud. I watch the remains burn to ash. While deactivating my skills, I turn to my team members. These are going to be a bit tough. We need magic to defeat them, preferably fire. Nessa smirks and raises her sword. Looks like I'm all set then. She lights it on fire, then Maria speaks up. I've fought similar monsters back in basic training. Ice magic works too, it's just not as effective as fire. I nod slowly, then turn to Abby and Bruce. The green-haired girl speaks first. There's a troll dungeon in the capital. I've trained there a few times. Bruce gulps and turns to her. So, how do you beat them? Abby grins. It's pretty simple. Brute force. I open my mouth with a confused look on my face but tighten my lips and hold back as Bruce replies while swinging his hammer around. Oh yeah? So I can just smash him to bits? Abby nods with a light chuckle, kind of. Once their MP runs out, the regeneration property they possess also loses its effect. The longer we can keep them fighting, the better chance we have of killing these trolls off. They both nod at each other with a serious stare. I smile. Well, looks like the 2 of you have some work to do. The troll dissolves and I pick up the mana crystal it drops. The 5 of us sit around planning our descent into the canyon while enjoying a small break to eat and drink some of our rations. I continuously keep track of our surroundings with enemy detection, but we aren't disturbed at all for over 25 minutes. Eventually, our moment of peace is over, as another impossibly large desert troll stomps into our general vicinity. Maria perks up. Let me take a crack at this one. We all sit back and enjoy the show. Maria glows bright blue as she draws her silver sword at the bellowing giant. The beast readies its club and runs at her. In the blink of an eye, Maria slices the troll's left arm clean off, leaving a large amount of ice residue behind. The severed limb freezes and shatters as it hits the ground. The injured area is another problem entirely, though. The flesh around its wound ripples and shakes, regenerating at rapid rates to counteract the ever so slowly moving ice magic creeping towards its neck. Maria jumps in for another slash, taking out the monster's right leg and injuring its left. An explosion of ice brings the beast to its knees as it roars and angrily swings its club while trying its best to keep the ice magic at bay. With a precise slash to the neck, and the troll's head falls to the floor. The malleable flesh of its open wounds continues to squirm as it attempts to fight off the magic residue left behind. A few moments later, the tortured creature stops moving and solidifies into a statue of ice. Maria brings her blade down on the beast one last time, shattering it into a million tiny pieces, then turns back to us. Not too hard, but you were right, Jay. This thing did take a few more hits than expected. I cross my arms and nod, then look over to Bruce and Abby. Let's go find you two an opponent. You'll need practice before we make it to the boss room. We wait for the frozen troll remains to drop Maria's mana crystal, then head off deeper into the canyon. My enemy detection skill is showing a large number of high-level beings at the backside of the dungeon, and not many in between. It seems like way too many to all be hunters, but that's where the boss room should be. So it doesn't make much sense otherwise. Another 30 minutes of walking go by, and there is not a single troll in sight. The light wind blows orange dirt around in the depths of the canyon, making a whistling sound as the air currents flow through the rock walls all around us. I kick a few small pebbles off a ledge as we continue down the winding trails just to hear the echoing sound of rock hitting rock over and over again until it disappears into the nothingness below. Maria starts humming a cute and simple song. No one interrupts her as it fills the silence to go along with our footsteps as we venture further and further in. Another 20 minutes pass. We all zone out, rhythmically walking one by one until a voice calls out from below, "Help! Somebody! Anybody please!" A monstrous roar cuts off a young man's cries for help. This seems to be coming from just beyond the nearest bend in the large rock wall on our right side. To our left, the canyon slopes downward. After this bend in the path, there's an overlook to the final portion of the dungeon. I run forward while igniting my sword in a fresh coat of fire. Moments later, I take in the scene before me. My eyes light up with awe taking in the view. A flash of white light goes off as a massive troll swings its club down, defeating the hunter that called out for our aid. There's gear scattered all along this wide path that slopes downward. The troll responsible for that young man's demise turns to me and grunts. I grin as I see two more walking up behind it. I got the middle. Maria and Nessa take the right side, Bruce and Abby take the left. Without hesitation, we all run forward at the beast with our weapons at the ready. The putrid smell travels through the air, hitting our noses more than 30 m away. I burst into flames and glow red, activating my stat boosting skills to create a deadly strike. Mid-charge, I think of an interesting idea and activate my wind magic to conduct a test. Just before impact, I summon a massive gust of wind beneath my feet, boosting my speed while flying in the air at the vile creature. I feel my body shoot forward as I jump off the ground with incredible speed, releasing a deadly fiery slash across the troll's front side. It barely lets out a grunt. The club drops from its hands to the floor as the sorry excuse for a monster gets incinerated on the spot. Its remains are unidentifiable piles of ash on either side of my trail of flames. I look to my right side to see Maria freezing their troll's legs solid while Nessa decapitates the monster with a fiery slash. After a few more hits for good measure, the two of them defeat their beast with ease. Lastly, I look to Abby and Bruce. Bruce is keeping the troll occupied with his hammer and shield. They seem to be similar strengths. But the troll is having a bit of trouble moving forward with the large spears of rock stuck through its legs. Abby darts around the troll, hitting it with cheap shots as the monster focuses on the tank. The two of them tag team the oath, landing hit after hit. Every time Bruce's hammer makes contact, portions of the monster's flesh are blown away, but unfortunately mended on the spot. Abby's spears of rock create holes in the monster's legs and vital spots, but they're all regenerated in a matter of seconds as well. Of course, this is going all according to their plan. Nessa, Maria, and I let our trolls dissolve and collect the mana as we watch the two of them work. It takes a while. And 1 MP potion each, but after these series of cheap hits and defensive maneuvers, the two of them break down the troll's MP and start to deal actual damage. The first sign of this is a solid hit to the side of the head by Bruce. He breaks the monster's jaw and it roars out in pain. Usually, it would grunt to itself and regenerate its shattered teeth and droopy lower jaw, but this time around it just stares the tank down with murderous intent. Both Abby and Bruce grin ear to ear, making eye contact with each other, then going in for the kill. Abby creates 2 massive spears of stone in each hand glowing bright green while running at the beast. Bruce yells out a battle cry while lifting his hammer high in the air. Abby skewers the beast in 2 places. One massive spear stabs directly through the chest, while the other lodges itself in the troll's right eye. Finally, Bruce jumps high in the air, bringing down his mighty warhammer with impressive strength. Bones crunch under the pressure as it makes contact with the top of the giant monster's head. In an explosion of blood and brains, the troll falls to its knees with a final whimper. The 2 of them smirk while turning toward the 3 of us. Abby jumps in the air excitedly, woohoo! I gained 2 levels for that. Bruce grins and throws his hammer over his shoulder, same. We're going to need to be able to do that ourselves though. I'm not ready to face the boss alone. I nod while walking near the edge of the overlook. I peer down toward the back of the dungeon while my other 4 teammates talk amongst themselves. The massive number of high-level beings on my enemy detection radar finally becomes clear to me. It was not other hunters after all. I turn around and wave the other over. If we can make it through this, I'm sure the boss will be a walk in the park. The 5 of us take in the view. There's a pit 500 m below us. It's around 1 kilometer long and 1 kilometer wide. At the very back, I can see the faint glow of a boss room portal, guarding the entrance. I see over 100 giant desert trolls. They all pace around frantically, attacking each other and anything that moves. The disgusting creatures are covering every last square meter of land between us and that portal. Bruce gulps, Abby glows green, Nessa draws her silver sword lighting it on fire, Maria glows blue freezing the ground beneath her feet, and I stare out at my prey in awe. It's time to burn every last one of these trolls to ash. Chapter 99, a long twisting pathway leads down to the pit along the cliff on our right side. I can hear the faint sounds of stomping trolls and grunts approaching from below. We start making our way down. I'm grinning excitedly, thinking about all the new moves I'll get to try out on over 100 fresh moving targets. No more than 50 m of travel downwards, a lone desert troll comes bustling up the canyon pathway. In the distance, I can see half a dozen of them slowly making their way up the trail as well, Nessa, Abby, and Bruce. You 3 need to gain some serious levels before reaching the boss. Take care of these monsters. I point my sword down the path, then continue talking. Maria, watch over them until they can handle these wanderers alone. I'll go take out the source of the problem, maybe I'll even leave a few for you. But probably not. I smirk playfully and dart off to the left before any of them get a chance to reply. The smartest. Or no, possibly the dumbest idea popped into my head and I can't wait any longer to test it out. With a graceful leap, I jump off the edge of the winding path with nothing but an endless pit of trolls 500 m below me. What are you? I hear a few concerned voices drown out in the wind as I quickly plummet off the face of this massive orange rock wall. For a moment, I close my eyes and let the cool air wrap around my entire body as I fall weightlessly to the ground. Wind summoning. After a brief moment of peace, I concentrate my wind magic to form strong gusts beneath me. I visualize a wall of wind and try to let it catch me. The first attempt pushes my upper half backwards, spiraling me out of control. I grit my teeth, regain my composure, and try again. The second gust is much more stable and slows my descent ever so slightly. I keep a constant stream of air rushing up to slow my fall more and more. Finally, I begin creating small denser pockets of air beneath my feet. It's very hard to stay upright, my body naturally wants to twist and turn. I'm still falling through the air very fast, but I work best under pressure, once less than 100 m from the hard rock floor. I've slowed myself down considerably. With a bit of trial and error, I've managed to control the small dense currents under my feet. With very slight movements, I can change my position and turn toward any direction in mid-air with ease. I focus on creating one final gust of wind from below before hitting the hard rock ground. THUDDD. I brace my feet with body-hardening crystals and push upwards with wind magic to lessen the fall. My impact with the ground still creates a small crater about 4 m in diameter. It's not exactly what I was planning for, but this entrance is pretty epic either way. I grin and draw my sword as the orange dust cloud around me settles. Over a dozen trolls surround me on all sides. I burst into flames while focusing my mana into my sword. Moments later it begins to glow red as I activate my bloodlust and berserker skills. With much greater precision than before, dense wind magic forms beneath the soles of my feet and I push off of them, blasting forward at my enemies. Shingig, one hit and the first monster disintegrates to ash. I plunder its MP and turn in midair to face my next opponent. I plant my right foot into empty space and summon a dense pocket of air behind me. The gust of wind explodes on impact with my foot, forcing me to make a 90-degree turn in midair. Shingig, another troll, is eliminated in the blink of an eye. I let out a loud chaotic laugh and begin zigzagging around the battlefield with incredible speed and precision. I jump through the air, getting more in tune with my new wind summoning skill with every strike. In a matter of seconds, the 15 or so trolls that approached me were all dead on the floor in a wide circle of black smoke and crackling flames. With all the flashing lights and excess mana in the air, many of the trolls in the surrounding area have started to come charging my way. Little do they know, they're just running into their own imminent demise. The entire pit turns into a bloody massacre. The burning corpses of trolls begin to pile up as I dart around with a fiery blade. After 20 minutes of pure destruction goes by, and the trolls begin to thin out. Their roars and grunts die down and the smoke and dust settle. I'm left with piles of mana crystals, 4 large troll clubs, and 3 desert troll charms. I equipped one of the charms, placing it around my neck, then put the rest of the loot into my item storage. It's an impressive haul, but I'm more excited about the improved use of my new skill. I look out toward the end of the canyon, activating enemy detection to see hardly any trolls remaining. My team is also steadily making its way down the sloping pathway. I can see them on the side of a cliff about 200 m above me, fighting a battle of their own. They've made it down a considerable distance as well. I start my trek forward in their direction. Another 10 minutes go by before I'm finally within range. Hey! Over here! I call out to them with a wave while running over, sporting a wide smile. So how'd it go? Maria looks at me with both hands on her waist and an angry expression. How'd it go? You just jumped off a cliff, Jay. You tell me how it went. I stop to scratch my chin and think carefully about what to say next, but Maria continues without a response. It's fine. I'm glad you had some fun. I lift my hand from my chin to scratch my head awkwardly, then we both let out a long laugh. So, Abby and Bruce, leveling updates? You two ready for the boss or what? Bruce grins. It'll be tough, but I think I can handle it. I made it to level 286, and took down 2 trolls by myself on the way down here. I nod while crossing my arms and turning to Abby. She responds immediately, yeah. Same here. I hit level 288. I used up a lot of MP, but I can take these creatures out easy as long as I'm stocked up on potions. I smile. Great. Well, I cleared a path for us. The boss room should be right over here. We begin to turn toward the distant glow of a portal, but the sound of an incoming stampede of trolls echoes throughout the canyon, interrupting our friendly greetings. Nessa yells out, "Let's move!" Whatever that is. It can't be good. This pit seems to be the respawn spot for all the monsters in the dungeon. At least, that's what it seems like. The 5 of us sprint toward the boss room without another thought. I use enemy detection to pinpoint the test monitor's exact location just to make sure we're headed in the right direction. Finally, the floating gray portal comes into our clear line of sight. Nessa calls out again with a smirk, I want to go first this time. I look at her with tight lips but nod politely mid-stride, sure, go for it. We approach the towering back wall of the canyon. If not for the boss room portal, we would be completely cornered in. The monitor speaks up, so it was you guys? There sure was a lot of noise in here. It's been a while since a new group came through. We all stop to catch our breath for a moment, then the monitor continues, well, if you've made it this far, you know the rules. Who's first? With a grin, Nessa readies her long silver sword and jumps through the portal. The rest of us are left in silence with the faint rumbling of giant trolls approaching in the distance. It's an eerie sound. But I'm not too worried about it. I speak up, so, Abby and Bruce, leveling updates? You two ready for the boss or what? Bruce grins, it'll be tough, but I think I can handle it. I made it to level 286, and took down 2 trolls by myself on the way down here. I nod while crossing my arms and turning to Abby. She responds immediately, yeah. Same here. I hit level 288. I used up a lot of MP, but I can take these creatures out easy as long as I'm stocked up on potions. I smile, great. Well, I cleared a path for us. The boss room should be right over here. We begin to turn toward the distant glow of a portal, but the sound of an incoming stampede of trolls echoes throughout the canyon, interrupting our friendly greetings. Nessa yells out, "Let's move!" Whatever that is. It can't be good. This pit seems to be the respawn spot for all the monsters in the dungeon. At least, that's what it seems like. The five of us sprint toward the boss room without another thought. I use enemy detection to pinpoint the test monitor's exact location just to make sure we're headed in the right direction. Finally, the floating gray portal comes into our clear line of sight. Nessa calls out again with a smirk, "I want to go first this time." I look at her with tight lips but nod politely mid-stride, "Sure, go for it." We approach the towering back wall of the canyon. If not for the boss room portal, we would be completely cornered in. The monitor speaks up, "So it was you guys? There sure was a lot of noise in here. It's been a while since a new group came through." We all stop to catch our breath for a moment, then the monitor continues, "Well, if you've made it this far, you know the rules. Who's first?" With a grin, Nessa readies her long silver sword and jumps through the portal. The rest of us are left in silence with the faint rumbling of giant trolls approaching in the distance. It's an eerie sound. But I'm not too worried about it. I speak up, Chapter 100, I spawn into the boss room and ready my sword. Walls of orange rock surround me on all sides, creating a circular battlefield about 50 m in diameter. A flash of light obstructs my vision as an enormous troll appears across the makeshift arena. It's very similar to the ones in the dungeon. This one is just 2 m taller, hairier, darker skin, but its disgusting stench remains the same. After using Inspect, the monster registers at level 298. The massive beast immediately charges at me with its heavy club raised high in the air. I activate Berserker and Bloodlust while igniting my blade, with one swift kick off a dense pocket of wind magic. I fly toward the monster and slice it in half without a second thought. I turn around to watch both parts of the defeated troll burn to ash. Well, that was probably my fastest boss room win ever. I let my flames die out, then walk over to the dissolving corpse to collect the mana crystal with a long sigh. Moments later, the transfer magic appears and a white flash of light takes me to floor 14. I look around in awe as I take in a surreal sight. The ground is so dark brown, it almost looks black. The terrain is completely flat for as far as the eye can see, and there are very short jagged dead trees every 50 m or so in all directions. The sky is such a light tone of blue it looks white. There are very small dark particles that float in the air. When I try to touch them, my hand just slips right through. What is this place? I look up to see my other 4 group members in a similar confused state. They're all looking around aimlessly trying to touch the particles in the air with no success. Maria turns to me, "I have no idea." Creepy, right? She grins cheerfully. It lightens the mood, so I reply back with a thin smile, "Yeah. Let's get moving, I guess." We begin to walk straight ahead. We're all on edge quite a bit. I take the rear with Maria while Bruce, Nessa, and Abby travel up front in a triangular formation. I activate enemy detection, but to my surprise, less than 10 enemies show up. Even when I expand my range throughout the entire dungeon, it's only 10. That's it. Although there's no threats nearby, I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched. It's like there's eyes peering into my soul from just behind my shoulder. Guys. Does anyone else feel like there is someone watching us? Yes, Abby turns with a crazy look in her eyes. I can't take it anymore. I thought I was going crazy. She starts looking over her shoulder furiously as Bruce and Nessa turn to me as well. The tank speaks up, "I feel it too." Eerie, but bearable. Nessa smirks as I see a fire light up in her eyes. Whatever it is, I want to fight it. Maria chuckles, "Yeah, I felt it the moment I entered this place." I agree, Nessa. Freezing it solid is high up on my priority list. I nod. We continue walking and I continue scanning the area with enemy detection. This goes on for a while. Over an hour of consistent walking goes by, and not a single monster appears the entire time. The landscape remains exactly the same as we walk further in. The feeling of being watched hasn't changed one bit either. My enemy detection skill finds 3 targets in the distance. 2 of them are close together directly in front of us, while another is off to my right side but still a ways away. 600 m, LV 303, LV 299, 800 m, LV 300. I call out to the group while pointing my blade forward. We're about to have some company. Maybe we'll get to see what this dungeon is all about. Stay alert. I get a round of head nods and grunts of agreement as we continue forward into the eerie wasteland. It's so silent, and we've already walked so far. The endless flat void goes on forever around us in all directions. The only noises I hear are the footsteps in front of me. Finally, about 10 minutes later, Abby's voice breaks the silence. Hey. I see someone. Two people actually. She turns back excitedly while pointing forward. I grit my teeth. People? So? They aren't monsters. Nope, they're definitely people. I continue scanning our surroundings as we trek forward and two shadowy humanoid figures come into view, 150M, LV 303, LV 299, 300M, LV 300, I can sense a third, but as I look around it's nowhere to be found. Stay on guard. Bruce tightens his grip on his hammer, Nessa lights a small flicker of a flames on her sword, Abby begins glowing green, Maria starts leaving small patches of ice behind with every step, and I stare straight ahead trying to figure out what exactly we're walking into. Less than a minute later, we are all within battle range. I mutter under my breath as the figures become more clear to me. Ugh, they were just hunters after all that. Where are the monsters? I roll my eyes and let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, my pouting gets rudely interrupted by a light elbow to the gut from Maria. Hey. Look. It's them. It's the Dash. One of the tall figures steps forward and my eyes widen as he yells out at us with a smirk across his face. Who would have thought I'd get the pleasure to see your face again? It looks like Portal Boy and his girlfriend have a crew. Isn't that nice? He looks over to his partner with a sly grin. I immediately use Inspect and Appraisal to confirm my suspicions. The first man is middle-aged, wearing silver armor with a large axe and a shaved head, LV 303, active items, High Ogre's Axe, 350 strength, enchanted steel armor set, 500 defense. Stealth boots, 300 speed, 300 agility, dragon's scale pendant, 50% magic resistance, serpent's ring, 70% mental strength, desert troll's charm, 45% mental strength, Rodrigo's silver bracelet, active skills, combat magic, lightning summoning. His partner is on the shorter side with much heavier armor, short black hair, a long silver sword, and a toothy grin, LV 299, active items, steel sword, 300 strength, enchanted steel armor set, 600 defense, enchanted leather boots. 300 speed, dragon's scale pendant, 50% magic resistance, gargoyle's ring, 60% mental strength, desert troll's charm, 45% mental strength, Rodrigo's silver bracelet, active skills, swordsmanship. Extreme defense. It's them. I look at the two men in front of me, remembering back to when we met at the beginning of this exam. Maria and I were no match for the two of them. I had to use my dungeon walker ability to run away. I guess that's where I got the nickname Portal Boy. I look at him with a blank annoyed stare for a moment, then gulp, realizing the seriousness of this situation. Run. Everyone run. We're no match for them. The lightning user stares me in the eyes and lets out a long bellowing laugh. You got that right, kid. He begins glowing bright yellow. I yell again, run. I'll hold them off. We'll meet by the boss room. Maria turns to look at me with concern filled her eyes. I ignite myself into a ball of flames, activating Berserker and Bloodlust before replying, trust me. I can handle them. She nods, then darts away, calling out to the others, this way. Jay can do this. Maria forms a massive wall of ice as the lightning user lets out an enormous attack. Arcs of electricity fill the air as her white crystal wall explodes into a million pieces. I give Abby, Nessa, and Bruce a firm nod before the cloud of snow and ice fills our vision. I hear the angry lightning user yell out, "You're running away from us again? You cowards!" I run in between the two of them and my escaping teammates before I reply, "Don't worry. I won't miss out on the fun this time around." The snow cloud settles, leaving me face to face with the two overpowered warriors. The last time I faced them, I had much less gear, no bloodlust or wind summoning skills, and had the burden of protecting Maria while I fought. This time, I'll get to go all out. I see malicious grins appear on both of their faces as they look me up and down. The swordsman speaks up, "I didn't have the pleasure of finishing off your partner last time we met. I guess you'll have to do." His eyes widen with anticipation as he stares at me. The lightning user turns to him, steps back, then crosses his arms. "Go for it, Abe, this runt is all yours. I'll only step in if it gets dicey." He does have a few good moves, so be careful. Without another word, the muscular swordsman runs at me with his sword at the ready. I smirk and run back at him. Our battle has already begun. Clang, our swords collide with the loud sound of metal on metal. He grits his teeth as I push him backward with pure strength alone. After a moment, I summon a dense wall of wind to push my sword forward even further and ignite my flames to burn red hot. Wyu damarg, zap. The moment the swordsman loses his balance, I feel a familiar painful shock of electricity surge through my entire body. I let out a loud yell and fall to my knees, just as I thought. Looks like you learned a few more tricks. Abe. Sorry to cut you short, but he's all mine. The fallen swordsman nods and gulps. With heavy breaths, I regenerate my scorched flesh and pick myself back up and stare the lightning user in the eyes. Scared already, zap. I fall to my knees again, letting out a chaotic laugh while reaching into my item box for an HP potion. I regenerate my sizzling skin one more time while darting backward to drink the HP potion and think of a strategy. Not so fast, portal boy, the lightning user is hot on my tail, less than 10 behind me. I jump up into the air and summon a dense pocket of wind magic directly in front of me. It's time to put this practice to use. I plant my right foot in the open air and push off it while spinning a full 180 degrees. With my flames burning hot, berserker and bloodlust at full blast, I activate intimidation while flying straight at the lightning mage. My sword glows red and I focus on my prey, his eyes open wide in confusion as I land a critical hit across his chest. A dark wave of fire is released from my sword and I let my wind magic carry it forward with immense power. On impact, I'm shocked to the core with a counterattack. An intense current of electricity drops me to the floor. I watch my opponent collapse in front of me with a fiery wound as well. Both of us cough up a mouthful of blood and stand to our feet moments later. Black dust from the ground fills the air. He grins, rubbing the wide open gash in his chest through a shattered thick plate of steel armor. Not bad at all. I look back at him with my sword at the ready. You're not too bad yourself. He smirks and looks over his shoulder. Abe, we're not taking any more chances here. Time to double team him. This is our toughest opponent yet. I grit my teeth as the swordsman walks over. Then, I hear footsteps, very faint, very quick footsteps coming from behind me. I reactivate enemy detection, 10 LV 300. I grip my sword even tighter, then duck and swerve out of the way as a cloaked figure jumps over my head with alarming speed. Shing. I watch the mystery man in black slice at the swordsman's neck with a pair of gleaming daggers. A flash of white light fills our battlefield as Abe disappears and the dust settles. The mysterious rogue darts behind the lightning user and readies his blades again. I stare in awe. He took out that tank of a swordsman in just one hit. The man speaks up in a low but clear voice. Care to team up? I like your style. The hooded man lifts his head to look me straight in the eyes. I nod at him firmly one time, then point my glowing blade at the lightning user's head. Works for me.